full day ahead. So, firstly, I believe Mr. Hodder, is that correct? Come forward, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be an apology for 5 to 6. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We could note that for apology for Councillor. I've got Councillor Redmond online, and I don't think there's any other apologies for that. Is that correct?
Why is there no sound?
Thank you. All right. Okay, so firstly, Mr. Hodder, thank you for coming forward today and for your submission. If you could press the button on when you speak. We've got a 10-minute slot for you, and in 8 minutes there'll be a bell, and I'll give you an indication if you're at 10, which is next. So if you could leave a bit of time for questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you, and welcome to our meeting.
Amen. I probably will not take the full 10 minutes, but I'm here to, I guess, make an impassioned plea to this council, and I'll put a bit of context around my submission. I'm not opposed to the road coming across from Rangiora-Oxford Road, Rangiora Wood End Road to Lineside Road. But what I am opposed to is the amount of traffic that's already on Lineside Road and how much trouble we have getting in and out of Bramley's Road onto Lineside Road already. So I'm the first one to accept that there needs to be something done about the congestion between Southbrook and into Rangiora. I'm the first one to admit that that is a real issue for this town. And I also respect the fact that the council, apart from a couple of anomalies, have done all they can to control speed limits on all your roads around the perimeter of Rangiora, and that is very much appreciated from my point of view. I say there's a couple of anomalies because when you turn into Mulcox Road and when you turn into Bramley's Road, you go straight to 100. Whereas if you come off Fernside, it's 80, and then you come onto 100. But my biggest issue is, to come here this morning, I was not going to sit at the end of Bramley's Road and try and do a right turn into Lineside Road in the middle of peak traffic. So to get here, I had to come through to a heap. Now, I can sit there at times, at say 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and try and turn into try and turn right to come to Rangiora, and I can be there for 25 minutes. Now, I do realise it's a state highway and it's not a council road. My impassioned plea is, however, if you could actually do something with Waimakariri to actually collaborate and do something about the 2 main intersections that are the biggest problem on that road. You know, every time, when I first bought my property in 2004, I could pull over to the left and then turn into Bramley's Road. If I did that now, I'd be there for 3 days. And so I think there does need to be some collaboration. It can't be all care and no responsibility. Allowing some more traffic to come onto Lineside Road, but leaving it to Waimakariri to deal with the issue. And so that's my simple impassioned plea, is that when I contact Waimakariri, and every time there's an accident, every time there's a helicopter on our corner taking someone off to hospital or picking up a dead patient or whatever, I find it necessary to contact them. And they keep promising me there's going to be time for submissions and all the rest of it, to think about what they might want to do on that road. And all I ask is that if the council can actually help your residents by collaborating with them and trying to come up with some solutions on the 2 main problem areas, then I feel like I've helped the community.
Thank you. So is that your
That's me.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions for me firstly. Are you aware of our proposal for the ski bridge? And we're we want to replace them.
Yes.
Just to clarify for you, we have been having discussions with Waimakariri around the lift and the lift out on those particular roads. Their solution was to put a wire rack area down the whole length of Lineside Road. We have a differing opinion on that because we'd like to see a more holistic plan. So just to let you know, we share your view. Easier to clarify for you now than to leave the meeting thinking that may not have been heard. We share your view and are committed to wanting to see a good result there.
And I appreciate that. The problem that I have is that when I contact Waimakariri, they deny all knowledge of any contact or any discussions with council. They say that it's their road, and they will take submissions from the local area, and they'll obviously talk to you guys at that time, and then they'll decide what they're going to do. Because in all honesty, it needs a couple of roundabouts or something. Our intersection doesn't even have lights. At least at the Fernside Power Road one, there's lights, so you can actually see where the intersection is.
Before you, I think hopefully we've got your context offline. I'll give you a call and happy to take you through where we've been with it, and quite different to what Waimakariri is reporting.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I realise they're an organisation under a lot of pressure, but you know, our health and safety on that road is at risk. Every time we have to pull up into the middle of the road, you can have someone turning left, someone trying to turn right, you can have the same happening on the other side, and then traffic's coming through that little gap between those two cars at 100 k's.
We've got the Minister coming here in a nice year's time. It's certainly an area we will be highlighting with him, and have already done so verbally. Just to let you know that. Any questions from colleagues? Councillor Ward.
Thank you for your submission. As the Mayor said, we also can really share your concerns. But are you aware that the Eastern Link Road the design is for a roundabout at the end of Lineside Road? We don't expect any more traffic coming through to Lineside Road, but easing the pressure through Southbrook Road, which means that it won't be necessarily too many more, but it will just ease the pressure. And also we're looking at
Joe, yes. So giving you a bit more licence, so what's your question?
I was just are you aware? You probably maybe not, but we are working on it. No, but we are working on it for you.
In all honesty though, it doesn't need any more pressure. I can leave at 7 o'clock in the morning to head out to Christchurch Airport. Just to do a simple left turn from Bramleys Road into Lineside Road at present can take me up to 10 minutes sometimes. Just a simple left-hand turn onto Lineside Road. And so whether you ease the pressure or not, there's still pressure there. And this new road is going to add to that pressure.
With Scoo Bridge, maybe the people from Fernside will use Scoo, that road is supposed to come onto Lineside Road. So I'd just like you to think about that.
Good luck on that.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Thank you. I will go in time. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So next we have Ranger and District City Vehicle Society. John, please come forward. John, we appreciate your submission and thank you for being here. We've got up to 10 minutes allowed for you. If our staff will give you a bell at 8 minutes, we appreciate if you could leave a bit of time for questions, but the time is yours to use. Thank you. Welcome to our meeting.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Biggs. I'm the president currently of the Rangiora and District Security Records Society. Our submission was made on behalf of the society and also the Rangiora Museum, which we operate. The two terms tend to be used interchangeably. Rangiora Museum probably more in the public arena, but we are the organisation that is behind the museum. As we indicated in our submission, we would like to see a new Rangiora Museum as part of the proposed expansion to the Trevor Inch Memorial Library. As well as bringing a visitor attraction to the heart of the town, we would better serve the role of our society in preserving Rangiora's history and making it available to people. The current museum, for those of you who may not be aware, was originally the upper story of the B&Z Bank building in High Street. It was moved over to its current site in Good Street in about 1967. It's old, it's challenging to maintain, and doesn't meet the modern acceptable standards for the storage of heritage items, and it's not suitable for modern display expectations. It's also not in an area of high foot traffic compared to the site around here. Just a little bit of background about what we do, because I think this is important to inform any decision about what might be done by way of the new museum. When people think of the museum, they probably think mainly of the display space and the items on display. That's the public conception of a museum. Same way when you think of a library, you think of the books on the shelves, because that's what, if you're a member of the public, that's what you go there to use. And the other materials as well that are in the library for reference and so on, but basically the book stock. In fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg as far as the museum is concerned. We have several different functions going on there all the time, and not just what's immediately visible on display. The functions that go on there include display, obviously, of items, storage of other items. We have a lot of items that we don't put on display because we don't have the space, or they duplicate items that are already covered. We also work on those objects and materials. There's conservation required of things. We have quite a bit of clothing stock, for example, which has to be stored in special boxes and needs particular care. We also work on research for people who come in with family history queries or other queries about the history of Rangiora. It's not limited to family history. We have quite a close liaison with the library for materials they're putting on display as well. We work on computers these days. We have a database of our holdings, obviously, so a lot of our work is on computers, particularly involved in the scanning and cataloguing of our photograph collection. Our photograph collection is quite extensive, in the tens of thousands, including glass plates that go back a long time to the days of glass plate cameras. We also have the public coming in, obviously, to see our displays and to ask questions of us. We hold a meeting once a month, generally speaking, during the year, available to members, but also open to members of the public. And we have meetings, we have a presentation on a topic of interest, ranging from things like the 1953 floods, Blackwell's department store, the MV2 Hoy. Recently we had memoirs of Anne Jolfs, who was a long time resident of Rangiora. So a lot of these activities don't combine well together in the present space. They should be in separate spaces. We have volunteers working in an area which contains displayed materials, so therefore people who want to look are mingling with people who are trying to work, and that doesn't work particularly well. And in the library, this would be like having a staff work area in among the book display, book shelving. That's the equivalent of what we are involved in. We do have a little bit of that non-public workspace, but it's very limited and used mainly for storage. So we need better storage for objects that are not on display. We're currently using a shipping container, which would be pretty cold this morning, and also the loft in the building, which is actually quite difficult to access, and for older people probably a bit dangerous. The important thing about storage is that we don't have any controlled atmosphere and controlled temperature environment storage. Our environmental and temperature control is limited to heat pumps and to dehumidifiers. That's not good because we have significant photographic holdings, as I said, and also audio-visual materials, and even the wooden and fabric items that you might see on display do actually require the right environment to maintain them. So if we had a purpose-built facility, we would obviously be able to portray the story of Rangiora in a similar way to the displays that are at Kaya Point Museum that tell the story of Kaya Point. So purely from a display point of view, a purpose-built facility would provide us with a better setup. At the moment, we have what was, as I said, originally top of the BNZ, it was the bank manager's residence, and as with any residence, has several smaller rooms. So you don't really get a flow from one to the other. We do have themes, but it's still not ideal. Security obviously also is important. We're lucky we haven't been robbed, to my knowledge, but if we had an area which was more open to the public more of the time, then probably we would need to be careful about security. Foot traffic improvement, as I mentioned, is low where we are. People come in quite often say, I never knew this was here. And they may well be people that have known the war for quite a long time. So we do our best. We have a banner sign, flagpole thing that we put up outside. There are a couple of fingerboard signs pointing to the museum. We are published in the Waimakariri Visitor's Guide, for example. And also our public meetings on once a month do bring in people who didn't know we were there, perhaps. Our other way of getting people in actually is through school visits, because we have found that bringing in school children, in some cases they bring their parents back at the weekend. So all these things do contribute to our foot traffic, but we feel it could be much better if we were at least partly represented somewhere closer to the centre of the town. So in terms of the timing, we supported option A in the long-term plan options because that provides for an earlier addition to the library, and we would, as I say, we would like to be part of that. We do have an element of uncertainty which affects the way our organisation works, I think, because we don't know long-term what we're going to end up with. And sometimes that can be hard to maintain enthusiasm, and also we're very limited in what we can do. The council won't fund or allow any changes in our existing building, so we can't do much to address the issues. The last point I would make is that if we're deciding on a future museum, we do need some form of professional input to decide what's the best location, layout, and operational way of working for a museum in Rangiora. So getting a museum expert in to work with us and council would be an essential part of any change. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Briggs. We appreciate your submission. Is there any question from folks? Councillor Goldsby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for presenting to us today. Just in light of the growth of the district and how we're becoming increasingly more connected, could you see a future where in fact we no longer have the town-based museums, but more of a district-wide museum, which may in fact be centred on the Trevor Lynch Library?
That's a possibility, but it might be hard to persuade the others to give up what they've got. And they are also focused quite locally. We actually have a kind of gentleman's agreement that we don't tread on each other's territory. So if somebody came to us with an archival item or an artefact related to Oxford, we would not take that. We would say, you must go to the Oxford Museum. And the same way if somebody says, I'd like to look up my family who lived in Cuss, so well, you need to go to the Cuss Museum. But yeah, it's not something we've really thought about. It had occurred to me that this district has 4 museums, which is quite a lot compared to maybe some of the other districts. And it might be possible to centralise some of the functions, but probably you still need a local display area or something which shows that area. Is that cover your question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We've only got time for one further question, so Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Briggs, for coming and presenting your solution to us. It's quite informative. I recently went to the museum and yeah, I found it quite lovely, actually. I realized that the site has its constraints, but at least it's good size, I suppose. So you're proposing a co-location with the library, and you've stated in your submission that one site would be preferable. How much floor space, do you have an idea of how much floor space you would be looking for?
Good question, because you could expand quite a bit, I suppose. I suppose our present space base would probably be 100 square metres, so roughly, the size of a sort of 1950s house. That would probably be 100 to 150 square metres of the space base. And then we would probably easily be able to use the same amount in storage and working space, I would think.
So about 200.
Yeah, maybe 200 to 300, yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned about storage. Would you, just a quick question for me, Kaya Boy has also talked about storage. Would it matter to you where storage was in the district as long as you have good access to it?
Access is the key word, and we do find that in our working days on Wednesday, people are bringing things out of storage, particularly the smaller items. We're not really talking about big things, but things like clothing, for example. If the staff are choosing, volunteers are choosing items for a display, they may go through quite a few boxes of clothing to choose the ones they want to put in their displays. So, yeah, off-site storage has been suggested from time to time, and I'm not sure how it will work operationally.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your submission, it's very clear, and also just to thank you and your committee for what you do. It's a wonderful resource we have here, and people really value it. So thanks, John, for your time, and we will consider the submission in a couple of weeks' time, and we will let you know.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, next we have Councillor Barnett. She knows the rules when it comes to here. You'll shout at some stage today, Councillor Barnett. I like an IPA, so we'll put it all there. Right. Anyway, nice to see you, Kirsten. Welcome to you. You've heard up to 10 minutes, and we'll give an indication later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hopefully won't use all that time. So just to let you know, this is my personal submission, not representing any other group. And I think some of these names will be very, very familiar to you, and ones that we have grappled with for many years. Roading, I'm just still very concerned about the ongoing deterioration of roading, particularly on our major arterial roads. Regular Woodend Road is still shocking. Poor, the potholes that get fixed come back again all the time. The shoulders are poor, and it's one of the main roads in our district. And I really feel that we need to make more attention to some of the main roads. The problem is, of course, with the funding, and obviously we've got to really lobby NZTA to get a more equitable share for regional funding. It's not really fair on other residents because it's pushing rat running around other roads because those roads are quite poor. The other point that I wanted to raise was recently we had the pedestrian refuge come to the board, and it went through UNR to one outside Ivory Street. Now, I'm fully in favour of pedestrian refuges. I think they serve a really valuable function. They have to be in the right place, and they have to be safe for pedestrians and traffic. We have a really, really dangerous area there where I see near misses every day that I go there on the dangerous entry to the Rangiora Produce Market because of the high volume of traffic and the narrowness of that entryway. There are already big problems there, and adding a pedestrian refuge, I feel, is a recipe for disaster. It's actually going to cause bad driver behaviour, and it could potentially even cause danger to pedestrians. The only solution I can see in that area, which is really busy, would actually be to put traffic lights at the intersection of Ivory and Queen Street. Not only would that allow pedestrians to cross safely, it would also allow vehicles to exit Queen Street because that has now been narrowed to one car only. So that blocks up because cars can no longer turn left and they have to wait a long time turning right. As we've become a bigger district, we really do need to consider the need for traffic lights to make sure that we can travel safely and also to slow the traffic down and give those cars who don't have the main thoroughfare opportunities to access and pedestrians to be able to know that the traffic is stopped when they cross, which is not the case in a pedestrian refuge. So just bring that to your attention. I understand the cost, but the safety of pedestrians is paramount. Eastern Link Road. I would love to see this road happening, but I remember back to Ken Stevenson telling us many years ago that we need development funding to be able to create a road on the east, and he saw it about 30 years into the future, which seemed about reasonable at the time. Now we've had quite a lot of growth, and we can see the increasing subdivisions on the east. However, I do believe that this is not the time in a recessionary period to be pushing big capital projects like this that are not NZTA funded. If at this point we're going to be seeing, hopefully, the Woodend bypass will actually eventuate one day, which means that people from Belgrove can actually go down Rangiora Woodend Road onto the Pegasus roundabout to access the highway, or they can go down the local road and the traffic will be much reduced. So we do have an eastern route which will suffice for them. I would prefer that this funding is pushed out more to year 8 to 10, so we get a better feel for the new traffic patterns once the Woodend bypass is established. We also really need to make the Flaxton route more attractive. I voted against the speed limit going down to 80. We need to encourage Western residents to go Townsend Road, Flaxton Road, Flaxton Road. Slowing that traffic down actually makes it less attractive to people. So that route should really be improved and considered as a fast route to be able to get there. And obviously Skew Bridge has to be completed. That bridge is very dangerous. So that should be the priority for funding, in my opinion. Rating. Last year I was concerned that by putting the rates at 5.9, we're now seeing a bigger spike this year. And I understand this council's facing very difficult issues because of the inflationary pressures. What I would like to say is that this is not a good rate rise, even though it's the lowest around. I'm seeing elderly people out there who are turning all their lights off, turning all their heating off, going without food items, because they're struggling to pay their rates. The rates rebate is not enough, and the small units in Rangiora, because of our rating system with fixed charges, are paying $4,000 a year in rates, whereas in Christchurch in a smaller house they'd be paying $2,500 due to the difference in rating systems. So our rating system is broken. It does not reflect people's ability to pay, and I'd really like to see this council being very active, as I've seen you being, to lobby central government for some more equitable funding arrangements. This push down of services is hurting everybody, and until we get some action in this space, all councils face an impossible risk of balancing funding with a desired level of service. Capital projects prioritisation. I don't like a scattergun approach to having lots of small facilities, and we heard about the museum just before. We need larger centralised facilities for a district that's coming up to being 100,000 people in a few years. The facilities we have are already getting too small. Even the main power stadium, which is wonderful, it could be bigger. It's got capacity to actually be used a lot more. So putting another library port at Ravenswood and putting another one at Pegasus and all this scattergun approach, it's actually costs more and is less efficient. I think we need to help educate our residents that we are a big district now and that you may have to travel 10-15 minutes to access a facility. In Christchurch, you often have to travel 30 minutes. We've got to get used to our new normal. So I totally disagree with putting an extra library and pool out the Ravenswood Woodend area when they can travel to Rangiora. On the flip side, I think Rangiora Library's waited long enough for its upgrade. It had upgrades planned before the earthquakes. Unfortunately, the earthquakes pushed that out, and it's understandable. But we are lacking covered spaces in Rangiora, in our biggest town. And we really need places for people to gather. It's not necessarily about the books, it's about being able to meet, to be able to form community. That is why I really do believe the Rangiora Library project should be pulled forward, perhaps swapped with the budget for the Eastern Link that's been put into the budget. And I totally support the Rangiora Museum's previous submission that we need to incorporate them as well. Finally, the earthquake recovery loan, when we set up the earthquake recovery loan, it was always intended to fund the recovery period. Now, some of those projects have been pushed out, and I don't mind that so much, but I don't agree with adding any more funds to that loan. It's 10 years past that event. Any projects in the 2034 LTP need to be now prioritised against all other projects. So they should be wound back into the business as usual budgets. So that way we can decide whether those projects now are actually of the same priority they were 10 years ago. Thank you very much for listening to this.
Thanks, Kirsten. Very clear points. Questions?
Thank you, Kirsten, for your great thoughts and your expertise. I understand your concerns over the $15 per property per annum for the Eastern Link Road and whether it is affordable right now. Would you change your view if an Eastern Link Road was to say be built in 3 to 4 years' time to make it safer and reduce congestion and make it more sustainable for our businesses and our community?
Thank you, Councillor Wood, and I appreciate your passion, and I definitely want to see this road built. I just think the timing is wrong. You say just $15, well, that, everybody, that's a little bit of money to those of us who can afford it. For those of us who can't, it's actually quite a lot. And it's not a matter of adding all those little bits of money up, it can actually become quite a big thing. So in terms of prioritising projects in the district, no, I don't believe that's at the right time right now. I don't think the pressure we're facing is actually as extreme as people make out. I live in the Southbrook area. Yes, we have to wait 10 minutes, 15 minutes sometimes up that road, but that's normal in a town of our size during peak periods. We have to learn that Rangiora is now a large town and start to educate people in the fact that this is actually a normal situation. The traffic lights have alleviated the pedestrian issues on Southbrook Road, which is fantastic. The removal of the school crossing has helped a lot. And residents learn that if that road is blocked, they go another way. And that's what happens in a normal town. So no, I don't believe that's of a priority right now. It is a priority for the future.
Just a simple question. Are you aware that presently to come north on the main highway to Woodend, coming to Rangiora by Woodend, that there's a gridlock back to the Kaikoui overpass with all traffic at a standstill, and it takes 20 minutes to get from the turn off at the Kaikoui overpass to get to Woodend?
That'll be alleviated by the Woodend.
Thank you. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick query. I completely agree with your sentiments of the scattergun approach, but do you think it would be fair and equitable that we actually wait until we've got an efficient public transport system to ensure people aren't left out from potentially accessing this facility?
And we've always advocated for a public transport service to definitely link between Kaikoui, Rangiora and Woodend because this area. Unfortunately, that's a question for another day. There is a public transport service there, but it is woefully inadequate. However, for a while there wasn't even one. So yes, some of that's got to go hand in hand, and I don't have a problem with building a hall, building a meeting space. It's the expense of a library swimming pool. Those are very high expense, operationally expensive items, and I'd rather see a bigger, nicer facility where everybody can enjoy it around our district than one that's in little tiny ones in different areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. We appreciate the points you raised. We should know in a couple of weeks' time we'll be making decisions on that. Appreciate your full submission.
Thank you very much. Nice to see everybody.
Nice to see you too. And we'll see you later for that shoot. Yeah. All right. We now welcome Mrs. Stella Robinson to come forward, and I believe Mr. Brant Speeson's joining her. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you, John, and welcome, Stella. We've received your submission. Thank you. John is, we've got a period up to 10 minutes and we'll give a bell at around 8, so we're just aware of how time's going. Appreciate firstly the ability to ask a few questions as well, given that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, I'm John Branskis, and I've been asked by family friend Mrs. Stella Robinson to speak today on her behalf with respect to the very detailed submission she's filed. I summarise the issues as follows. One, the specific issue is that Mrs. Robinson's land at 107 Parsonage Road has been significantly flooded right up to the foundations of her home on 2 occasions in the last 2 years. The reason for this is that Macintosh's drain is not working properly as a means of draining water, accumulating both upstream and downstream from her property. Her property is rurally zoned, but land on her western boundary, where residential development is imminent, and across the road, Parsonage Road to her north, where there has been significant residential development for the last 2 years, is now zoned for residential purposes. The reason why the drain isn't working is that it is inadequate in size and construction, both as an open drain and also where it is piped. Recent residential development upstream and water entering the drain downstream all overload an already unsatisfactory drain. In spite of the swale on the north side of Parsonage Road, that is on the Woodland subdivision, the drain is unable to clear the water generated by heavy rainfalls. Residential developments generate surplus water because land that previously absorbed most of its own rainfalls within its own boundaries can no longer do so because house sections are covered by houses and hard sealed driveways, and new roads and footpaths are covered by impermeable seal. Swales are unable to cope in the major adverse weather events. Council staff have accepted at meetings held on site that these major weather events are occurring more frequently than historical data suggest. While council staff are working on what is hoped to be a solution to this specific problem, Mrs. Robinson's and neighbouring properties remain at a real risk of further flooding until a solution is successfully implemented. Any solution should be at no cost to Mrs. Robinson. Until a solution is implemented, we submit that no further building consent should be issued or roads constructed where that property or road, directly or indirectly, feeds into the Macintosh's drain. Any such further development will significantly increase the risk of flooding again the properties to which I referred. A now known increase of risk will not just affect Mrs. Robinson and others. It will also expose the council to claims by affected residents and or insurers acting on their behalf. What is happening on Mrs. Robinson's property is an illustration of a far wider problem which will become worse if weather patterns change with global warming. The council cannot rely on historical data which are now known to be obsolete. The council must, throughout the district, ensure that existing properties are protected before allowing any development to proceed. Whereas here the proverbial horse is bolted, it must be caught again as a matter of urgency before more damage is done. It is accepted that after numerous letters, often not acknowledged, let alone answered in a timely way, council staff have shown some interest in the problem, especially after you, Mr. Mayor, became involved at Mrs. Robinson's request. It is to be noted at the time of the flooding that Mrs. Robinson rang the council, who told her to ring the fire brigade. The fire brigade said they had no pumps. So really that would suggest that a system of protecting people is not really working terribly efficiently, if at all. Mrs. Robinson's preference is for the whole of the drain as it passes within and or beside her property to be piped in a size, or that is the diameter, that will be adequate for now and for developments in the future. The sides of the present drain are collapsing, and an open drain will remain a significant hazard to children and other vulnerable people, especially as it runs alongside her driveway, which, although that is her property, nevertheless, for example, children can easily walk up that driveway because the gate is not necessarily always closed. The need for this issue to be addressed is an urgent one for her and her neighbours, and clearly if we look at the long-term plan, there's been a lot of complaints about flooding in the last couple of years. It is a far bigger problem than just Mrs. Robinson's, but it is a duty of the council, in my view, my submission at least, is that we need to protect existing properties before we allow new building to take place and new developments to take place, because we can't put existing people at risk for the sake of just expansion alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bransky. Mrs. Robinson, is there anything you'd like to add? Is there anything you'd like to add there, Stella?
No.
Thank you. Questions of colleagues? It's a very clear submission been made and well put, well understood, so we appreciate the time for your hands. So
I have some copies available of that submission.
to our staff to thank you very much. And as we already ended, I know our staff are in contact with you, Mrs. Robertson, so but we appreciate it being made in a submission form too, so we can just continue to check if there's moving from there.
And thank you for your assistance in this matter, but it seems to me unfortunate that we have to get the mayor involved before anything gets done, and it's not a good example really of dealing with the public that we've seen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bransky, for those comments. And Mrs. Robinson, I'd like to commend you on making the finest state scones in the district. I can say that safely with my mother no longer here. But your hospitality was amazing when we came out there. So thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Julia
Cleanage. Julia just arrived out there. Yeah, Simon, if you could let Julia and that other ready to go up there. Thanks, Julia. We're running a little ahead, so if it's okay with you. Go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us.
So just thank you for coming here. We've got your submission up to 10 minutes, and we'll give you a bell at about 8. Let you know how you're going for time. If you could leave a bit of room for questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you. If you could use the microphone that's there. And perhaps if you wouldn't mind clicking the other one off, it's probably, and but welcome to our meeting. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Okay, so the submission was presented or sent through, and this is the workload that's happened since. And so there's a lot going on in my head that I would like to share with you, and embarking on this journey of giving horse riders a voice for the first time in North Canterbury, and now I come to you with the mandate to also speak on behalf of South Canterbury. So we are a Canterbury voice today, and the reason for that is for 5 years in South Canterbury they've been advocating to their councils and are exhausted. We aren't exhausted. We live in a wonderful region or a place in Canterbury where you can ride your horse. You have the coastline, you have some forests, you have wide verges on roads, you have horse parks, Bainers Horse Park that you can visit for the first time. Environment Canterbury, lead spaces, West Mountain Hills Park. So we are fortunate, we recognise that, but there is room to improve, and by effectively looking at this issue, it starts with the fact that you've got communities around this country that are all begging, please, 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 can you cater for us? And you've got councils that are friendly and councils that are like, no, there's no funding stream attached to you, no thank you. So that allowed us to sort of think to ourselves, why? Why aren't we looked after as a sector of community, as pedestrians, as cyclists? What is it about us that's different? And we went to look at the road code. And I don't know if you've read the road code with respect to horse riders, but I challenge you to. I emailed NZTA to clarify, what are we? Because it did actually make me feel like I had a head injury. So they came back to us and confirmed what I did not know myself. And in this country, we have no definition of a vulnerable road user at all. So that leaves it up to interpretation as to who is a vulnerable road user. And naturally, pedestrians and cyclists are put into that. Horse riders, guess what? Sometimes they are, in some consultation documents by Raka Kotahi, they're equal to cyclists. And then in others, like the Road to Zero campaign, they're not even mentioned. Have you ever seen a road safety campaign that tells you that you should be passing a horse rider at 20 k's an hour or less? I have never, and I certainly don't experience it on the road. So the road code in this country is really explicit for some things and so vague for others. So that's, Helen here did a beautiful piece of research where she actually found the analysis or the full statement from the World Health Organization, which we want our country to effectively look at and adopt the same principle. And then when you look at the highway code for the UK, which they've just amended in 2022, everything they've just done, we want to copy. So that is where we're going as a group. And we sit under the New Zealand Equestrian Advocacy Network. Their co-chair yesterday met with me, and we are writing to Parliament to take this to them. So you're kind of hearing where we're going. It's not in the public realm, but I want to share everything with you because I want you to know that the status quo isn't protecting horse riders. Large grass verges aren't safe when you've got a culture of motorists, whatever, that don't know how to pass us or look after us. And South Canterbury, when I play you this clip shortly, when you see the gravel roads, that is South Canterbury's riding experience. They don't have a beach that they can visit. They don't have public places. They're not invited onto any trails. They have nowhere to go. And and just if we could play that clip to you.
Have you sent that through to us?
Yeah.
We'll just see if we can locate it. Otherwise, if we can't, we'll make sure it's circulated to colleagues and we can watch it in their own time. But did Helen want to say something? Is it correct?
Road safety committees. Okay.
So perhaps if you could just turn your mic on that side, that'd be great. Thanks, Helen.
So thank you for having us. We really appreciate the chance to share our story. With safety on the roads for horse riders is key for us to be able to enjoy riding in our community. So one of the things that we did find about the World Health Organization was, it says according to the World Health Organization, a vulnerable road user is any non-motorist road user in the role of a pedestrian, highway worker, a person riding an animal, a stranded motorist, a skateboarder, roller skater, scooter, cyclist, to name a few. So this is something that's really important to horse riders to keep us safe on the roads. But we also would like to see that we can preserve the riding culture, which is so important to us. Because riding for a horse person, even just having horses, is really important to our physical well-being, our mental well-being. It's a social activity, and dare I say that it's also really important for our spiritual well-being. So thank you. for listening to us.
And we hope too that one thing that Waimakariri District Council can do to support horse riders is a seat at your road safety committee. It's to consider horse riders when you are considering new tracks and trails. We're really cheap to cater for with respect to we don't need a compacted lime chip footpath. We just need permission. Permission changes mindset. We need a piece of dirt, 600 to the side. We can go over things, under things. I had an ECAN counsellor ask last week in Banks Peninsula, what would cyclists say if they saw horse riders on their trail? And I said, their trail, signage is everything, education is next. And horse riders and cyclists should be riding as if they were to expect a mother pushing a pram. We ride on an animal that is very perceptive of their surroundings, just as cyclists should be doing, not with earphones in and just going hell for leather. So, there's interesting things that come back at us, but it's very easy to communicate a message that it's about time that we had more multi-use trails, more usage, more ability for passive recreational users to just get out and use these spaces and places together.
Thank you. We can't locate the clip, so I'm not sure where it was sent. Have you got a copy of it here?
It's okay. It's actually not a deal breaker. I just wanted to be able to show you who we are as riders, and effectively what I can say is in the working group, and formed a working group so that as chair, my message isn't silo, my message is collective. The submission is collective. Andrea comes from the Canterbury endurance and trail riding sector. Again, if you have any way in which you can assist that group to hold events where they have horses that go to the national champs, they need off-riding places. The traffic management costs are really having an impact on their ability to run these events. And endurance riding is a global thing. You can really succeed on that playing field. It's incredible. Karen Legg, she's in Hanmer Springs. She offers her property for people to come and bring their horses and to ride the St James or Hanmer. And what I'm saying to you is there is a real untapped area of equestrian tourism that I think, horse riders travel. What I've come to learn in 2 years. Marie Clapham, she's a real advocate in Leafield Beach for the Kauai shared track there, and sometimes people have taken the horse signs off, and she's been really swift in honouring the legacy of the person who set up that shared trail. Roisin McGee, she's a journalist. Jonathan Appleby, he's a Canterbury trekking guru and has 3,000 followers on his page, and organises trail rides for anyone and everyone.
Thank you.
And so effectively we are asking for your support in the advocacy space. You may have heard that horse riders have ridden to the summit of Mount Grey for the first time in November and second time just last weekend. That is a space where you know how big that forest is. Horses have never been allowed there, and why? It really does come down to, I think, forming a relationship and just educating people about horses and safety and that we can coexist. But any assistance in sort of working towards more of an even playing field would be amazing, because cyclists have 24/7 access. We have already put the steps in place for the public liability insurance that's required. We've put the steps in place for the high visibility things.
You're at 10 minutes. Yeah. So I'm going to enable a couple of questions. We're a little bit at a time. Councillor Blakey, please answer these.
Thank you, Julie. This resonates with me. When I was 11, I was dragged 200 metres up a bitumen road by my bolting pony, which didn't do me a hell of a lot of good at the time. Question. if we could find funds to put towards your request, would you like to prioritise another areas such as Baynard's Break that you can go to and have acres to ride in, or put it into roadside improvements? Which would you favour?
Wow.
Just turn your mic on, please.
You answer that, Karen. Go for it.
Well, I'm going to speak for myself. That's a really hard call. I'd like to see road safety improved because we do ride from our homes to keep our horses fit, but a designated space with horses, horse access and horse trails is really a beautiful thing to have. So I think maybe in the timeline, I would say, because it would be maybe Canterbury funding or WIMAC funding, maybe to revisit the Silver Stream Reserve. That was an option at some stage, I think in 2009, was considered to put horse trails. I think that would be a real win for us. And the road safety is possibly a wider New Zealand thing. So I think I would vote for the horse reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Kings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Helen and Julia. The Waimakariri Road Safety Committee next meets on the 19th of June here between 10 and 12. Would you be interested if we were to send you an invitation today?
Yes, please. And I want to share with you too that we have all the marketing material that is being shared with us by Pass Wide and Slow in the UK. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. I understand funds are limited, and we come with solutions, and thank you for the offer of potential funding there, because really, first and foremost, we would like to have a relationship with you. Secondly, we would like you to care about us and to advocate to anyone you are in contact with. And three, when you hear of new things being planned or existing things and you think to yourself, why couldn't a horse ride this? Look to help us make that happen, because it's been really hard in a space where horses have been forgotten. So thank you.
So the email we would send, or staff would send, would be to you?
Yep, 24ncea@gmail.com.
Thank you. Councillor Means.
Yes, that was covered then. Thank you, ladies, for coming and presenting to us. I happen to live in the neighbourhood that Ms. Vicky lives in, and it's very popular for riders. There's often animated conversation about safe passing. I'm getting news here. In the advocacy space, you talk about the 20 Ks. What would your thoughts be? Would it be, have you thought of advocating for this, and would you like us to as well to suggest that the 20 Ks both ways, which goes for buses, also goes for passing and equestrian, because they don't make very nice ornaments.
Oh, absolutely. It's well and truly overdue, and it saves lives. So if Waimakariri District Council wanted to be the first in the country to do that, then by all means we're behind you and we will help write that with you, whatever.
I think that should be a national
Yep.
part of the road code rather than this is a rule of thumb. So that's what I'm saying, is that something that
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's a hard job of trying to keep colleagues to questions with a passion that there is. So I know in answer, so Councillor Kins asked you about the Road Safety Committee. The chair is online, Councillor Redmond, so I'm sure he will follow it up with you on a time there. Also, the mention when we were out there, do make contact with the local Member of Parliament. He's also the Associate Minister of Transport. So if you're looking for change in national level, it might be well worth your while talking to MDC as well.
Can I respond?
You may, yes.
Apparently, we have to wait for the Transport Minister or Associate to determine who has equestrian.
Oh, okay. Delegation.
Yep. And so it should actually be with Simeon. And
Well, we can help you out with advocacy, as you've mentioned, that's a no-brainer. So, thank you for your submission.
yeah,
Appreciate it, really clear. I know you are also presenting or have presented the Environment Canterbury as well. So thank you for your time, we appreciate it, and then we'll be deciding on the submissions in a couple of weeks' time, but the points that you raised, there's a few actions there that we'll consider.
thank you very much for your time.
Thank you
Go
both.
well.
Thanks, Julia.
Calvin, talk to me about Surface Stream Reserve and the content.
Yes, how lucky, yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I said, just a quick program.
They're not paying for it.
Oh, right.
We have a lot.
Alright, we're now at the next session, which is the North Canterbury, Satisfied Food Rescue. So welcome, Philippa. Please come forward. Members of your team are welcome to join. Tab, would you like to join as well? Just, I don't think he wants to come and sit at the table, so you should be.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to join at the table?
That sounds like it's fine.
It's okay. Alright, so welcome, Philippa. We've got up to 10 minutes for you allocated. There'll be, Courtney will do another giving indications, so we can leave a bit of room for questions. That would be great. So, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Philippa Hunt aho. I'm the chairperson of Satisfied Food Rescue. This is Steph, and yeah, she's been our longest serving employee at Satisfied and is our manager, and we've also got Simon Stokes in attendance as well, who's one of our trustees on our board. So I feel like I've been doing this quite regularly now, but we're back again with our submission for this year's long-term plan. Just to give you a little bit of background, which I know is included in the submission, but Satisfied's growth over the last 6 months has been tremendous. We have taken on an additional 7 I need my supportive Steve yet. 9 supermarkets, which are all located in Christchurch, but all the food is coming back to Kaipoi, and the majority of it is staying within the North Canterbury district at this time. So we are doing a huge amount of work and supporting the community tremendously. And the need we are seeing is just increasing in regards to food support, and it's only going to continue to increase with the existing financial climate. So the work we're doing is broad-reaching, definitely hugely needed and extremely valuable for the community, the waimakariri, the Hiranui, and also into Christchurch at the moment. So, and with that background, that's why we brought this submission to you. We obviously, as we are with our growth, we are acquiring more funds so that we can keep continuing with what we do, so that we can continue to be effective and efficient in the work that we do. And also with the increase in growth as well, it's putting extra pressure on our location, and that's why we've been having discussion over the last few years about the Kaipoi hub, and hence why we've also put in this submission about the hub. And it's really come to a bit of a head almost this week even. We're just feeling like we were in our warehouse in Williams Street in Kaipoi, and it's just getting to that point where things are not running as smoothly as we'd like them to because of the pressure of the amount of food, the number of recipients that are coming in, the number of van trips that are coming in with the amounts of food. We've now had 2 months in a row of rescuing in excess of 40 tonnes of food. And that equates to, for the working days that we do, that equates to over 2 tonnes of food a day. It's a lot of food to be processing, sorting through and then distributing out to the community. So you can imagine the number of vehicle movements in our little driveway that we have is pretty impressive, but also unfortunately becoming a bit of a health and safety hazard because it's not really set up for that purpose. So yeah, we've got lots of pressures on us. We love the fact that we're growing, we think that's amazing. We don't love the fact that the need for food is increasing. We prefer that not to be the case, but we are here to support that and to help address that. So yes, the things that we're specifically asking for are that the council considers a contribution to satisfy from the waste disposal levy that council takes in your, as part of your solid waste sector, and that we see would help us sort of annually with our operation costs. And then the other two things that we have asked for in respect to the Kaipoi Community Hub, the first one being that we are in a position now, like I said, that we really need a new location. We obviously been working really closely with council just to try and sort out getting to the hub. We're at a point where the lease is almost ready to be signed. However, with the real change in the financial climate, we've really struggled to get funding to support our build, and it's getting to that crucial point of, can we actually move forward with it? Is it actually feasible to do so? And so we'd like council to consider helping us in that respect so that we can actually get across the board there. We're in a real chicken and egg situation at the moment with our funding, and that we have to get to a certain portion of the funding to be able to basically impact others to be able to come on board. And so it's really difficult to do that because the likes of RATA and the DIA are really keen with what we're doing, but they need to see that we have a certain amount secured and actually in the bank before they can commit to giving us their funding. But as you can imagine, it's really tricky to do, and we originally were really confident that we'd be able to get that from the local sort of business community, but as the economic downturn has kind of made businesses a lot more conservative, which is totally understandable. They're just not willing to kind of put themselves out there as maybe they would have a few years ago. So that's the situation we're in there, and support from the council would really help us to get across the line so that those other funders would be able to just tick the box and say, yep, this funding is now available for you. So and the longer we wait to be able to get those the green lights from the other funders, the longer it takes for us to actually get to site. And then the last one is around the Kaipoi community, the communal hall associated with the community hub, which we are so excited about. It was something that really so important, we think, for the Kaipoi community. It's a huge investment into the community, as are the other aspects of what we've presented here today. But the Kaipoi community really will benefit hugely from a community facility, which it really lacks at the moment, and it could do provide just so many exciting opportunities for the community, and also provide a really collaborative space at the Kaipoi Hub. So because of how things have changed a little bit with the way the hub's set up now as far as the trust, and then I can go into that further if you want more detail in question time, but what it means is that there's no real impetus to move that project forward at the moment, so it would be great for council to come on board and take that up as part of a capital works project so that that building actually gets across the line, and that space that's been put aside as a hub really becomes a functional community hub, which I believe that building is kind of a linchpin in that really. So yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. I have no idea how far we've gone there, but I'm sure you have questions, so happy to.
You're about 8 minutes there, so did you want to add anything, Steve?
No, Philippa covered that. Oh, sorry, thank you, Philippa. Philippa covered that off quite well. I'm really sorry, I feel quite unprepared. I've literally just come from rescuing food from a number of supermarkets because we've had some volunteer staff shortage this morning. So if I'm quiet, it's because I'm just taking a moment to catch my breath.
I understand. Councillor Fulton and Councillor concerning Cairns and Brian, if we have time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the work that you do. I'm interested in that sort of bigger question as to the sustainability of and what's changed in the recent couple of years. You literally satisfy a need. That need is growing, but do you think there are factors in there that actually make it hard for you to even be here in 3 to 5 years' time, given the demand, the growth, and what else can be done, in the food rescue market to actually support you? Supermarkets, for instance, food producers.
Good question.
Yeah, so we currently do get support from the supermarkets. Countdown actually stepped up at the end of last year and gave us a significant funding boost so we could actually enable that growth into Christchurch. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do that.
I'm thinking the distribution network, for instance. I mean, you are literally going there and you're going around in your vehicles, but
so logistically,
supermarkets.
Yeah, that's not something that we've explored, and I don't know if anyone actually does that within New Zealand. We do try to engage with them if we need to do backfilling on trucks, so for larger bulk things. We will try and use, because they have subcontractors to do the moving of stock around the country, and so we have used them to move stock between larger geographic locations. If we have a big glut of food that maybe we want to get down to Dunedin or up to Nelson or something, we've done that in the past. But when it comes to those smaller sort of movements, we haven't so much. But yeah, that's a good point, something to explore for sure.
Thank you. I've got 3 colleagues. Please keep your questions going. Can get through 3 if I can. So, give you very much.
Thank you for the submission. Look, I'm interested in your view of what a community centre these days is, because I'm not convinced I know myself what it is, and what a modern day look of that, and what you're expecting from your statements in here. I mean, I know that you say that Carlton community hasn't had one since 2010. I can't remember one since way back and long before that, in the 90s, when there was a community centre. There's one in Kaipui now. That's clearly not what you see as a community centre.
No, it's a social services hub at the moment, so it's functioning as a social services hub, and there is one meeting room and they're available to the public. So, it's great for the social services side of things, which is fantastic, so it's serving a purpose in that respect, but it's not really enabling a lot of sort of community involvement or sort of collaboration or usage apart from the mill room, which is that one meeting room in there. So I see a community facility, particularly the one that we envisage, is or we've got plans for it. It's a multi-purpose facility that has sort of multi-purpose meeting areas, a really functional commercial kitchen, sort of indoor-outdoor spaces, and that's has that sort of connection to that outdoor area as well, and is able to be used by a whole raft of different organisations and individuals.
So how does that help you with the situation you've got?
So how it helps us? Well, because we're so collaborative in nature, we work, as you can see, I think you see it in there of our list of who we work with, and food rescue by definition is collaboration. So we're used to working with others. So for us to see a facility that is then kind of just enabling that more, so to enable not just us to collaborate, but other organisations to collaborate, it just kind of warms our hearts, but also will help us too, because there'll be a really good commercial kitchen in there, which we can then use for doing workshops, events, even the possibility of upcycling food. So it will give us purpose as well if it's correctly designed and built, and also for the other hub users around as well.
Mr. Keens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the huge amount of work that you do for the most vulnerable in our community. Thanks, Stephen Philippa. Are you asking for, because of the food distribution that you make throughout North Canterbury, are you asking for funding from the Hurunui District Council as well?
You know, we haven't, but we should. And part of the reason why we haven't is that we don't have, and we've been trying for the last several years to actually get a physical presence in the Hurunui. We do support currently 3 food banks there, but we don't have a physical base. And we see it as actually a strategic priority for ourselves to get a base there, whether it just be a small kind of hub. And we have been working on that for years. And we sort of feel like we almost need to be there before we can do that ask. But maybe we should reassess that, but it's definitely on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
So you've mentioned Dunedin and levy funding. So are you aware of any other TAs that are accessing levy? And are you aware that the levy is 50-50, so there is a central government pot available as well?
Yes, so we are actually applying to the Waste Minimisation Fund for the building. That is, which is where that money goes to. So for that central fund. As far as other local authorities, I don't have a huge amount of details. However, I do know that both Nelson and Hamilton actually have a situation where the food rescue organisation is actually part of the council. So they obviously therefore fund it, and my assumption would therefore be that they probably get support through that either. So yeah, it ends up being a sort of sector of special council work.
Thank you both. I know there's others would like to ask questions, but in respect to the others that are behind waiting, they need to respect that. But thank you for your time, and I agree with the comments Councillor Keane. I actually do a huge amount of being there to see what they do, and very appreciative of all you do. Your points are well made. We'll be considering those in a couple of weeks, and we will be in touch.
Cool. Thank you very much. And yeah, just to your point there, you're all welcome to come and visit and see what we do. So just get in touch and come check us out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's kind of it. Thank you. All right. We're now Silver Stream Volunteer Group. You catch. Okay, here you. Richard. Welcome to our meeting. We've got up to 10 minutes for presentation. About 8. Within the 10 minutes, we'd like to, if you could leave some room for some questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
This is on, yeah. So as most of you are probably aware, Silver Stream Reserve is a 52-hectare recreational reserve in Clarkville, and since 2006 the Reserve Volunteer Group have been meeting twice a week to work on the administration of the reserve. Those meetings twice a week since 2006 total about 3,500 hours per year.
Hey, could you put the microphone a bit closer to you, sorry? It's much better, thank you.
So 12 hectares of the reserve has been planted and plants with over 50,000 seedlings have gone in the ground. The majority of that planting has been done through volunteer labour along with the weed control, plant maintenance at the reserves. In 2001, the council granted the group a $5,000 yearly budget to apply for funding for restoration projects. So far through this resourcing, we've raised $20,000 for planting across 3 planting sites. Other funding we've secured is $300,000 in action for funded ranges of the reserve. That's since ceased in 2022, leaving a real gap in our sort of restoration there. The reserve this year hosted an outdoor music event alongside down by the river. This was Bowler Common Sounds, a great success, attended by over 180 people, and the volunteer group spent over 20 hours preparing the site for that and facilitating the day itself. The group also helps provide recreational activities in the reserve for nearby schools, Clarkville and St Patrick's Primary School. We also have a control group that monitors the traps at the east and west weekly. and Richard will speak more about that program there. So the reserve is a really unique biodiversity habitat for North Canterbury. We've got wetland and dryland areas which contain rare remnant native plants. In the 2021 waimakariri long-term plan, we were granted a one-off budget of $4,000 towards ecological assessment of the reserve. And with this funding, we were able to achieve phase 1 of an ecological assessment with a particular focus on community seeding trial project at the West End. And the purpose of this project is to research re-establishment techniques and to work with environment Canterbury on other sites, trialling methods for community re-establishment. We're also, the reserve is only one of only a handful of sites where the Canterbury Plains boulder copper butterfly exists, so that inhabits surviving protected patches of Millervickia axillaris. And along with these dryland habitats, we've got a low-lying wetland habitat, which is home to rare remnant native plants. We're lucky enough to have a retired botanist in our group to help us identify these plants and provide a little bit of advice on maintaining these areas. And we had Jason Butt from Environment Canterbury come out, and recently he identified another semi-aquatic bulrush sedge, and that has a status of at risk and naturally uncommon. So we request the support of Council to maintain these specialist habitats through contract labour or and ongoing ecological research. The maintenance of these sites is beyond the expertise of our volunteer group, essentially, and there are some really unique and at-risk plants in there. This is expected to cost $4,000 per annum, as was granted previously for the initial assessment. So for that cost to be ongoing would be a great assistance to protecting those areas. Also, I want to talk about access and walkway. So as you all probably know, the reserve is split into two portions, the eastern and western parts, and that is separated by a piece of public land administered by DOC. Pedestrian access through this land would link the whole reserve and provide greater recreational opportunities for visitors. The land on the northern side contains a salmon hatchery, and the land on the southern side of the stream appears to be largely unoccupied, aside from a few buildings associated with that hatchery. However, there is plenty of public space for walkway away from the hatchery. So we support the development of linkages between the east and west along the public land, whether by esplanade, reserves or strips of land managed by Environment Canterbury DOC or Waimakariri District Council. So we request that the Council's property team explore options to secure public access between the east and west areas of the reserve. And as I mentioned, with some of the funding we've secured, last year we secured 70,000 from lotteries for predator control efforts at Silver Stream. This funding, it was more than the reserve required, so we saw a need to expand predator control efforts to the wider community. And the objective was reviewed, and we decided, or we saw the need to establish a wider Canterbury waimakariri program. And the goal of that program is to support community tracking groups across the district, and then to also buffer the reserve and expand our tracking efforts to greater protect the reserve itself. So I'll hand over to Richard to talk about the ins and outs of that one.
Morning, everyone. With the funding that was on,
yes, it's on.
Yeah. With the funding that we received, we've pushed outside, as Kate was saying, the reserve, because the way the funding was provided had to be used for trapping purposes, not the more general purposes. So that's how we've ended up with a group, Pestry Waimakariri, which was initially primary goal was to support silver stream trapping. That silver stream reserve, before it had the volunteers working, there was just broom and gorse, and that transformation of getting rid of all of that, the planting they've done, a created habitat, the trapping they're doing is now getting rid of the pests so that the birds can flourish. the pests will keep coming back into that reserve from outside until something is done beyond the boundaries of the reserve. And that's what we've been working on for the past 6 months, and will continue this year to engage the private properties around the reserve. You can imagine as that grows, the internal area gets more and more pest-free and bird life will flourish. And that reserve already gets a lot of recreational use, people visiting it through this transformation. And the possible change in bird life, which we're already seeing there, is going to make it more and more popular and increase its reputation. So we've run with that around Silverstream itself, and they just hit their milestone, by the way, 2,000 pests caught by those trappers in Silverstream over the last few years. So quite a target. We're going to have a cup of tea together in a week's time to celebrate that. With Pestry Waimakariri, we've had to expand that through the whole district, and so what I've been doing is supporting outside of that area, bringing together the current groups. We support about 15 groups now. We've set up 4 new projects in council reserves. So that's volunteers going in and looking after those reserves on a sort of weekly or 2-weekly basis. We're working with schools, Rangiora High School and Concoal. We're working with them to set up quite a big project up there around the school farm area and through the urban as well. We're working with primary schools later this term. The Kaihoi and Rangiora men's sheds are involved with building traps. So we've got quite a lot happening. We've got about 150 trappers around the district, not all set up by us, but just we've brought everyone together on a platform where we can actually see what's happening in the whole of the Waimakariri now. So it's kind of like we've done the groundwork of establishing what we've got. We've started expanding that. We're working with ECAN on a project down towards the Waimakariri River between Silverstream and the river on a landscape-sized project there. There's a huge project being planned for several years' time that we're trying to bring Waimakariri into for between the Rakaia and the Waimakariri rivers from Banks Peninsula to the mountains. And we think Waimakariri should be part of that because they're looking for large amounts of funding and we don't want to miss out on that. So we're getting our foot in the door there, so Waimakariri is part of that as well. That I think is a big future in it. So that's just a very brief rundown of what we've achieved in the last 6 months that we've been running with this. We've got funding for another, to the middle, late part of this year. We've applied for more funding to keep this going because we don't want these things to fall over. There's a lot of interest out there to make this kind of thing happen. So that's a very brief summary of the trapping side of what Silverstream has created, made happen.
Just to add to Richard's.
You're at 10 minutes now, so if a quick point is fine, I'll enable a question.
Right, thank you. Just a quick point around the funding. We, as a group, this program, the Pestry Waimakariri, benefits the biodiversity of the reserve, so we request the support from council to maintain the program and Richard's full-time employment as the coordinator of the program and all the operational costs that go with it.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, the funding for your restoration achievements by my maths, it says since 2021, $5,000 reaped, $20,000 of return for grants. It's a great 4-to-1 ratio, right? So is that typical? Is that a sort of typical return? Is it increasing over time across the whole reserve group? The amount of money that you get from council versus what you reap back?
Yeah, thank you. It's I'm not sure if it's typical, but we continue to seek avenues for funding as far wherever we can. We are not a trust, so that does we do require council sometimes to sort of levy us to be able to apply to certain funders. This year we're getting funds from Tree's account for 2,000 seedlings. And we're always exploring avenues for those planting fundings specifically, and making sure that balance is right between the amount of plants we're planting and the volunteer labour that we have and whether sort of maintain a level that's manageable for the group.
Thank you. Look, thank you for your time this morning. Just want to acknowledge on behalf of the council our thanks to all your volunteers. You did a remarkable job down there. I really enjoyed a month or so ago popping along to the concert you referred to. It was excellent, and hearing from our own staff, Mike and Biggs, realised they had talent. I promised that the next one, Councillor Blackie's going to do a solo just to round it all up. But it's phenomenal what you achieve. I didn't realise also that with the boulder copper butterfly, which is native to that area, so you learn something when you pop it on. But it's a beautiful space, and full credit to you. Thank you for your submission. We'll be deciding on that in a couple of weeks, and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See you soon. You're coming in this week, next week.
Friday, Monday.
Yeah, give me a second for your text.
All right, we now next have Drusilla Kingy Pedersen. Drusilla, if you want to come forward. Thanks, Drusilla. Got up to 10 minutes, Drusilla. Courtney will sound the bell at 8. If you could leave a little bit of time for questions, that would be great. Thank you.
I've got a copy. I did what you received was part 1. This is part 2. Okay. I've got a copy for the mayor, a copy for Joan, and a copy for someone, and I left this out there for the receptionist.
She'll make sure a copy goes to all colleagues. If you just leave them there, we can handle that yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So one for Joan, one for the mayor, and one for somebody else.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep it really simple. My talk today is mainly about water. Okay. I did because water is also to do with. I've just come off doing the loading bay at Christchurch Public and the 7th floor. We're doing the 7-storey building, and I've been doing traffic management since 2010 to 2024, and I've just come off a site where 50 people got labelled. Today, yesterday, we were trying to save 20 jobs in the centre of town. So there's a lot of other stuff going on. So to me, it's about keeping people working, and also I'm a real fan of the big road project that we were talking about, Joan, and when that comes through, my concern is how you're going to have your workers. Okay? What it is this here is an article done in 2022. I want you to really read it because it's actually talking about the nitrate level. They were proposing 1.1. At the time it was 7 point something, and my concern is the U Drinking Authority, which was established in 2021,
I feel you have to stand yourself, you may
which has the modelling, okay, 2021, they're basing it at 11.3, and I'm thinking, why is that? Okay, so this is starting point. The second thing is too, the modelling's wrong. The first modelling there was 700,000 people. The 10 entities is 80% correct. They missed the Chatham Islands. The mapping's still wrong. This down here I've done business systems, it should all connect. When you don't have that connected, it means you make people token Maoris. It's going Hapu, Iwi, Maori, which is 3 separate groups, but it doesn't carry it through. It actually says it'll only consult with Iwi Maori there. Now, I have a big issue with that. I've actually been part of just become a trustee to a farm in Taranaki. You guys are really organised. You won't have many issues, but there'll be other groups further up the North Island will have issues when they have major disasters and stuff like that. So what's actually happened is you've got Water NZ, which is, if you're interested in water, you've got to belong to. It's $200 to be a member. You get free magazines. You to go to their meetings, their conferences. It's $1,400 a head. So that excludes a lot of your plumbers, a lot of your small business people. So I have a big concern with that, but they are really good. They're mainly engineers. And then you've got the drinking authority who only will talk to certain groups. So because I worked 1.5 years on it and the select committee came to Christchurch and only met 400 people speak, even though I do other hearings, I set up TOA Scientific Research Limited. I've been setting up film for 20 years. I've got 4 film projects. My photocopying bill last year was $45,000. I've got 100 grand tied up in stock. I've helped I've given out $18,000 worth of stock to Christmas parades, different groups, helping them with their history, the Lancaster Park. So I focus on civil defence. So the next thing is we're actually going just so you know what's actually happened, I've set up my 2 groups. They've been going since 2019. We're still just doing all our own thing. I'm also involved with the Grand, which is in Cathedral Square. I'm actually going to be a major investor in that as well. And that does the visitor centre for the whole of Christchurch. So it's about tourism, jobs and everything else. So what's actually going to happen is we'll just follow things through, and then we'll set up a small group which will be TOA, and it will connect anybody to do with roads, raids, and it's your traders. So it's looking after your traders, that's my thing. So this is just to make you aware what I'm doing and who I am. And I'm hoping that this will actually be my last meetings for the long-term plans. I've been doing them since 2010 over 5 councils. I've actually got 4 film projects. I want to do my children's stories. I want to focus on that side of things, you know. But I'm actually supposed to be going to London the end of this year I've got an idea for a cricket film on the Ashes. So I'm supposed to go to London, and I've been invited to go to a group of people to South Africa. So we've written a song, and we're going to sing to Penguin, but we haven't got the funding, so now we've got to sort out all that. So I've got plenty to do.
You're very busy. So just might want to wait just in case there's any questions. You've completed your presentation. Any questions of colleagues? We'll just acknowledge your passion and enthusiasm, and thank you for taking the time to update us on all those projects. Much appreciated.
Okay,
thanks for just all right. As you'll see from the revised schedule, we've got a reasonable break, and we'll be back at 1. Is this lunch provided today? What time is it? Say 12. So lunch, will that be the councillors?
Yep, and there's morning tea.
There's morning tea now, and then there'll be lunch at 12. Unfortunately, the time we reconvene our long-term plan hearings. My first submitter is Mr. Colin White, and I'd like to invite him to come to the table. Welcome to join us, Colin. Thank you. Appreciate if you can turn the microphone on when you're speaking. If you'd like to 10 minutes for presentation. If you could leave some time in there for questions, would be good. We'll sound a warning bell at 8 minutes, so just know how you're going in time. Thank you very much. Welcome to our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you on being polled as the most popular mayor in New Zealand. As I understand it, I think we had 172 respondents in the poll that was undertaken by the Ratepayers Union. So it's great to see that you still have some admirers out there. Okay, so for those who are not aware who I am, my name is Colin Whiteman. I've run a number of successful businesses during my time. I've been a senior. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
okay, that's cool. I've been involved in a number of occupations, as I say, over the years in a business capacity. I've also held senior roles in marketing positions in my early life, working for organisations like the New Zealand Meat Board, Dominion Breweries, Eco Colleges in Christchurch, and a few others. Okay, so I have a background, a tertiary background, Lincoln University, having majored in marketing economics as part of my Bachelor of Agriculture degree. Okay, so I feel that I'm qualified to make a submission today, more in relation to the long-term district plan in terms of the economics and financial aspects that are being proposed within that document. So please excuse me if I'm a wee bit straight up. That's the way I operate, because I'm quite disturbed about what is being proposed in this long-term district plan. And as you've been provided, I think there's a 2-page document there that I've presented prior to this meeting, and so I'll just take you through those, even though we can take it as they've been read. But I'll just extend on one or two of the items that I've raised in my submission. Okay, so I think the primary one for me is that I'm significantly opposed to the further LGFA debt loading that the proposed district plan is suggesting, particularly when there is no debt repayment plan. No business can operate as such. It would be economic suicide to operate any business where you continue to borrow and you have no intention of repaying. So to me, that's my biggest thing with you people here today, who are representatives of this district, that you cannot continue to borrow recklessly without consideration to future generations. And if you do, you can only hold yourself responsible as the people that will maybe one day bankrupt this council. I made a comment there that if we can reduce the council debt to below $20 million under the LGFA scheme, rather than the $360 to $400 million proposed indebtedness that you're sending us towards, then that is what I would be supporting, as opposed to not in agreement with what is proposed in this long-term district plan. I oppose the council spend on non-core services. It is not its current flow income, and as I explained, we have to cut our costs according to the income that we generate on an annual basis. And anyone trying to operate a business outside that reality is going to essentially bring us to a day where there will be major financial problems. And you don't have to be very clever, you don't have to have a commerce degree to know that, and that's my message to you today as representative councillors, is that you have to put a stop to this reckless spending and debt entrapment that you have essentially presented in this document. I'm opposed to the continued racist provisions within our district, and in particular the writing off of unpaid rates and contribution fees
from some of our friends within the district, which is inequitable, because I know many Māori have no benefit from what has been given away by way of these write-offs, and others have obviously benefited from it. We cannot have an equity in this district. It is wrong, it is racist, and there's no place for it. I'm opposed to the extraordinary expenditure on flood resilience works that rely on fraudulent climate change science predictions that are now well exposed as being the fraud that they are. I'm opposed to the extension of the public library in Rangiora, as we do not have the income to cover that, other than obviously increasing the borrowing that is being proposed in the plan. It is not a priority. It is not essentially a need, but where there is a need, I would be suggesting that those that want the need to extend the library, that they group together, they fundraise to enable that extension if it is required. Now, I'm referring to minority groups who would like to have the library as their meeting house, as currently is the situation. If they want an extension of the library to do that, then there's no reason why they cannot finance it themselves and raise the funding to provide the facilities that they require. It comes back to use of days, and we'll go on about that in a moment, even though I'm going to run out of time. Okay, so obviously I'm opposed to any buy-in by council of the racist three-words proposal that was introduced by the previous criminal governments over 30. They were criminals. They ran our government debt from 60 billion 7 years ago to somewhere in the region of 250 billion. We're now seeing New Zealand in a catastrophic financial situation because of the previous government, and the current government obviously trying to deal with that, but we cannot buy in on any of these racist proposed three-word type activities. I'm opposed to further land grab by way of the SNAs and wetland areas. I'm a victim of one of those myself. The way it was conducted was disgraceful. This council was actually involved in the land mapping that was required by ECAN to do that. I hold one of that council responsible for that land theft, and I make it very clear today that farmers of this district will not tolerate it any longer. I'm opposed to wasted expenditures on cycleways and wetland projects, and I'll cut short on that. We know what's going on at Line Road. My understanding is that in the long-term district plan, there's a sneaky provision there for further land purchase, and rumours out there that the land has been identified. I say a big no to that. Wetland projects are for loonies, and for those that are brought in on this climate change nonsense that has no true scientific foundation. And this for cycleways, I know that there's probably been some representations made by cycle groups that they want it. Get together, raise the money, use the pace. We pay fuel tax, we pay registration for our vehicles to run our vehicles on the road. They can do the same. No reason why they can't have it. I'm opposed to traffic lights on main highways. What we're seeing at Wooding is an absolute disgrace, and we're reminded constantly of the worst decision that's been made in recent times. When we know in Australia, underways, overhead bridges for walking people. We need more intelligence in this council, please. I'm opposed to reduction in the speed limits, which we know are being proposed. All it is going to create economic disaster for us. Okay, so I think I've heard the bell ring. I've got 2 minutes to go. So you do have solutions. There are solutions. You've got $1.5 million worth of assets. You can eliminate your debt. You can get below that $20 million. You can avoid yourselves to the responsibility of other councils borrowing outrageously as well. Deal with it. You don't need a good number of those assets to eliminate the indebtedness that you are creating for us as the collateral. I'm supportive of staff rationalisation. You've got way too many staff, you've got non-productive staff. Deal with it, please. So I'm supportive of consultants and contractors who do give us value for money. We need to look at that closer. I'm supportive of council that spends according to its annual income, which is this council is not currently doing. I'm supportive of affordable housing with initiatives to provide land areas for affordable mobile home and other alternative housing in this housing crisis environment that we're living in here in New Zealand. I'm supportive of arterial road upgrades that will improve State Highway 1
outflow traffic. Supportive of council resigning from LGNZ because LGNZ has proven to be a corrupt organisation by the fact they signed us out on 3 wards where they did not have the support from council. And I'm supportive of all persons in this district being treated equally. I do not tolerate racist ways of dealing with ratepayers. We are all on the same page. I'm supportive of a more open, honest and transparent council. We've had no participation at Ratepayers Association meetings where you people have been invited. You've been invited to other events, you haven't turned up. We've seen CEO orders that tell the councillors they are not to have opinions of their own. There's an absolute disgrace. We see the abuse of standing orders in this chamber.
You're up to 10 minutes there, Colin, if you could just read.
And we've seen the misuse of compass FM and criticising those who want to bring account to this council. I'm supportive of no increase in rates. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We've used all your time, so is there a quick question from colleagues? Any questions? Yep.
I'll do a quickie, Colin. In your submission and on your social media, you quote up to 530 staff numbers, 70% rise. Interested where you get those figures from, because our figures are about 380 FTEs, which is only about less than a 30% rise over that 6 year. Where do you get that 500 and something figure from?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned nearing 500. So good question, Councillor Blackie. To answer your question, I've actually put an OIA request in to get clarification of those figures. I'm not actually in possession of a reply that would enable me to answer that, other than to say I know that it used to be around 240 or 250 about 5-8 years ago. The Taxpayers Union obviously polls all of the councils every year, and their figures on their website showing currently I think it's 440 or 480.
Which is not correct either.
Yeah. Well, obviously they have a source that they have to rely on, so I can't answer where their source is, but clearly there's been a sharp increase in staffing at this council over the last 10 years.
Thanks,
and we're seeing very little result from that.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. Your time's concluded. We've got a tight agenda, so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Mark Ireland. Thank you, Mark, for your submission. Got up to 10 minutes, so you get a valid 8. If you could leave some time for some questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you. So,
Mr. Mayor, councillors, yes, my name is Mark Ireland. My background, basically, I've been an exporter since the early 80s. I'm still in the export business. Always been involved in agricultural commodity exports, and I'm also a part-time farmer. My submission is basically, it's around rates and debt, similar to the previous speaker. As far as I'm concerned, annual rates must not exceed inflation. If they do, you're only adding to inflation. As a part-time farmer, having been in the agricultural sector for many years, what really annoys me, not only on this council but throughout New Zealand, is that the current uniform annual general rate is only around 5%, while the general rate is around 25.5%. These rating ratios are grossly unfair as they put a greater rate burden on the small number of high-value properties like farms. Farms have a large land component, of course, but the value of a farm property has nothing to do with the farming family's use of council services or their ability to pay a bigger bill. These rating ratios are nothing but playing politics by the WDC, as by keeping the uniform annual general rate so low is putting a lower proportion of costs on urban ratepayers, who of course provide the bigger voting base. These same urban ratepayers get to enjoy the benefits from council services like libraries, halls, pools, footpaths and better roads, while of course farmers, who are unfairly treated by these rating ratios, are further away from such benefits. As you'll be aware, the uniform annual general rate can be up to 30% of rates revenue, and the fact that the WDC is nowhere near that is purely playing politics. Farmers are disadvantaged enough these days, and it has to change. The WDC, like the country, has to be run as a business. It's as simple as that. And when times get tough, the brakes go on and the anchors are dropped. Increasing debt to eye-watering levels will not get you out of the current mess. It will be the end that will eventually sink you. It is only a temporary fix, as seen by the previous government. The WDC has no credible financial plan to pay off current and future mounting debt. If it does, well, it hasn't been made public. Therefore, the following must immediately be abandoned or actioned by the WDC. Staff numbers just have to decrease. And regardless of what they are now, they're around 288 back in 2018. That's from the Taxpayers Union. And whether or not it's up in the high 300s, 400s, whatever, it is more than double. While WDC's population has only increased around by 17.5% from 2018 to the present day. So we're not seeing any benefits other than increased debt. So what these staff do, God only knows. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, staff can easily be cut. Those involved in Maori cultural activities and consulting, those involved in human resources, inclusivity activities, climate change advisors, consultants, environmental, SNA and Maori significant area advisors, and good feel activities. All those staff can go, they're not needed. Focus on your core business staff. Race-based policies, actions must immediately cease. When the WDC's Maori population is only made up of around 9%, such actions as the following are totally unfair, unacceptable to the huge balance of WDC's ratepayers. Writing off nearly 10 million in unpaid rates and development contribution fees was the worst I've ever seen. Unnecessary, time-consuming and costly consultations with the local iwi or virtually every action the WC takes with consenting processes. As several politicians have said recently, the biggest inhibiting factor affecting New Zealand's growth and prosperity are the separatist and racist policies practiced by the Wellington bureaucracies and councils throughout New Zealand. This council is no different. Nice to have spendings must cease. Spending such as the following have got to go. Purchasing land such as the giant duck pond and Lineside Road to turn into a so-called reserve to apparently reduce the effects of the fraudulent climate change. Creating cycleways to supposedly reduce the effects of fraudulent climate change. Extensions to the library, we just simply cannot afford that at the moment. Upgrading extensions to the main power cricketing facilities, again, we simply can't afford it. If Cricketing New Zealand wants those facilities upgraded, let them pay for it. Continue purchasing properties throughout the WDC that have nothing to do with the council's core business has to stop. Reducing ownership of a good portion of these unnecessary properties will go a long way to reducing the WDC's debt burden and help reduce rate increases. Again, extension to the current council premises or moving to larger premises must not proceed. You can easily stop that by cutting your staff. Council must also take note of the following actions. Immediately cease council actions into council policies of the UN agenda. The UN is run by some of the most corrupt countries in the world, and by following the UN agenda, the WDC itself will be corrupt by association. Following the Ombudsman's recommendations, the WDC must be far more open, honest and transparent with its constituents. Closed workshops and council meetings, especially those based on race policies, must cease. Stop putting climate change extremist language and photos in WDC publications and press statements, as many such statements and photos are nothing short of being lies with absolutely no academic foundation behind them. To see one of the reports there a few years ago, we had forest fires in there, and then a photograph immediately below with blanketed snow on the ground. I mean, we get bushfires, been here even before the Maoris arrived. We've had snow on the ground even before the combustion engine was invented. So it's nothing but fraudulent. If this council took a closer note of economic indicators as advised by Infometrics for the year ended December 23, GDP declined in the WDC by 0.5%. Employment growth dropped from 4.2% in the year ended June 22 to 2.5% in the year ended December 23, while job seeker numbers increased from 1176 in the March quarter 23 to 1389 in the December quarter. So it's quite easy, council, the signals are there that both spending and debt levels must be reined in. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Any questions of colleagues? Thank you, Mr. Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, there is a question from Councillor Redmond. Would you mind if, sorry, he's online, sorry, he's just put his hand up.
Oh, problem.
Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, sorry I can't be there in person. Mark, you refer to council debt. How would you fund large infrastructure projects, given that they have a life of well over 50 years?
Well, I think you just stop your spending on all your nice to haves. It's as simple as that. If, you know, I can understand there have been inflationary pressures, but when councils, you only got to look at ECAN, for instance, increased rates by 25%. I will admire this council the fact that it's one of the lowest rate increases throughout New Zealand. But every time there's a rate increase or an insurance increase, where do you think those businesses pass it on to? It comes through their cost. I've got no choice but to pass it on. Even my own business. I mean, I don't travel anywhere near as much as used to. I use Zoom. It's no different. This council has to be run as a business. It's as simple as that. When times get tough, you cut out the niceties. We don't need, everyone would love to have bigger this, bigger that, more cycleways maybe, better libraries, but we simply can't afford it. You just have to rein things in. And that money goes on absolute essential core services, roading, sewage and water, nothing else. That's what keeps us alive, those things. If you don't have decent roading, then you can't get your goods to market. People can't get to work. You can't move big containers or goods to market on cycleways.
Would you support alternative funding mechanisms for councils?
Well, I think one thing I will agree with is I think this GST proposal that councils throughout New Zealand are looking at the government, I think something like that has to be looked at, and I would actually support the council in pushing that. I think central government over the years, I will concede, have at times put far too much regulatory pressures on not only regional but district councils, which, yes, that's why you require some of that stuff. What I would like to see, however, is a little bit more backbone from councils in fighting those issues. It's no use just, all I seem to read in the paper is complaining about it. But I think councils actually really have to grow a backbone, and I think you'll get your support of your ratepayers by seeing that backbone. And I think the likes of, as I say, there is a balance, but I think councils have to show more resolution against central government in these issues. But this climate change spending and just giving away $10 million or $8 to $10 million, those things, they just got to stop. I mean, I remember the mayor had a thing in the paper there a while ago about Skewbridge costing $10 or $11 million to be able to replace it. I travel over Skewbridge Bridge quite regularly, like many people in this room would, and I don't know how I haven't had an accident, but every time I cross it, I think about that money that was just given away. Those things have to stop. You've got to live within your absolute means. I'd like to put more fertiliser on the place. I'd like to do more drainage on the place. I can't at the moment. It's as simple as that. The animals have to get fed. That doesn't get anything else.
Thanks, Mr. Ryan.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wayne Dwyer. Mr. Dwyer, thank you for your submission. You've got up to 10 minutes to speak to that. You'll be about 8 minutes to indicate that time, and if you could leave some time for questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. My son is here with me. I'd like to speak particularly about the Eastern Link Road part of the long-term plan. And I take it you've all read and hear my submission, so I won't read it out as such. Just some supporting notes and questions on that. Now, half my submission is questions, so I'm not quite sure what time frame or how or where they get answered. But I'll go through the points anyway. And this is all regards to the map, the development maps that have been provided to me from the council of the proposed eastern link and its northward path through to Coldstream Road. Number one, the first part makes good sense. The coming off Ironside Road just before the railway crossing, going around to the east of the sewage ponds, and I believe that's been a general accepted sort of a route for many, many years. So that's good. But it gets a bit fuzzy as it gets northward after that. I understand from sewage ponds through Sparks's to Kippenberger Ave is the next bit that's very unclear. From the maps that I've been given, it will go through McPhail Ave, come through to the roundabout, the existing roundabout that Belgrove have made. They have conveniently made a 2-lane patch from that north to their existing boundary, which is behind the sports field, and then it sort of goes even fuzzier. It takes a dive a little bit east and comes out on Coldstream Road. And I understand that the impetus is on the eastern link. The first piece is from Ironside Road to Northbrook Road, but surely you must understand that any real or perceived alternative, or use the word bypass of Southbrook Road, would be heavily used. And I'd use the word hammered. Anybody who could avoid Southbrook Road now would do so. So to consider only a very small part of this, the southern end, and not really, to the information that I've got, consider the rest of it, I think is really very lacking. In some correspondence with the council and their maps, basically that road would end up at Coldstream Road, right on my front door. Now, what happens to that traffic once it turns left or right on Coldstream Road? There's no indication. Obviously, I would imagine the most traffic going northward would have to go past the sports field and then turn right onto Ashley Street. Well, what happens then? The connection through Belgrove north to Coldstream Road, in the plans of Belgrove, the plans that I've seen, I've followed it, and not necessarily all of them, there was no northern connection from Belgrove through to Coldstream Road at all. However, I've just had made available to me the Oricon Belgrove drawing, and it's got the northern edge of Belgrove, and it's got a little extension to Coldstream Road. So I wondered how and when that got in, and whether that was part of the deal at all. From my previous experience with the council some years ago, the traffic numbers on Southbrook Road, approximately 20 or 25% of it went right through and kept going north. Now, I don't know what those figures are now. Whatever they are, I would imagine they have greatly expanded from 10 years ago. But I would consider that there would still be quite a reasonable flow north through to that, and that would have to be considered.
Has there been any surveys done on that actual traffic flow or anything, or what would be perceived to come through? Has there been any?
Look, can I perhaps just want to finish your points, and I might clarify the process we're following afterwards, if that's all right. Here, just wouldn't want you to miss your time.
So really, what I'm concerned about is this whole route is not really thought through, particularly at the northern end. Now, you might be saying, well, there's a bit of NIMBY here because that's going to end up on my front yard. But any good planning, or what is ultimately a good design and the best for the district, you would think would carry through. But in making any street changes or road changes, there are winners and losers, and that's certainly the case. But you would hope, or I would hope, that any potential losers or people that are affected by it would be consulted and part of the deal early on. And I could not see anything worse than Southbrook Road ending up at a T intersection on Coldstream Road, or in effect Southbrook Road. It has to go through Fale Ave, the small new subdivision, relatively new subdivision on the south side of Kippenberger Ave, and I wonder what the people in McPhail Ave would be thinking when you tell them they're living on the new Southbrook Road. So that's it. I'll go back a good few years, and there's perhaps one familiar face in the council. I was on the council in the mid-90s when the Woody End bypass was being considered, and it got to the point where there's an optimum route or a desired route, and that was being marked out and presented to the council. There were some preliminary maps and things, but a person come along and got up and thumped on the desk of every meeting there was in the council and said, do not designate Woody End bypass, do not. And she went to every meeting and scared everybody, and that was ultimately done. Well, not designating that Woody End bypass in 1996 or thereabouts was a disastrous decision, and the people of Woody End would be suffering for a good few years over it. So basically, please think this out. Woody End, Southbrook Road desperately needs some sort of assistance. That's essentially what I'd like to say.
Just on that,
Yep.
So just to, and I won't take this out of your time allowance, but just to make it clear, you've got the concerns you've raised. No detailed design has been completed for the Eastern Link proposal, and affected parties like yourself absolutely will be consulted with, and your concerns will be addressed through that. That's not been finalised yet. It's an indicative proposal. Yes, we're designating part of it, but down at your end, there's not a final proposal at this stage, so there's still time for us to address those concerns, assuming it's agreed through this process. So just to assure you of that, and I'll personally make sure that we knock on your door and have a conversation with you.
On that note, and I sort of hope we do, because the sports centre, which we're well happy with, it's a great thing. That was sort of all proposal. We never really got, yes, it's going ahead. You know, it was all sort of, oh, it hasn't been finalised yet. It hasn't been finalised, and then all of a sudden, it's going ahead. The first thing's, we think it's great. It's awesome, but as you know, there's parking shortages. If you start running this through it, then there's all sorts of safety issues. There's all sorts of things that are taken into consideration. So I hope you do actually keep us in the process.
Absolutely.
I would note that if you're talking about the whole bypass system on that northern end, if you go a little bit further eastward, starting from Northbrook Road, there's still some paddocks, undeveloped paddocks. There's still a strip through. I'm not sure how you get through Belgrove. You know, there's still some option, but ultimately anything will have to join on or cross Coldstream Road. And really, our front paddock and our neighbour's paddock, the cows on it at the moment, is the only clear gap.
Because it's all got to get to Ashley Bridge, didn't it, for the majority of the...
You've made your points really well, and as I say, we'll make sure that you are, and actually to be honest, also others along that route will be consulted with as well. That's will be definitely part of the process. But
thank you for that. Please remember the lack of designation at Woody End.
Yeah, just hold it in. And is there any other questions from colleagues? There's not a hand up from Philip, so we're all good to go.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dyer. Thank you. All right. We next have Mr. Stephen Bell. Thank you. Mr. Carroll, could you, sorry, just switch off that microphone next to you, otherwise there'll be a bit of feedback. Oh, it doesn't, you can, yeah, all right, just when you're ready. So, thank you for your submission. You've up to 10 minutes. There'll be a bell at about 8 minutes. If you could leave a little room for questions, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Right, you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Wasn't that long ago, it was 12 months ago last time I was here. So, right, I've placed a counter offer on the table against the proposed payment and related rate increase. I'll take it as a read and request questions to get to the end. In a nutshell, we have only shown a path to increase debt with no plan whatsoever to reduce the burden on ratepayers. This is what you're elected for, and I formally request that you get back to basics and leave any element of central government for them to deal with. This includes social housing, sport-related purchases and mixtures. We deal only with the services portion of these. Dedicated cycleways, which I understand we have a minority lobbying for. The main house stadium contract remains as so. Do not transfer their loss to a ratepayer's burden. Whoever did the business plan for this should be questioned publicly to find out why it is failing. No further investment in the resource part until we've received $604,000 plus, which we had confirmed today, back from contaminated soil disposal from Endeavour. And there is more, but I won't have time to go through the lot. I would, however, under penalty of perjury from the council, request confirmation that there are no errors, omissions, or misleading statements, intentional or otherwise, in the proposals tabled for consultation on, and every dollar is accounted for openly and transparently. Now, last year, a section of the public was demonised and marginalised due to initially asking questions about where our money was being spent. Concerns over policies and projects, and if there was any overseas organisations influencing New Zealand policy and sovereignty. Over the course of the year, we have discovered a trend of spend now, pay later, and by a combination of obfuscation and hiding behind provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, has meant it's been difficult to extract information about our business. We've tried to engage with you collectively to raise our concerns, but have met with refusal and criticism, from being labelled as conspiracy theorists, tin hats, and comments like, do we have to listen to this minority, to name a few. A few that have engaged, we thank you, as you've chosen to show to be inclusive of the entire community, not exclusive. Ironically, the council states it is inclusive. Also to note that the invitation was, and still is, extended to all. As a result of the lockdowns and the resultant economic sabotage that was inflicted on the wider community, people have opened their eyes and realised that not all is as it seems. The ones that question and label as conspiracy theorists, that term is now relative to a critical thinker, a person who is capable of questioning with an open mind, not rejecting any claim, until both sides of the argument are thoroughly weighed. The truth lies somewhere in the middle. We have used the leaders by asking questions officially to receive the official answers. To satisfy Section 14 of the Local Government Act 2002, which requires all councils to take a consistent approach to their activities by conducting their business in a clear, transparent and democratically elected way. Right. What we have discovered, that we own nearly 900 properties, a number of these are questionable, and concerns are why we're still holding them, the prices paid, and the fact that some went to a third party as opposed to directly to the council, and the costs associated with some, for instance, the P House. The method of acquiring and justification is questionable. For instance, 132 Percival Street was one example. The discrepancy in the timings of the sale, the QV and the survey, which has been questioned to clarify the supplied answers. That information has been the next one is that information has been withheld through sleight of hand. For instance, when you ask for all information but receive the answer, there has been no formal discussions, hence refused under section such and such of the Local Government Act, as the information doesn't exist. But when you ask for some informal discussions from the supplied answer, approved, it results in a trove of paperwork. Remember, I asked for all. There appears to be emails and correspondence still missing, along with subtle date reference in the last reply to a point to an earlier time. Reference is Abbey Fields. Ratepayer has paid at least $11,396 for the year to apply for a job in LGNZ, in addition to the one he has already been paid for. This is a verified fact by the waimakariri, over here, without the vote to substantiate acceptance from the councillors or the public prior to applying, but endorsed by the council itself. I must point out that local government NZ has been paid to do this job, and as such is costing the ratepayer excessively to receive limited answers, which result in further requests for further or missing information. Most people give up. This does beg the question, has ICLEI or whatever acronym that morphed into be rebranded to LGNZ? Each one of these folders, there's 3 of them there, represent months of investigation, myself and along with the community now. The hardest process is the fact-checking and resubmittal stage due to inconsistencies. For example, the UNSDGs and the WEF. Even though I had a photo from the workshops, and the council chambers to validate the questions, the answers weren't forthcoming. At this stage, the transparency aspect isn't looking too good, which brings me on to my main concern. At a public meeting on the 7th of May 2024, a councillor asked a question of the acting finance minister. The answer given was correct, but incomplete. There's another ploy we have discovered. What he stated, to paraphrase, was that the council was sitting healthy with sufficient overhead in case of issues. And then went on to say that some other councils weren't in such a good position. I think we can all agree that was generally said. What he failed to mention is that the other councils are tied back to us by the guaranteed indemnity deed. Copy here. And I've extracts on it. It states that, in the words to the effect, if a council can't fulfil its obligations, then we place a demand against the other guarantors. In reality, our rates are being used to cover other districts in the case of a default or a call-in. Our lending of 181 million, that's from the last IAA, now pales in significance. And as you are fully aware, the economic climate out there isn't the healthiest unless you're in denial. This brings me on to the next series of findings. I cannot find, and by questioning repeatedly, where it has been clearly explained to the public that this is the case. That we, by being shareholders and owing more than $20 million, have become guarantors to the scheme, i.e. other councils and I assume CCOs, as well as those shown on the LGFA documents. That's the local government funding agency. More concern is a statement to the question about consent, is that the council, as part of doing business under the Local Government Act, doesn't need to advise when questioned about requiring acceptance from the public. That's a question I've got and that's the answer I got back. As we are paying, and all of the conditions or risks were never clearly explained to the public, then this constitutes fraud. As the perpetrators of the fraud, then whoever signed into the document, along with the CEO, are solely responsible, unless you can prove that you have an exemption to Article 8 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, United Nations, 1967, Section 98, debt bondage, and also the Crimes Act 1961, Section 240, obtaining by deception, or causing loss by deception. Finally, our assets that we pay for are not yours to strip and sell to settle your debt. They were vested with you to manage on our behalf. Now, what is your plan to mitigate this risk and come back to community control? The public are being affected by your gross mismanagement and debt enslavement. If I ran a business like this, I would have been judged bankrupt within a very short time, and affected parties would be paying for blood. As stated, we are ready to work with you and back to local level and answerable to the ratepayers authority. Consent is given, but at the same token can be withdrawn. And in the too much of this overreach is happening already in our country and it must stop.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any questions? No questions. Thanks, Mr. Bell.
There's a copy here, does somebody want it? I'm sorry. There's a copy here, does somebody want it?
Oh, yes, we thank you very much. If you take that stuff.
Would you scribble it off?
All right, next submitter is Mrs. Susan Thorpe. Might come forward, Susan.
It is.
Thanks, Susan. may have heard before, it's up to 10 minutes, and we've got validated minutes, so we've received your submission, we look forward to you speaking to that. If you could leave some room for questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Would you like some water?
No, thanks.
If you just perhaps just move the microphone a bit closer to you, and perhaps just pull it down towards your mouth. Just otherwise, Philip won't be able to hear online. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yes, I have made a submission which you've received. I'll go through that first of all. I have a couple of points which I have added in the last day or two, which I also like to draw to your attention. One is that the Kaikoura District Council has walked back on its climate spend, and this is a council which is disputing the climate hysteria, cutting back on its climate mitigation spend. They say they do things like stop bags and roading to take care of climate resilience, and they call the media climate hype climate porn. So perhaps your councillors would like to look that up. This is from this very month. But they retracted their funding last year. So they went against the climate zealots on their staff and just did it. So Western District Council debt, property portfolio and LGFA loans and rates. WDC debt of 200 million owed to the LGFA is reckless and unsustainable. This reckless debt is the only reason the council is attempting to raise rates this year, and that is totally unacceptable due wasteful spending by feckless bureaucrats are nice to have in vanity projects. WDC needs to prioritise the lowering of debt as a matter of urgency by selling properties which should never have been bought in the first place, not by raising the rates of long-suffering ratepayers. Reckless borrowing would not be tolerated in the private sector and must be reined in by the adults in the room on this council. So my points are WDC to set out debt repayment schedule with no further borrowing whatsoever from LGFA. Appoint independent members on the Risk and Audit Committee, as in other councils, for example Christchurch. Reduce debt to no more than 20 million and exit the LGFA contract, thus avoiding liability for other councils' debt. Reduce current $12 million annual interest payments. No rates rise. Public accountability for the property portfolio managers who recklessly escalated these debt levels. WDC sell with urgency 25% of the properties which are financial liabilities and or have no relevance to the local body core responsibility. Spend only on core business, not unaffordable nice-to-have vanity projects. Suggested that the council resign from the LGNZ after it acted undemocratically and dishonestly over the Three Waters sign-up. Follow Auckland's lead, as it is impossible to trust them again after such a breach of good faith process. WDC resign from LGNZ. Cull unproductive staffing number 3. 595 WDC staff, both full-time and part-time, is unsustainable for the Waimak population of 63,000. We cannot afford to have so many highly paid people on the payroll, many of them unproductive in any real sense. Cull staff by 20% in line with government budget restraint goals. Prioritise staff cull from wasteful areas like climate change mitigation and managed retreat. Now, have a section about managed retreat here, which is turning into a major problem, not just in New Zealand but worldwide. We see that the Spanish government is now talking about confiscating people's properties on the seashore due to the 1.15 millimetre increase annually in sea level rise. 1.5 millimetres annual sea level rise amounts to 15 centimetres per century, which is easily manageable by this council. This arises from the meticulous New Zealand-wide study by Dr. Paul Dennis and colleagues, as in the following quote from their research article: "The effect of vertical land motion on century-long tide gauge records in a tectonically active region." So they make the key points. They've gone right through the science. They've done the seismic research all over the country. As the above study was released in early 2020, which takes into account vertical land motion from seismic activity as well as historical tide records, I am struggling to comprehend how the 2021 Coastal Hazard Assessment for the Christchurch District, a summary report commissioned by our sister council CCC, took no account of these definitive findings and instead confidently predicts in their CCC report videos. CCC Hazard Report, in 100 years sea level will rise up to 1.4 metres. Dr. Paul Dennis and colleagues' research paper findings: in 100 years sea level will rise 15 centimetres. As a ratepayer with basic science education, I've been able to spot the above anomaly with only a few hours of research. It now seems that managed retreat policy using RCP 8.5 worst case scenario modelling is being developed and imposed on district councils by regional councils, DOC, Ministry for the Environment and NIWA. So it's of great concern that is directed by government bodies, whole council departments with scientific advisors adopt implausible data which lead to policy planning unfit for purpose, with consequent wasteful expenditure. This is ultimately ineffective for the long-suffering ratepayers already drowning in debt. Councils are required to use reliable science and act in the best interests of ratepayers, not adopt RCP 8.5 extremes with only 1% probability. An independent science panel convened by Kapiti District Council has already shown council used science not fit for the purposes of planning in placing coastal hazard lines on 1,500 limbs. Following a court ruling, the coastal hazard lines were required to be removed. Litigation may well follow this error, which unjustifiably caused 300 residents to sell their properties. Would be unfortunate indeed if there was such an outcome for a Waimakariri District Council decision based on implausible sea level data, which in turn may have been based on incorrect reports by overpaid consultants. So reject managed retreat policy which uses fanciful geoscience data, use reliable science based on the 1.5 millimetre annual sea level rise in all coastal planning policy, prune out all RCP 8.5 extremes with only 1% probability, withdraw from a national adaptation plan based on the science, so-called science, withdraw the usage of non-statutory coastal adaptation plan, use the statutory coastal policy statement and coastal hazard risk statement, revert to historically accurate tide gauge data in support of those, use reliable science in planning policy, prune out all extremes with only 1% probability, and cull staff from all phases of managed retreat policy planning. So,
Still got a few minutes left here. Do you want to continue or leave some room for questions?
thank you. So, point 5, fake climate emergency spend. I made a presentation on the 3rd of October last year, re the fake climate emergency, highlighting the definitive research of eminent climate skeptics, all of whom reject the $1 trillion extreme emergency narrative. Some of those have expressed willingness to address WCDC councillors. By listening to the voice of reason, this council can distance itself from the virtue signalling which currently and inexplicably dominates government and local body policy and mainstream media. By this measure alone, the council can dramatically reduce debt. Remove all climate policy based on these extremes. terminate all climate mitigation measures based on RCP 8.5, cull excess climate staffing levels, then retrain staff away from extreme policy, reverse all traffic calming speed restrictions which disadvantage people's efficient movement, withdraw funding of expensive speed bumps which virtue signal fake environmental concern, end cycleway expenditure after $5 million blowout, phase out further reference to a climate emergency from documents and handouts, retire the Council from the Climate Emergency Declaration as declared by a former CCC Mayor, withdraw support from agricultural CO2 and methane alarmism research, invite New Zealand climate skeptic scientists and engineers to address WDC, view the definitive film Climate the Cold Truth, and listed reference following.
Susan, you're at 10 minutes there, but I'm happy for you to finish your points, give you an extra couple of minutes if that's of use to you.
Thank you. So yes, I highly recommend that the councillors view that film, which shows in just over 1 hour the eminent top world scientists referred to. And if you can't afford that time, you can't afford an hour to find out whether the policy is wrong. Well, to me that sort of looks rather reckless and rather arrogant, because the mere fact of watching that film will mean that you will be able to reduce debt substantially and reduce rates substantially. I say withdraw support from SNAs and PNAs, no further buy-in to ECAN special natural areas which can make farms unviable, and Maori in particular are described as land grabs. No buy-in to adopt protected natural areas. Water, yes, this council has been admirable in its attempts to prevent chlorination. So please continue that effort to reverse the government's draconian provisions. This is the best water in the world. Definitely say no to fluoridation, which a major US study has shown disastrous lowering of IQ points in children and a causal link with Alzheimer's in adults. And I also just mentioned Sustainable Development Goals to withdraw all mention of United Nations policy, which is totally irrelevant to New Zealand and should not be included in any of our policy. Delete all references to the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Also say no extension to Ringaroa Memorial Library. Pegasus to fund their own facilities and main power to fund the cricket facility. But of course, if climate spending is reduced, you may well be able to afford those items.
Thank you. Does that you conclude your submission? To see if there's a...
Oh yes. Yeah, it's just going to mention the Kaipara Council walks back its climate spend. This is, I think this month. They withdrew it last year. We now see at New Zealand Council, which is disputing RCP 8.5 hysteria and cutting back its climate mitigation spend. They do things like stop banks and roading to take care of climate resilience, all old-fashioned terms that are absolutely adequate for the job. Councillors can look that up. Kaipara Mayor accuses the media of dealing in climate porn and cuts back climate funding.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Any quick questions from colleagues? Thank you, Susan. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Right, our next submitter is Mrs. Adrian Saunders. If you'd like to come forward, Adrian. Thank you. Adrian, welcome. We've read your submission and you'll have heard me say before it's up to 10 minutes and about around 8 minutes to give you an indication of how you're going for time. Look forward to hearing from you.
It's done.
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you very much. You councillors are elected by the people for the people. You have a responsibility to work for the good of our community and be debt free. So hence, we do not consent to the Waimak District Council borrowing any further funds from any financial institution. We do not consent to repeat projects in times of austerity and inflation and that are not core services. We do not consent to the extension of the upgrade of the Trevor Inch Memorial Library. We do not consent to the upgrade of the Southbrook Resource Recovery Park. We do not consent to any funding for the Pegasus community facilities when Rangiora facilities are so close in proximity to Rangiora, and the library in Dudley Pool, which I believe runs at a loss. This must all be done by the community and not funded by ratepayers. We do not consent to the funding of the Southbrook Rugby Park building upgrade, do not consent to any further funding of the main power stadium or to the development of the cricket. This should be funded by Canterbury Cricket. We do not consent to any funding the natural environment or the waimakariri biodiversity trust. This should be done by the community and not via council rates. We do not consent to the development of Lineside Road Duck Pond. We require full moratorium on all future staff hire as proposed in the long-term plan. We do not consent to fees being proposed to be charged for the Official Information Act requests. You must be accountable and transparent. This is the only way we have to ask questions. You will not allow questions asked at meetings, and you will not attend our public ratepayers meeting to discuss. We have asked 3 or 4 times for you to get complete answers, and even then they are not complete. Many questions remain unanswered. LGFA loans. We have made numerous requests under the Official Information Act on LGFA loans. The latest request on the 15th of December 23, where I queried the loans again for clarification. I believe the council was either misled or lied in the borrowings from 2015. The OIA states from June 2015, the council had borrowed 95 million from LGFA and had since that time borrowed 85 million, and that was to the 30th of June. According to the LGFA financial statements, this is incorrect. The LGFA financial statements as at 30th of June states the Waimakariri Council debt is 55 million. That would mean that the council has borrowed over 126 million since the 30th of June 2015 to the 30th of June 2023, not 85 million as per the OIA. I have all the documentation here so you can see. I would like a reply before I send this to the Ombudsman to get an explanation along with where the 180 million has been spent. You need to be accountable for this borrowing and explain exactly where these funds have been allocated. So far, answers to this question has been totally unacceptable. This borrowing is unsustainable. This council is morally bankrupt and financially bankrupt. If you also borrowed any more since the 30th of June 2023, we also want to know where that money has been spent. What brought us to this attention was on the last year's annual plan meeting where ex-councillor announced that the land was being purchased on Lineside Road, which was 100% funded through LGFA. This is not a core service, so began the investigation into this fraudulent expenditure that the council and the council staff seem to think that we're an infinite pot of gold. Borrowing money to finance your wish list without full consultation with the ratepayers is fraud. Through our OIAs, there have been many properties purchased and no consultation with the very people who finance your wish lists, with no financial gain to the community. Your core services do not include property development. The guarantee and indemnity guarantee with LGFA. Where is the consultation on this with the community on the guarantee deed? Shareholder local authorities and non-shareholder local authorities who borrow more than 20 million are required to enter into a guarantee
we may join or participate in LGFA. The guarantee is in respect of the payment obligations of other guaranteeing local authorities to the LGFA across guarantee and of the LGFA itself. Where and when did you notify us that you were going to debt enslave every ratepayer in your district? Your LTP page 118 did not mention the guarantee deed. Only security you use is our rates revenue. You have misled the public again and on how exactly this works and the debt that the LGFA has within New Zealand. LGFA is the largest issuer of New Zealand bonds by outstandings of 17 billion. Not only that, in our long-term plan, you think you are going to debt enslave us up to 340 million in the 28-29 year. Hence the reason that a number of submitters have said no to your continued spending. Even the government has said that local government should stop spending. We, the ratepayers, cannot afford these rates. You have continued to increase our property values to charge us more rates. Then you increase the debt to unsustainable level to force people out of their homes and off the land. So think again. We do not consent to your out-of-control spending. The council is therefore to provide core services. This is debt enslavement, which is a crime in New Zealand. We want all borrowing to stop. Zero increase in the Waimakariri District Council debt. Stop all infrastructure development except core services, which will be paid for by revenue collected, not debt. Reduce borrowings from LGFA under 20 million and full release from the Guarantee Security Trust deed. Inform the public via rates letter and rates demands and local newspapers that the council has a current debt with LGFA of how many million? And you expect to increase that up to 340 million in the 28-29 year under your watch. Also inform the public that you have signed a guarantee to enslave them, that is why our rates are continuing to increase. Inform the public that they are also guarantors for all the debt of LGFA if they should default, and that there is no Crown guarantee. In the Guarantees Act 1613, Contract and Commercial Law Act, I really struggle to see how that works when we have not had informed consent. You signed it, but without our consent. Do a survey and ask how many ratepayers are aware that you have signed them up as guarantors for the debt that they never consented to. LGFA, who was set up in 2011, it has a Ministry of Justice ministerial exemption under the Anti-Money Laundering and Counterfeiting Finance of Terrorism Act 2009. Why? I have the copy there. You learn to live within your means. Remember, all the assets of our community do not belong to the council, they belong to the community. And you are there to look after them for us. You are our employees. Don't forget we pay your wages. The United Nations and local councils. Since last year's draft annual plan hearing, there is a number of articles written in North Canterbury News and accusations on local radio about conspiracy claims. The United Nations are unelected, unaccountable global terrorists, along with the World Economic Forum Partnership, which the partnership is there. And you know about it because you've also had your workshop on that. And in that workshop, I see that you knew that they were financing the 2030 agenda, the climate change, the digital cooperation to meet the needs of the fourth industrial revolution. So you are heading us into that by the way of, the real intention is you following their guidelines with your 5G towers, your street lights, your traffic cameras, your street cameras, your traffic calming measures, and your 15-minute cities. The UN Sustainable Goals are ideology, it's an action plan and a blueprint inventory to control all land, all water, all plants, all animals, all production, all construction, all law enforcement, all energy, all food, all information. Control everything on the planet, including you. Smart, sustainability, monitoring, assessing, rating, tracking you through your 5G and all your lighting with the cameras. Mayor, Dan Gordon, you put the best time to address whether the UN's 2030 agenda was relevant to the Council would be during the 2024 long-term plan. Unfortunately, I do not see that this was even put up for discussion in your long-term plan, but I see many references to the United Nations within the Infrastructure Strategy long-term plan and the long-term 21 to 2051, which is still on your website.
We're at time there, Adrian. So
We
you've got a
outrightly
shot.
reject every
Excuse me,
proposal of the
Adrian.
Waimak District Council plan for 2021 and any subsequent plan where claimed goals are precisely equal to and are categorised by the United Nations and the WEF partnership with their Agenda 2030 plans and their 17 Sustainable Development Goals, whether worded the same or similarly spun wording, which reasonably mean the same thing yet conceals the true intent. Given that the Waimak District Council continued involvement with the implementation of foreign policies as outlined within proper transparent consultation or disclosure with the people of the Waimak District, it can only be construed that you are knowingly conspiring against the people.
You're at time. Have you got much longer to go?
Like just a little wee bit.
That's fine, you can finish that.
So I ask again, where did you get your consent from? According to, I'll let you read some of this, I'll skip it. The environmental concerns of 5G towers without public consultation and a request for urgent health and safety measurements on the EMF and the EMR readings should be made public, along with the LED street lighting as a public health safety concern. I oppose the Waimak District Council's climate change policy and managed retreats. Climate change is fraud and NIWA lost data and managed retreats are a land grab, but you are still allowing buildings to go in flood-prone areas. I've got some stuff here I'd like you to read about Morris Strong, which is a key to understanding global warming Agenda 21. That was written quite some time ago, but I can't believe how relevant it is now. The 15-minute city inventor is Carlos Moreno, which is a terrorist from Colombia, and he was the one who designed your 15-minute cities. I care if you read that.
Thank you. So you want to table that?
Yes. And one more thing about fluoridation and fluoridation. We do not. We have a right to refuse to undergo medical treatment. Everyone has the right to refuse to undergo any medical treatment, which includes any medication to water, including chlorine and fluoride.
Thanks, Adrian. You've used your time. Thank you. We appreciate your submission. We'll now have an adjournment till 2:30, just to advise that reconvene. Thank you.
Quiet on the cheap seats.
Thank you. So we should have, we've got two submitters coming on our team. So North Kennedy Province Bureau Farmers and followed by SPCA. We've also got an apology from Councillor Redmond, who is here online. So I see Carl Dean is there. So Carl, are you ready to make your presentation? Thank you, Carl. Welcome to our meeting. For up to 10 minutes, if you could speak to your submission, we appreciate receiving that. At about 8 minutes, we'll give you an indication by way of a bell that you're sort of at that point, and if you could leave a bit of space there for questions, that would be appreciated. So thank you, Carl.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present this submission today. Firstly, the long-term plan done by the Waimakariri District Council is probably one of the most comprehensive out of the 5 that we've looked at this year. So, congratulations on you guys for just providing such good detail. But we would stress that the council should consider all proposed projects in the long-term plan and prioritise only those that are essential to reduce overall rate increase. It is actually a very hard time on farms at the moment, with the ECAN proposing a 25% regional rate rise as well. And any rate rises in this current climate are not really liked. We would also suggest that maybe the District Council should increase the universal agreed
uniform annual general charge, is that it?
Yes, to the maximum of 30%. Just to make things a bit fairer, we have noted that the actual percentage is actually going down as the uniform charge is not increasing with the latest rate rise. So it's actually going down to 23.6% of the general rate, when it was in the previous year 25.02. So yeah, we think there's room to move that a little bit and to make sure that that is used for things like governance, economic development and promotion, and district planning, not for anything major in terms of capital investment. We're quite happy that the council promotes the rates rebate scheme and that you actively encourage ratepayers to apply as well. And we ask that the council increase the level of service for flood resilience and improvements, which is option A, and that the council adopt a midway option for prioritising the natural environment between options A and B, and remove unnecessary projects or projects that would overlap with the regional council, therefore doubling up on rates being spent. I think that's a pretty brief overview. Is there any questions?
Thanks, Dean. I'll just check with colleagues if there's some questions. Councillor Means.
Hi, Carol. How are you today? Thank you for presenting to us. I just have a question. Maybe you can explain to me. Now, in the past, whenever you come to us with your submissions, you've asked that you've advocated for wider use of targeted rates, which we do quite extensively, and we wanted lower annual general charges and the general rate. Yep. And this time you're coming to us and saying that you would like higher UADCs. Sorry, can you just explain to us why the change in position?
So the change in position is mainly like targeted rates for services provided, whereas we are stressing that the universal annual general charge, purely focusing on those governance. I mean, if the council is already effectively using that budget and that is all the universal annual general charge required, that's fine. But what we're saying is if there is if you are having to take money out of targeted rates for the likes of governance, for economic development and promotion, more than what we've suggested in our submission, then that you do look to increase that universal annual general charge. Does that make sense?
Pretty much.
Thank you, Vicky. Any further questions? Well, thank you, Carl. It's a very clear submission, and we appreciate you taking the time because we realise how much effort goes in with Federated Farmers. We always appreciate seeing your submissions, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And like I said, it was a very detailed long-term plan.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next, if present is the SPCA, are they here? So if we could admit the SPCA. Christine, is it? Hello, Christine.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for your submission, which we've had the pleasure of reading. Thank you. We'd now like to offer the opportunity to speak up to 10 minutes. We'll sound the bell at around 8 minutes. If you would like to leave room for questions, that would be great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do have a submission, a presentation, if it's okay if I share my screen.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, great. That's good. Okay. So yes, thank you for having me. My name is Christine Sumner, and I am a science officer with SPCA. I work for the national office, but all of our work is very interconnected with our local branches as well. And we submitted on the long-term plan this year for the Waimakariri district because we are interested in seeking your support with one of the most important issues for our organization, but also in communities across New Zealand, and that is what to do about cats. Specifically looking at the management of companion cats. And so, let me see, sorry, my slides are not agreeing with me. So first, one of the key things that we know is important for managing our companion cats is to have them desexed and also to have them microchipped. We spend a lot of efforts in helping companion cat owners desex and microchip their cats. We know that the benefits of desexing cats there's multiple benefits. There's welfare benefits for the cat. We see lower risks of certain types of cancers associated with the reproductive tract. We see reduced roaming, which in itself can lead to risky things that can happen to cats, such as vehicle injuries and death in vehicles, becoming lost, becoming stolen. We also see decreases in behaviors such as aggression, behaviors such as spraying and marking, and these are definitely challenging issues in our communities and also in the home as well. These are totally normal things that cats do, but they're maybe not the most acceptable behaviors in our homes and communities. They can be a source of nuisance. We also see cats' lifespan is increased by quite a bit by being desexed. And then importantly, one of the reasons we work so hard to get cats desexed in New Zealand is because we want to stop the number of unplanned litters of kittens that happen for companion cats. And this is a lot of this is to do with people have not yet gotten their cat desexed. They don't realize how early a cat can become enter puberty and be able to get pregnant and reproduce. But this is also an important issue to help us stem the flow of how many cats end up becoming stray each year. We know that unplanned kittens are at risk of becoming stray. They might be abandoned or just left to their own devices. And stray cats are a very complex issue in the communities because they can be difficult to figure out how to manage them effectively and humanely. And there's a lot of people who care, and figuring out the best solutions going forward can be challenging. But we know that the more we get companion cats desexed, the fewer of unplanned litters from the companion cat space are going to become stray cats. So dissexing companion cats has benefits for the companion cat themselves and these larger, what we call population benefits in the stray cat space. Importantly for our organization, the number one issue we see from animals coming through our centers across the country is there are cats and kittens in poor welfare states and coming into our centers needing care. So for us, getting companion cats dissexed is a big deal. Another important companion cat welfare issue is getting them microchipped. Microchips are wonderful tools. They help increase the likelihood of reuniting a lost cat with their family. They also decrease the time a lost cat may spend in our centers. And yes, we're here to help cats who are lost, but a center environment can be quite stressful for a cat. So a microchip could actually prevent cats from entering our centers if they're scanned, if they're trapped in a cage and they're scanned by a veterinarian or one of our officers, and then they just don't even end up spending time with us. And this could be other rescues as well. Importantly, too, if they do make it through our doors, they're there a lot less, a much shorter period of time because we just scan the microchip, find the owners, and a happy reunion is made. Now, this is important for our organization because this impacts cat welfare, but it also costs money to hold on to these cats. So for us, microchipping is a really good idea for multiple reasons. Importantly, as councils, we're seeing more and more across the country are moving towards wanting clear tools to distinguish owned cats from non-owned cats. These could be stray cats. Microchipping is the most reliable way to determine if a cat has an owner. A cat may at one point be wearing a collar, but that collar could fall off. So microchips allow us to much more clearly know that the cat is owned. So I come to you asking for your support to see it with one of our most important programs that we offer, and this is through our National Dissexing Program. And this is to help deal with the number one barrier people tell us is why they haven't gotten their cats microchipped and dissexed is because the cost. It is an expensive procedure, and I'm sure it's not lost on any of you. This is becoming harder and harder for people to afford in recent years. We do a lot of work offering subsidized dissexing and microchipping for companion cat owners who need help. A lot of folks take us up on this offer. Often when we announce we're doing a campaign in a local area, it quote unquote sells out within the day. There is a lot of demand for subsidized dissexing and microchipping. We have Snip and Chip is probably our most well-known program, and this works with local veterinarians. So this program is contingent on local veterinarians being able to also provide those services. And we work with them to negotiate a price. We offer a low fee for the companion cat owner, and then they're able to take the cat in and get them microchipped and dissexed. We also offer more targeted services. This is where we know there's a specific issue in a community, and we also have our mobile dissexing unit. So that's kind of where the clinic goes to where there's other accessibility issues with it, people being able to get their cats dissexed and microchipped. Benefits for councils. We see the benefits as it helps reduce abandonment and euthanasia of cats in communities. It's super important we reduce abandonment. Abandonment is not good for cat welfare, but we know abandonment of cats also leads to increased numbers of stray cats in our communities. As I said before, it reduces nuisance, which we know some councils have bigger issues, but we hear complaints all the time about fighting, noise, breeding, defecating and spraying in gardens. We're able to target specific areas when we work with councils. So often we target the areas of the highest intake of kittens. So where we know where the issues are, this is where we will target subsidized dissexing and microchipping. However, we have also worked with councils who want to target more in an area near, let's say an area where there's wildlife that is quite sensitive to cat predation, and just working with those local companion cat owners to make sure their cats are dissexed and microchipped. This helps build positive community relationships. As I said, it is a positive, proactive way of encouraging and supporting people to do the behavior we want to see. And it also is a demonstration of a commitment to what we argue is a humane reduction of stray cats in your communities. here's just a list of some of the councils we've worked with before. We've worked with Auckland Council and a number of local boards up in the Auckland region. We've recently worked with Waitaki District Council, Whangarei, and Dunedin. And with that, I will thank you, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Christine. Any questions of colleagues?
Yeah.
Councillor Blakey.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. Have you got an average figure for what it costs to de-sex a cat?
It's hard to know an average because it's all different, because it would be set by the local veterinarian. So it could be, it's well over. I hate to give you an average, but what we do is we negotiate the price that the companion cat owner is going to pay $30 for both services, and so it can vary quite a bit. It's much more expensive to desex a female cat than a male cat because it's a different type of surgery. So yeah, so I'm sorry I don't have on an average figure for you, but I can get that number for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Christine. Would you be offering a mobile service to come out to the waimakariri and do this service? Is that what you're offering?
I'm not offering that. I can't offer that. I wish we had lots of mobile desexing units because we know this is an important part of the strategy. But no, I apologize if I led you to believe that. But no, we not at the time, not at this moment, we wouldn't be. But I can't say for the future. I don't know what the future holds with our mobile desexing unit.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Well, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mills.
So, thank you, Christine. How exactly does the mechanics of this program work? I saw in your submission about there being, say, X amount of vouchers kind of thing at a certain price, and so you negotiate this with a vet or a provider, or how do the finances work for this?
Yeah, that's part of our national desexing program. So they have to work with the local veterinarians in the communities, and not all vets can support snip and chip. And so it just can be it's very driven by this critical piece is the service provider. But what we do is we have an online platform, and we'll make an announcement usually via social media because that spreads pretty quickly. And what will happen is we have an online website that a person interested in a voucher can sign up, and they'll search where it'll let them know which clinic is offering, because some areas might be a large area and it's only certain clinics are offering. And then they are able to download and pay for the voucher. They bring it into the veterinarian, and then our national desexing team handles all the reporting. So they've got a really nice reporting system, and then it's up to the companion cat owner to get their cat to the vet.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you target areas that have a higher number of cats that are surrendered into SPCA. So are you speaking to all councils or for the LTP processes, or is there another trigger point which provoked your submission to us?
It's a couple of things. We've approached councils where we know we've already done some homework in that there's capacity within the local veterinarian communities to be able to work with us. They're critical stakeholders. We can't do it without them, and we have to know that there's actual partners that we're able to accomplish this with. And so where we know that there's been interest from veterinarians working with us is where we've kind of targeted currently LTPs. We've also, we will work with councils such as Auckland, who will ask us to target an area, so it might not be high intake. It could be a priority for like the biodiversity team on council to say, we need these, make sure these cats around this area are not creating unplanned litters of kittens and strays. So there's multiple reasons why we're approaching the councils we're approaching, but it isn't a shotgun approach. We have some criteria for why we've approached them.
Thank you. So what you're saying then by you approaching us is that there are some willing veterinarians around here, perhaps?
It's enough to, yeah, I mean, these details would have to get worked out, and we would, if council's interested, we can continue the conversation and loop in our National Dissexing Program Manager for those kind of details and working that out. But we have enough interest to signal it's worth approaching. And we also know that we have been reached out to by other cat rescues, so we're only one major actor in this area. We know that there's other cat rescues going on, and the need is great, and people are reaching out to us. So there is definitely interest in the communities to do something about cats.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. And the last points, I've had a number of the cat care related places reach out to us, so there's definitely interest here. I think it's because they know I'm a cat lover. My cat Rupert does feature occasionally in stories and other things, so but no, I think the work that you're doing here is really important, and I know that those organisations will get behind it. So we appreciate the submission, and we'll consider that in the next couple of weeks when we come to deliberate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We next have Mr. Jim Jurek from the Marine Michigan Community Board. Thank you, Jim. Philip's online, Councillor Redmond, he's got COVID, so he's opted to do that, which is kind of him. Jim, we've received the submission. Thank you. We've read the points. So we could go up to, well, look, we had allowed up to 10 minutes. I'm happy if you need to go over because it's a substantial submission for you to make the points. So we'll leave that in your hands, and if you could, we'll indicate when we get to 10 minutes for you, and then if there's any questions they might inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm sure we've all very conscientiously read the submission. Just to start with, the board wants to commend the council for its work in keeping the rates as low as you believe possible in this economic climate. We'll make some suggestions, I think, that might help you know a little bit more. But we're of a firm view that the Waimakariri district households simply cannot absorb extra costs at the moment. The board also wanted to acknowledge the long-term plan booklet, an outline of the council's position. We felt it was an excellent document. The board agrees with the Waimakariri district's rich biodiversity that it needs to be protected, but we don't agree with your position on Lionside Road on that land that the council has bought, and indeed we would say that consultation should have occurred, I think, with the public before that, but we believe that it is not a natural wetland, and firmly believe that. If you look up the definition of wetland, it's a distinct ecosystem that is flooded or saturated either permanently for years or decades, or seasonally for shorter periods. That's one, that's Wikipedia, I think, and the dictionary is it's land consisting of marshes and swamps, saturated land. That land is not that. We believe as a board that it's more a floodplain. I think the flooding comes from the CAM. I'm not 100% certain, but we don't believe that that's a good reason at this time. As far as building facilities at the right time, the board is not opposed to developing a second cricket wicket at 154 East Belt Rangiora, but we believe this is the wrong time to be spending that money, and we just ask you to consider perhaps looking at Dudley Park. It wouldn't be too hard to put another wicket in there for North Canterbury cricket for the next 3 or 4 years until the situation improves. And indeed for women's cricket, the board a couple of months ago agreed to put in a hard wicket in Ashgrove Park to help support the growth of women's cricket in the district. As far as assets, like swimming pools. We're grateful for the facilities we have in Dudley Park. Kaibo's also got an excellent pool. We just believe that there's a limit to those sort of assets that a district can sustain with the population that we have got. And so we're not in favour of the development of one in nearly every area, and particularly at the moment the proposed Ravenswood Aquatic Centre and Library. We don't see that as necessary. We see it as duplication. As far as the Trevor Inch Memorial Library goes, we do support the extension of it. We think that putting it out to 2034 or 35 is probably too far out in the future, and we ask you to look at that. When the climate improves, maybe it should be brought forward. Again, the Rangiora and Early District Record Society and improvements to the Rangiora Museum, that should all happen there, and that hopefully would be somewhat like Kaiapoi included in the alterations done there. Climate change is a major issue at the moment, but however, the funding flood resistance improvements board acknowledges the benefits of establishing permanent in-house infrastructure resilience team. We support that. We believe that in-house team would be more cost effective than relying on consultants. We also support the funding allocation to ensure flood resistance and improvements, but we don't support establishing a resilience fund. We believe that ratepayers should only be expected to contribute when the demand is there. So that's pretty clear what we think there. Flooding is a natural hazard in New Zealand, we understand that. Rangiora Eastern Link Road. This is a major topic of conversation in Rangiora in traffic congestion and indeed in North Canterbury. We are of a view, right or wrong, that Waka Kohahi is not likely to fund that in the short term. We've come to that conclusion from several reasons. One, that we are a wealthy district in local government. I think we rate number 3 or number 4 per head of population for a wealthy district. There are other areas in New Zealand that have, I would think, much more urgent need for that, particularly if you look at the city of Auckland. For example, I think that Kotahi will say, well, you're getting an eastern bypass at the moment. There are other demands, so we don't believe that it is likely to fund us here at the moment. Taking that position, don't get me wrong, if they would fund it, we're totally supportive of an eastern bypass. But we're saying if you don't get certainty and you're not sure where you are, you should look at the other alternative to improve traffic congestion out of North Canterbury, and that is the eastern link. That's the Skew Bridge, Flaxton Road, and we list there some of the improvements that are needed there. We comment on food security. I don't need to dwell on that. You're well aware of that. We support the upgrade of the South Resource Recovery area, and we also talk about safer communities very briefly there. But we do believe very strongly, and I'm sure the Council is conscious of this, that with growing areas of disorder in the community, our large towns, in this case Rangiora, definitely needs a police presence in the town. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the main points of our submission. I just want to again acknowledge the work the Council has done in its efforts of keeping rates low. I think you're one of the top 3 or 4 councils in New Zealand at the moment there. Some of our suggestions would suggest they could go lower as well. And I also want to commend the Council on its leadership on some of the key issues, and I think of Three Waters. I'm quite sure this Council and your efforts, Mr. Mayor, have made a huge difference into where we've got on that. And I close on a personal note, Mr. Mayor, congratulations. I'm sure it was the cat that made you popular.
Certainly think so. Jim, appreciate your submission and for the points that are made. Questions of colleagues? Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Jim, and I'd really like to say we really appreciate the leadership of the Opening Beneficiary Community Board. It's very valuable to have at this time in the chair, so thank you for that. I have a couple of questions that I could ask you. With regard to the Rangiora and District's Early Record Society, would you consider a museum, a one-stop museum for North Canterbury, a destination museum for North Canterbury, say either in Kaimoi or Rangiora, as opposed to fragmenting one everywhere and all over the place?
Well, we commented in our submission that we don't believe in too much duplication across the district. But I think personally, the board haven't discussed that per se, other than their expectation is when the library is extended, the museum and the Early Records Society and everything will be in there somewhat like Kaiapoi. That's probably our view at this stage. But it's an interesting concept.
Thank you for that. About the Eastern Link Road,
I thought I'd be disappointed.
I was actually very disappointed, to be honest. I understand your concerns over the additional $15 per property per annum for the Eastern Link Road, and whether it is affordability right now. Would you change your view if Eastern Link Road was built, say, in 3 or 4 years' time to make it safer, reduce congestion, make it more efficient for businesses and our ratepayers?
Joan, I know your position on the Joan, if I can call it that. Look, the board, the first thing I said on that, the board supports in principle the Eastern bypass. I want to make that absolutely clear. We have a view, as I think I said rightly or wrongly, it's not likely to be funded in the short term. That being the case, we support the development of Flaxton Road. If anything changed and you got a guarantee that that would be done, built with subsidy, then the board would be supportive of that.
Well, then just another question. Planning takes 2 or 3 years. Would you prefer we just stop doing all that planning before we could make a decision to do the build and we'll be ready to go? How can we go to government for funding if we don't get the planning done?
I don't know the rules of what you do when you go to government on that. I'm quite sure though Waka Party will make their decision based on funding available and the priority of that road in your area. And as I said, if you can't get certainty, we still believe that you've got to do something to help the traffic, and the other alternatives then becomes a priority in the board's view.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Ward. Any further questions, Councillor Bryan?
Thank you. I guess you'd be disappointed if I didn't make some comments. Can you tell me what the previous funded projects that have shown no results are?
Well, that have been turned down.
The council has previously funded various projects at the Southbrook Sports Club with very few results.
I think they were referring there. I didn't go into that thing. I thought what you said was pretty clear. I think they were thinking back to Southbrook Sports Club, and some years ago when they moved the building there, they owed the council, I think it was $150,000, etc., etc. They seem to have no ability to raise money to pay that off, and the council wiped it off. And that's one of the points the board's making, which suggests to the board that they, and about 3 board members attended that, I think you were there, Councillor, and didn't come away with any confidence that they had the ability to raise money to do their share of what would be expected there. That's the base of the project.
Is the board aware that if the sports club closes the doors, that facility automatically reverts to council?
No, the board, well, I personally wasn't aware of that, so I don't expect all the board to. If that facility resorted to council, it's still there, isn't it, for the community in its current use.
So
Maria Andrews had
I know it's what you're making.
Maria Andrews is a classic where soccer walked away from the building and it was derelict.
Yeah.
I'm going to get told off, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty
I
sure
was,
that.
I was getting ready. I like the self-policing too. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you for your presentation. Just on the note of a visible police presence in town centres, would you be supportive of the council potentially exploring the option of providing a physical kiosk for the police to man throughout the week?
Well, I think the board's view is you need a police presence in the centre of the town, and if they're in the kiosks against the North Canterbury station, the first priority I think would be to have the police station itself in the centre of town. But as a fallback, definitely the kiosk would be better than nothing. If you've got police that can come out of there, be seen on the street, have a cup of coffee or something, at least you've got a presence. At the moment, there's virtually no presence at all. So anything's better than nothing, but something that's desperately needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor
Thank you. A couple of sport-related questions. Cricket even. With the main oval, would the community board have a greater level of comfort in supporting that development if it was alongside the development of existing cricket fields in Rangiora? I think you were getting at the use of Dudley, use of Ashgrove. Wasn't so long ago, before cricket clubs in Rangiora, they all had a ground, all had a park with a surplus of facilities. So is that a real drive for you to seeing that community growth for the board?
Not for me, but for the board would welcome the growth of cricket generally in the district, and I think I commented we just put a hard wicket in or supported it in Ashgrove to support the growth of women's cricket. We make the point in the submission that we're not opposed to that development, but we're suggesting 3 or 4 years out when the economy improves would be good. In the meantime, it wouldn't cost much to upgrade. We didn't think Dudley to be good for cricket, and I've seen first-class matches played there in the past.
Just in the same vein, Southbrook Park, rugby is the dominant user of the sports club. In fact, it effectively is the Southbrook Sports Club, owner and sort of manager and operator. But if you were to attract more users to that facility, more users to the park, different clubs, different sports, would that change the consideration of Southbrook Park?
We just, in our submission, we want to see the development and encouragement. My grandchildren all played rugby down there as part of Saracens rugby. But we're just saying at the moment, in this financial circumstances, it doesn't warrant that expenditure, and we have grave concerns at the ability, as we say, of them to raise the necessary money. That's all we're saying in that. We're not opposed to rugby, quite the contrary.
Thank you. One further question, Councillor Ward, we might finish it there, Mr. Jerry.
Just on that Southbrook Park and just listening to your comments, I know that the changing facilities and shower facilities at Southbrook Park are very inadequate and unhealthy. Would you consider a two-stage approach where stage one would be to build a healthy shower and changing room to accommodate the 40,000 users of that park during the year?
I don't really have a view on that. I'm supportive of rugby down there, and I'm well aware of the conditions down there. But we're just concerned that pouring more and more money into there when we don't think they have the ability to raise the necessary money. It's really a financial thing. That building caters for the kids playing rugby. They can have their sausage or sam afterwards. They can get changed and there are toilets there. Senior rugby, I don't say it's not a different situation, but there's another building on the left as you go down the drive.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Our submission is about the main building, not the one on the left on the drive. So we didn't address that at all.
Well, Jim, thank you on behalf of colleagues, and I agree with Councillor Ward's earlier preface to comments that to acknowledge your leadership and that of the boards. we certainly enjoy our working relationship. We're able to present jointly on matters of concern. We always look for those opportunities, but thank you in particular for your time, and we appreciate your thoughtful submission. We'll consider that in the next couple of weeks and let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
Sure. Right.
I know you normally don't take. I just want to add my support for the SPCA submission. I should have done it before when they made it. We live opposite the
Do you want to just come forward? I'm happy to allow it.
Sorry, thanks.
Just come forward, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
We live opposite the Ashley River and do quite extensive walking along the Ashley River, myself and my wife, and the amount of stray cats we see there is just, yeah, you see probably more cats than you do dogs, and you imagine the damage they do to the native wildlife there. Even on our own small property, we actually have a lot of fantails and occasionally some other native birds, and I haven't got a gun, but I wish I had, and you can just see the damage they do, the fantails they catch and other birds. So I think it is certainly a problem throughout New Zealand, and it has to be addressed. We talk about saving our native wildlife, and I think I would be actually quite happy to see some of our rates going towards that with a coordinated approach with the SPCA and local veterinarians. I'd just like to add my weight to that, Mr. Mayor.
No, I appreciate those comments, and we similarly had the Rekahuri group come to speak to us and others around the destruction that goes on in that area with cats and around the D6, so that we will consider that in the coming weeks. But partnerships with organisations like the Cat Care and others, they're talking the same language. So there's a lot of work that goes into the preservation of bird life and the rarity of some of the species down there. So we've seen the video footage of that too. So thank you for sharing that. It's important for us.
Well, I look at the fact that dogs is compulsory there for chipping and everything, and so I really see no reason why it shouldn't apply to cats as well, who to me are more destructive. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll look into that. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Thank you. We're going to no. Are you going to ask a question? If Mr. Ireland's happy, this once, so I'm ready to interrupt. We're in a good spirit here.
Sorry, we just have a question time and we made an opening, so just out of curiosity, we've been approached by at various times by different organizations asking our thoughts on buy-in to the idea of cat registration. And again, this isn't anything anyway, it's not the LTP or anything, but I'm just, while you brought it up, I'd really like to know your thoughts on it. If we had a regime that registered and shipped cats in the same way that we do dogs.
Most definitely. I think it is a problem that is being continually swept under the carpet, and I remember fairly well-known Wellingtonian saying quite a while ago, and I mean, it hit the headlines and everyone hated them. But I think you just can't ignore the damage that they do. As I say, even on our own property, and our next door neighbours have got, they do those free-range chooks, and the destruction of these wildcats are doing to them. So I think something drastically has to be done. It's just been swept under the carpet for far too long, and I would certainly be an advocate of any help I could do with the SPCA or whatever. Anyway.
Where it would help is if contact our local member of parliament, because it's all right with us put in place bylaws to do things which we can consider, but they're toothless. We end up having to spend a lot of money enforcing them. There is a view, I was talking to an MP the other day, he's looking at a private members bill that does give councils greater ability to enforce their bylaws, but at the present time we have them, we've got to spend a lot of money going to court to enforce them. It's one thing to have the threat of it, you've got to follow through. So if you're of a mind and have a talk to Mr. Ducey and even the neighbouring MP, Mr. Stuart Smith, see whether they're got of interest to see if they want to follow that through with some national guidance in that direction, because that does help us in order to put something in place.
What's the story with dogs? Are you, if there's a stray dog or whatever, are you able to enforce that? Prosecutions there or not?
We've got a dog control. There's a separate piece of legislation for dog control, so we follow that. So we do have the ability under that Act, and all should be there.
No, I welcome your advice.
Thanks again.
Appreciate it.
I like the logo, snip and chip.
What's that?
I like the logo.
Snip and chip. Yeah, it complies with a few of us. All right. come back to our hearing. So first, Mr. Duke, if you could come forward. Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, Neville and Councillor Mickey Mearings have just decided, because they're on the district plan hearings, it might be best to just be absent from your submissions to avoid any potential conflicts there. So, thanks, Chief. I've got Councillor Philip Redmond online, who is unfortunately got COVID presently. So, although he tells me he's tested negative, so I'll let that continue. Jeff, up to 10 minutes, and there'll be a bit of a ballot around 8 to let you know how you're going. Leave a bit of time for some questions, that would be appreciated. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. So you would have seen my submission. I represent Spark family who own land on the east side of Ringura. We are in support of the Eastern Link road. Essentially, we believe that Ringura is destined to keep growing, and the Eastern Link road makes logical, practical sense to allow Ringura to continue to grow and take congestion off Southwood Road, which is currently we see is at absolutely fully. It's very constrained because it's under so much pressure, and unless something's done, it's just going to continue to get worse. So, yeah, we see the Eastern Link as a logical and positive solution to Ringura's growth strategy, which we can see is a great town. It's got a very bright future and will continue to grow. And so this is a key piece of infrastructure that we think just will help Ringura's growth strategy. Yeah, so that's the fundamentals. I believe it's a good idea. We have the land that the Eastern Link road goes through. So as a family, we've had discussions, and we see some real merit in the fact that one landowner actually owns the majority of the land, and we are open to working with the council with that proposal. I would also flag that we do have development plans for part of that area, and we're currently in a rezoning application process for part of that land. As we see the Eastern Link Road as a natural eastern boundary to Ringura. So yeah, we're open to that process, and we're currently going through that process. The north side of Northwood Road is already in the council's long-term plan, which you'll be aware, and we believe on the south side of Boys Road, between Boys Road and Marsh Road, that the Eastern Link provides a natural boundary to the town. It also provides the opportunity for a really attractive entry into Ringura, which I think is really missing from that southern end. And so, and with the Middlebrook stream flowing through the southern end of the Eastern Link, makes a real opportunity for a biodiversity area as a really attractive gateway into Ringura, we believe. So that's pretty much what I had to say, but I'll soon be open for any questions.
Thank you. And can I just acknowledge from the outset, Jeff, we appreciate both yourself, Richard, and family for wanting to work in with us on those plans and being very flexible and understanding. So we appreciate that. So just from the outset, our appreciation. Questions, Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Jeff. It's good to see that the Spark family are very supportive and very accommodating to making this happen. And would you be wanting this to happen sooner rather than later so that you can get on with your plans for your own development and your own farming process?
Yes, we would, yeah. So we're currently farming the north side of Boys Road, but as Boys Road has got busier and busier and busier over the number of years, it's becoming very challenging for us to do that safely for our animals and our staff, and also the public. So we see that north side of Boys Road quite fast coming to the end of its practical farming use, and I guess also for our plans and just being able to have that assurance whether or not it's going ahead, that would be helpful. So I guess to summarise, we'd like to see this being brought forward as soon as possible.
That's good. Further to that, you would actively be looking at, as you said before, at developing alongside this, and therefore we would get development contributions to the build of this road. Would that be correct?
I couldn't comment on that. We haven't thought that far through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finish your questions? Thank you. Good. Any further questions? I can come back to you if you have another question. Is it a question? We know your passion. Yeah, I'll come back to you in a second. Any further questions, colleagues? All right. That's no further. You don't have a further question? That's good. Good, right.
I have lots of questions, but I just want some action.
Jeff, thank you very much for your submission again. We're going to be considering your submission for this time, so thank you, we appreciate it. Colin, I know you're here for Mr. Duncan. Would you want to go earlier, because we have a stop earlier if you wish? You're welcome to go earlier, we'll just wait because you're down to about 5:50.
Yeah, that's fine.
Would you like to come now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yep.
please feel free, and we'll the stop is Ringareshi Community Board at 4 o'clock, so you're most welcome now.
I appreciate that, Dan, because I want to get some work done this afternoon like the rest of us would like to be doing as well. Yes, so my submission here is on behalf of Rob Duncan, who hasn't been particularly well lately, so when Bob approached me, said I'm happy to do the submission on his behalf as a concerned citizen of the district. Rod and I have known one another for quite some time. He holds similar views to me. He's a person that has been in a number of businesses in his life, successfully I'll add, both in Auckland and down here in Canterbury. So Rod's main opposition to the long-term district plan as it sits at the moment is the increase in the rates. He's a retired person who has to live on a limited budget, like a lot of members of the community, a 66,000 member of population. So this submission is, I would say, from the heart, because he's seeing it through the eyes of retired people or people on limited income. So he's essentially opposed to the 9% increase in rates that are currently proposed, and he's arguing quite rightly that any increases should be limited to the rate of inflation. Okay, so I've been here this afternoon, and obviously we've heard a number of speakers who are well researched and well educated in explaining to the council that we cannot have this continued reckless debt borrowing that we are seeing within the long-term district plan. We already recognise that Waimakariri is quite a wealthy area in some ways, that we have one of the highest ratings in New Zealand as it is against the 60 other councils that Rod has pointed out. And he's obviously being in the retired community, has discussions with other people that are in a similar position to him, and these sharp rises in rate outgoings are affecting their quality of life, standard of living significantly going forward. So as he points out, not only through increases in valuation, but obviously the rating system as we know it. So again, Rod has explained that he, with his opinions similar to my own, that he has run successful businesses, he knows what it's like to cut your cloth accordingly. and that he's considerably upset with the proposal to more or less double the debt from the 180 million that we saw a year ago to the proposed 340 or 400 or 380 million that the long-term district plan is proposing. So he, as he quite rightly says, he's got children and grandchildren that he does not wish to see younger generations with a financial noose around their necks because of the council's spend, if you like, and borrowing from the 2020s, which is currently what is happening and what we're seeing in this proposed plan. He's saying that the borrowing policies are grossly irresponsible and knowing that the council debt was, again, we've got conflicting figures back in 2015, whether it was 25 million, 55 million, or 85 million, which we heard in an earlier submission. I mean, this is how, what you call it, contestably litigation sources are, which is a major concern in itself through OIA requests, taxpayer union doing their own research. So, again, I was suggesting here that the 25 million in 2015 through to a proposed 340 million is totally unacceptable. And he rightly points out, as again, the person that's run his own business, that the current interest bill to LGFA is around $12 million, and he sees that by his way of calculations going to close to $20 million if we continue this rampant borrowing effort that we're seeing within the plan. So, as he quite rightly points out, his calculations by way of the interest burden is up around 30% annual council spending, and as he rightly points out, that is well in excess of the proposed increase in the rates at 9%. So, as he says, this is $20 million of the portion of, say, 150 million is council outgoings annual expenditure in the future. And as he said, any successful business person will tell you it's important to run a business within its means, and council is no different to any other. This is a business that does have to balance the books, and it does have to have regard for the future generations, as you rightly points out. So, as he's saying here, we'd like to impress upon you people as representative councillors that you have vastly growing staff numbers as well. Now, I just had the OIA request given to me in hard form only about 20 minutes ago, because there was some conjecture over the numbers, and for the benefit of the councillors here, the result of that is that in June 2018, which is only 6 years ago, the full-time equivalents were 288, and that is now sitting at 389. What wasn't provided to me under the OIA request was the number of consultants and contractor numbers back in 2018, as opposed to the numbers given now, which is 317. Even though that's difficult to work with, as we know, because there's multiple staff assigned to each of those consultants and organisations. Okay, so what has gone on to explain or present that the interest bill is enormous in relative operational terms. And he sees that basically undermining our ability to maintain roads, our other infrastructures that are required in terms of our core services. And I think that was the message that was given by a number of submitters that I heard earlier this afternoon, including myself. Okay, so yeah, basically having a little bit of big year, we're suggesting that some of the central government, I think this council needs to have a look at the dead work or people that are less than productive or on projects that are not essentially core services that are basically PC central government driven from the previous government, which is, as we know, unsustainable, and we need to take it seriously. And if it's a case of having to go through your staff and to work out whether there are surplus people on the payroll, then that's what's going to happen. So it's like me and my business, if we have deadwood, the deadwood has to go because we have to survive, we have to look to the future. Okay, so what he's saying, he's trying to be positive here, he's trying to be helpful here, is that instead of increasing the rates by 9%, it seems that the rational thing to do would be to reduce staffing levels by at least 20% in line with what central government is trying to do at the moment. So I'm going to scoot across all this because I've talked enough about staff numbers. And then his other point being is that with the current deficit at 180 or $215 billion is now I understand it to be, it would seem to make common sense, something that's missing in a good part of our political lives these days. It would make sense given that we have $1.5 billion worth of assets under the ownership of council, that we look to find where the surplus asset items are and to rationalise them, sell them off, and to reduce or eliminate the existing $180 to $1.5 million, so that in fact we can actually give good news to the ratepayers, particularly the retirees, people on limited incomes, whereby you will have a zero increase in rates. It's not hard to do, it's just a case of being using a common sense approach to eliminate those surplus assets. Okay, as he explains, 15% of the assets is probably all we need to look at in coming to that situation. And obviously, clearly the LGFA gets removes us from the underwriting of the other councils who are also out of control of their debt borrowing as well, and they have no debt repayment plans either. So this, I would hope, is being said right throughout New Zealand, that the LGFA is actually our enemy. It is going to debt trap us if we don't recognise it now and turn it around. So, as Rob goes on to say, that $20 million needs to be removed by way of the debt servicing, and that we do get to a point of a no borrowing situation. I think that's probably enough. I think we've heard the rest from the other submitters in terms of trying to bring the house in order here at this council, because we don't take it seriously. If we're going to be called conspiracy theorists, we're educated enough to tell you that we're not, that we are right, and we do know how to balance our books and our own businesses. Then all you people are going to be responsible for the bankruptcy of this district in the years to come if we carry on the way we are. I'll happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. There's time for a quick question. Councillor Bryan.
So, I know it's difficult because you only had it for 20 minutes. The OIA interested me. With regard to the consultant, you mentioned a figure in excess of 300. Is that 300 as of today, or is it 300 over the 18-24 period?
Yeah, well, so this is a wee bit difficult. No, I can't answer it. So basically, the figure here is 317 external services suppliers, but of course attached to those, including your road working organisation. And obviously those numbers could be anything. The purpose of my request was to find out how many consultants and contractors we had back in 2018, so we can compare apples with apples. So if we did, yeah, so that's the answer to your question, really.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond, just one question, please, Philip.
Oh, I had 4, but I'll stick with 1.
Correct.
Could Mr. Duncan, Colin, clarify the source of information that Waimakariri has the 3rd highest rates in New Zealand? Is there a source of that information?
Yes, I don't have Mr. Duncan here today. He's obviously done his own research. Whether he's heard it by hearsay or whether he's done exact research, I can't answer the question. I've actually heard that, what we call that rumour, if you like, in the past myself, but I have had a quick look at the figures, and yes, I think they would be far from it because I looked at the average rating per household, and that obviously includes farms in the district, and they were right up there with the highest that I've seen in New Zealand. So I suspect he would be very close to the mark.
Thank you. Councillor Mealangs, and that's my final question for this section. Thank you.
I was actually going to ask something along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. I was going to ask what the source was for that, because I heard you use that figure as well. But I think would it have come from the ratepayers report from the Taxpayers Union? Because a few years ago, they put one out and they erroneously put us at number 3, and we.
What is your question?
I just was that the source, because that's been updated. Are you aware that we are actually 14th on that report?
Yeah.
And we are 49th for as in least expensive for non-residential So I think they might find, if you look at the taxpayers union report, that it has actually been updated.
Yes, so thank you. So the answer to that question is no, it wasn't a nice version. Today it wasn't anyway. And you're right, my recollection is that it was taxpayers union information that we were once waimakariri, that is, the third highest in New Zealand at the time that it was that assessment, and whether they've done one since, which you're telling me they had at 14 is still not a good look at 62 councils or what it is. And we shouldn't really be comparing ourselves so particularly with the other councils, because as we know, we're all aware with the LGFA funding, whereby if Auckland fall over or Christchurch fall over, we go down to do with them, and that's the message that Duncan's giving you here today, that we need to get our way out of that collateral situation, because they are as reckless as this council is with their intended spend over the next number of years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wyman, and we appreciate you representing Mr. Duncan here. We will be considering deliberating on submissions in a couple of weeks' time, and we'll let you know beyond that our decision on the points that you've made. So thank you. Thank you again for your time, and it's good to be able to catch you up a bit earlier. So you're most welcome to stay and join if you wish.
Thank you, Glenn. We go earlier. Cheers for that.
Thank you. All right, we now the Waimakariri Diversity Trust. So I've got Judith Roper-Lindsay. Judith, you okay here?
Yes, I'll just get myself organised.
Yeah, you're okay.
That's my chairs.
Judith, thank you for your time, and we appreciate the submission you put forward. Up to 10 minutes, and I thought you'll give a bit of an indication if you get to 8, and leave a bit of time for questions. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. As you know, I'm making this on behalf of the Waimakariri Biodiversity Trust. We were very keen and happy to make a submission on the long-term plan, particularly on the Waimakariri Natural Environment Strategy aspect of it. I'm not going to read my submission I'm reading, but I'll just prepare some notes that sort of reiterate some of the key points there. So the Trust supports the 4 strategic directions listed in the implementation plan for the strategy. The first one being prioritise nature. The idea that natural environment should be considered across all council activities is not new. Other local authorities such as Tauranga and Auckland City have plans and strategies to integrate nature and nature-based solutions into all aspects of their planning and operations. Christchurch City Council started to look at nature-based solutions for waterways management in the 1990s. When I was involved in that. So the Trust thinks that it is timely for Waimakariri District Council to adopt this new approach now. We see this simply as a change in the way of looking at things, rather than requiring major capital expenditure on infrastructure. It appears that the only actions that requires additional funding are those which should be required by legislation, and 500,000 for 2 new staff members. The outcomes should significantly improve the protection and management of the natural environment, with corresponding savings in costs associated with repairing damage. The second strategic direction relates to connecting people with nature. And this is at the heart of what the Trust does. There is a high level of interest in learning about the local environment and in taking actions to improve things. And the Trust is only limited by our own resources with only one part-time coordinator. We know too that the Council's own ecologists have a very high workload responding to inquiries from the public, indicating that the community expects the Council to take a lead. And the pest-free Waimakariri officer is also responding to a large number of requests. Further evidence of community interest comes from our own Trust is a partnership with MAPAR to administer and allocate funds from their Waimakariri Biodiversity Fund. This fund is heavily oversubscribed. We're currently in the judging process for that, so that's probably about as much detail as I can give you, but there are a lot of applications. And I know that the Zone Committee was oversubscribed in its funding on its action plan budget just this week. And I'm hoping that I hope that the council will be able to work with Mainpower in coming years to increase the value of the Mainpower waimakariri Biodiversity Fund. And that's proposed in the strategy and the LTP. As you will have read, Waimakariri district has less than 0.5% of its native vegetation remaining over some 70% of the district. And this is most obvious in plains where intensive farming, lifestyle and rural settlements and urban developments have removed native vegetation and damaged our waterways. But things seem to be moving in the right direction, with increased planting of natives on farms, blocks and so on. The NPS on Indigenous biodiversity sets a target of 10% minimum native-free vegetation. Although the status of the NPS may be under question, there's no doubt that this figure is based on sound ecological science as representing the minimum area needed to provide sustainable habitat for plants and animals, bats, birds, reptiles and vertebrates. So this will be a bare minimum target for the council to apply. In particular, council can help people connect with nature by biodiversity restoration on its own properties, including roadsides, urban waterways and parks. The third direction is improve our knowledge. It's important for the council to have its own knowledge base on which to base local solutions to local issues. For example, there's no monitoring of restoration areas, so my statement earlier about things moving in the right direction is based only on my own observations, experience. The strategy and the LTP propose working with regional and national organisations to get good data. As a scientist and as Trust Chair, I firmly support targeted research as a foundation for decision making. The fourth direction is about sustaining and creating resilient ecosystems. The Trust thinks that this is an area where council can lead the community. It is important to show that sustainable ecosystems are more than a few significant natural areas scattered across the district. These are simply disconnected areas of high quality vegetation and habitat, and not always in good condition. It's rather like having a TV in one room, the soundbar in another, and the remote control in the third. Without the electrical wiring or the Bluetooth, they're not going to work. So ecosystems represent connections and the parts to sustain biodiversity. And council, with its oversight of so much land and land management, can lead by example to join the parts. We think that council's purchase of the line-side roadblock is an important step towards ecological and community resilience and illustrates the way that it can be developed as a multifunctional area which will enable stormwater management, recreation and restoration of indigenous habitat. So in summary, we're pleased that the Waimakariri Natural Environment Strategy has been prepared. The environment is complex and it needs a holistic and multidisciplinary approach to its management. We support the potential proposed policy and operational changes identified. Although the Trust's main focus is working with the community, we are supportive of the proposed change of approach to environmental management within the Council itself, to make consideration of the environment integral to its policy, operations and processes, and giving higher priority to natural environment. As stated in our submission, we further appreciate the significant role that Council envisages from the Trust, both working with and independently of Council. The Trust is keen to take up that challenge. However, all the tasks and roles identified there will require an increase in our current staff levels and resources, so that the additional funding proposed in the LTP for the Waimakariri Biodiversity Trust will be essential for us to meet those expectations. The Trust therefore supports the Council's preferred funding option A. As shown in the strategy documents, a small amount of funding increase proposed will have benefits right across the Council's activities throughout the community. A healthy environment supports a healthy community through things such as good water management, flood mitigation, climate change adaptation, economic gains and community well-being. Overall, a great change in approach is needed to repair and restore the district's depleted native biodiversity and unhealthy ecosystems, including land, water and coastal areas. The Trust is keen to partner with Council on the approach and emphasises the need for sufficient funding both within Council and for outside organisations to ensure that all the components can be carried out. Thank you, Nandi.
Thank you very much, Judith. Just check questions. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judith, when people call your coordinator,
What are they asking for in terms of funding, advice, contacts? What specifically can you bring to the table?
Usually they're asking for advice, and then that advice comes up, you've got to pay for this and so that. And a lot, say a large percentage of people are prepared to pay something themselves. They aren't just looking, we won't do anything if we don't get any money. They want the advice, what to fund. Not because it's mostly planting, or I've got to stream, what can I do to keep me, it's usually what to plant, to be honest, what to plant. Just out with a lady's got horses, what can I plant that's native, won't poison my horses? Come up with a horse's practical list.
Yes, that's fine, and then for Councillor Redmond. After
thank you. Just as an example, I know that biodiversity planting strategy, sometimes it's seen to butt heads against farming. But I saw my town farm hold a workshop the other day, said they're irrigating over the top of native plants. So are you seeing a lot of examples of that, of farmers actually integrating normal farming practices with biodiversity planting?
Yes, yeah, I mean, we're still small, we haven't worked with a lot of farmers, but we are working with Will and through Ben, getting a good understanding of how farmers are making the biodiversity fit with their farming. I mean, obviously a lot of the farmers have got, now they've got legislation making, they have to fence waterways. And as soon as they do that, they sort of think, well, there's planting inside it, and they're looking for advice on the biodiversity benefits. But I mean, for 40 years I've worked with engineers and other people making biodiversity work alongside developers. So it's usually a way to make it work.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your submission, Judith. We had another submitter stating today that the Lineside Road block was not a wetland, but a floodplain. Is it a wetland? What is your view and the Trust's view?
It's a wetland. It's a wetland. To me, a floodplain. It's just a word, it kind of words. A floodplain is something where a place where a river sprinkles its banks and spreads over the land. That's not quite what happens when the area of Lineside Road floods. It's more to do with sort of raised groundwater and ponding and inability to get into the Cam and the Kaipod. But I mean, it's on the ECAM's wetland database as a wetland. Not possibly every square inch of the land is called a area. The fencing boundaries could reflect the wetland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very helpful, Judith, with your expertise to hear that. So thank you. Answers a couple of questions of me as well. All right, Judith, thank you very much for your thoughtful submission. We appreciate the work of the Biodiversity Trust and in continuing our partnership with you is something that's important. So thank you. Thank you very much. Next we have Food Secure North Canterbury. Correct. Welcome. I've never seen you. Who's leading? Kirsten?
Kia ora koutou, I'm Kristen from
Kristen, sorry.
The coordinator here, and I'm here with Philip Hunt, who is one of the steering group members of Food Secure North Canterbury.
So Kristen, sorry, just 10 minutes up to 10, and we'll give you a ballot when I actually required to leave a bit of time for some questions. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure thing. Philip is going to lead most of this today, but just a brief background about Food Secure North Canterbury. So we are a collaborative initiative addressing food security in North Canterbury by bringing together people, knowledge and resources. And we wholeheartedly agree that the Council should have a national environment strategy, but would request a far stronger focus on planting perennial vegetables, community foraging, and as part of a new existing food forests combined with more plantings, traditional values.
Right, so hello again. We really as we said, support national environment strategy for the Waimakariri district. And if we think about, particularly from food security and Canterbury's point of view, we're here to promote food security in both Waimakariri and Whirinui districts. And one of the reasons why we exist is that there's been a real disconnect in basically globally, between communities, individuals and food systems. People don't understand where food comes from, and as a result of that lack of understanding, there's a lack of people being able to produce their own food and share food, and all consequences of not understanding where food comes from. So if we look at increasing planting of perennials around the district within reserves, then that's going to help people understand that, particularly if you're going to engage schools and community groups in looking after those and planting those, it's going to really foster that understanding of where food comes from, helps reconnect people with food systems, and then sort of help progress our mission of increasing food security in the district. So that's sort of the premise of why we're here promoting that, because it's such a great idea to have edible plants within community areas that people would forage. And also, if I'm going to push my own barrow from Satisfy's point of view, it also provides places that we can sort of send groups of people along to collect food from, which we do quite often, part of actually the harvest collaboration we had with Food Security North Canterbury. So there's lots of really cool opportunities to come out of that if we promote, including food plants in the plantings in the district. So we went into some specifics in our submission. There was about 5 actions that we've given some feedback on, just to that can help move that focus towards helping from a perennial point of view within that natural environment strategy, food, edible perennials. So that's basically why we're here. So if you have any questions about that, so I think it's fairly straightforward what we're asking for.
Yes, it is. Is there anything further, Kirsten, you want to add?
Just further reiterating what Philip was saying there, it would be really great to be able to enjoy that with the community. It's a great way to bring people together. The Kaipoi community, food forest is a real social place with people together in the community. So it would be great to see more pockets of food around.
Right. Well, thank you both. Just check if there's any questions of colleagues. There's not any questions from Philip coming late? No. So, well, thank you. I think your submission was really clear, and we appreciate the work you're doing. And we'll be deliberating on our LTP in a few weeks' time, so we will let you know in due course our decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, yours. Thank you. All right. I have North Canterbury Netball Centre, so it's Raymond and others. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Raymond. Firstly, thank you for the submission, and we've probably heard there's up to 10 minutes and sort of about to get an account. So thank you. And if you could use the microphone, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Raymond Armstrong. I'm a paid staff with the wonderful job of getting paid to talk netball all day. What I've done is brought along Bert Schroeder. She's one of our committee members, and she's been working also with Michelle on the future of netball in North Canterbury and where we think the future of netball's going. So I'll pass over to Bert to discuss.
Thank you. Look forward to hearing you.
And just to reiterate, it's short for Roberta, in case you're wondering. It's all good. Obviously, we're here to promote our submission, and that was submitted through the long-term plan. Our aspiration is to have all our netball together in one location. We believe this will be best achieved by having 12 outdoor courts at the sports hub at Cold Stream to work in tandem with main car stadium that we use currently. This proposed new 12-court facility would have numerous benefits to the increased participation, development and future-proofing of our sport in North Canterbury. The advantages to our netball community would include potential use for regional and national competitions. Requirements for these are 12 outdoor courts and or 4 indoor courts. The consolidation of competition administration on our sport playing days, which is currently duplicated across 2 locations, and would make it easier for participation by multiple age groups within one family. For example, having one location means that the many families who are involved as players, coaches, umpires and spectators will be close to the sports hub. The ability to unite our netball community with those from administration, the umpires, coaches, players and supporters all being able to work together will help to strengthen and further develop the positive growth of our sport. The exposure for our juniors to view various levels of play and umpiring would aid their sporting and personal development. To remind you all, netball is one of the largest female participant sports in New Zealand. And North Canterbury is currently supported by 158 teams in our winter competition. Our recreational competitions see anywhere up to an additional 30 plus teams compete during summer. The year-round competitions see involvement across ages from 5 to 60, or maybe a little bit older, with grades from social level to local competitive, regional development age group representatives, and national level from our older age group representative teams. Overall, there are 1,900 members that include players, coaches, umpires, administrators, and supporters that are actively engaged in North Canterbury netball. We're also supported by Netball mainly with our future long-term plans and our sporting programs. While the location benefits as mentioned are aspirational, our proposal is also underpinned on a practical and financial basis. The current facility at Dudley Park of 12 outdoor courts are owned and maintained by Waimakariri District Council. At present, these courts are in less than ideal state of repair. 2 courts are currently unable to be used as they pose a health and safety risk. Further deterioration is evident upon several other courts and will need further continued checking as the season progresses with these 2 courts unavailable. The cost quoted in November 23 to resurface the courts was $161,000. This resurfacing is forecasted outside of the Waimakariri Council's current long-term plan, and we believe resurfacing would be required in this long-term plan. However, to rectify our current cracking issue, costs would be significantly higher as the court substructure would also need to be mitigated. Our proposal would be for us to make do with the Dudley courts and ask that you spend these funds on 12 courts at the Coldstream Mayfair Hub to bring better benefit to the North Canterbury netball and sporting community. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Anything else you want to add, Raymond?
I think Bert has said it all, said it succinctly. Sorry. We know it's the end of the day.
Great, thank you. Questions? Councillor Ward.
Thank you, girls. I've enjoyed netball and daughters and granddaughters and everything like that at the netball courts for years and years and years. And just a thought, have you had any discussion or any thoughts about sharing the Coldstream tennis courts with for the winter months? And there's a new pavilion there, there's lights and everything.
We're very open to that.
I've actually tried to open communications with them and I've had no response. So obviously most of the clubs do that within Ahoka, Wood End. They have multi-purpose tennis in summer, and so we're fully open to that. Unfortunately, we haven't, when they moved, we haven't been involved or been able to get in contact with them or get back to come back to us to discuss it. So,
thank you.
No, I just think maybe there might be something further down the track that could be considered. And
thank you, Joe.
We have had conversations with basketball long term as well, where there may be ways to adapt court space, basketball one side, on the side of the court for 3v3, all those sorts of things. So we're more than open to work with other sports to make it work. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you.
Are you confident, Director overview, are you confident that there's not unmet sort of demand over time for the indoor facilities? I know you've got some, your more senior competitive netballs inside and outside. How do we know that, say, in 10 years' time or whatever, there's not going to be a great groundswell of people wanting to be indoors if they possibly could? You know, it's happened in Christchurch, didn't it? You know, build the new courts and then.
We don't fit, so at the moment to make netball fit, we run Dudley, and so we have 60 teams at Dudley on a Saturday. So at the moment we've decided to keep it junior, because at junior age group a lot of kids are playing multiple sports, so when we try to split the opportunity, we keep the juniors outdoors and put the grade indoors, and on a Saturday we run from 8:30 till 4:30. As it is, so even with the addition of 2 extra courts, we're still going to need more than what can be done with 6 courts at main power that are currently there. Also, we're growing, so we are seeing numbers increasing. We do also have looked at a different program in that we run year one and two, so 5 and 6 year olds on a Thursday night at Main Power Stadium. Year 3s and 4s are at Friday afternoon, evening at Main Power Stadium as well. So where the program can fit within the facilities, we're utilising that as much as we can, but we still.
You always need that outdoor space for a long time to come, you think? Yeah,
yes.
So.
Yes, and for our social competitions, so Twilight we do on a Monday night, we've got 48 teams, so we run that over 12 courts. So to change that to any less than 12 courts would mean quite a big change to the structure, and whether or not there's availability at those peak times. Obviously there's summer sport and basketball also indoor at those times as well, utilising those, so something we have to be mindful of. So,
Oh, no, I was just going to add that the actual use of the main power stadium is a major asset to the growth and longevity. It's actually quite nice being on the typical floor, but also it's actually promoting and getting a better netball game out of it as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot of benefits for us using that facility.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the submission, and also, as Councillor Ward mentioned before, the effort that goes in looking after all the teams around do a great job down there. So, thank you so much. We will be considering the submission in a couple of weeks' time, so we'll be in touch thereafter.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Next we have Waimakariri Youth Council. I see Ruby's here. Evelyn. Please come forward. Hi Ruby, welcome. We've got allowed for up to 10 minutes for a presentation, so speak to your submission, and the fabulous Courtney will ding a little bell at around 8 minutes to let you know if needed. So thank you.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having the Waimakariri Council here today. We appreciate the opportunity to take part in the consultation for the long-term plan. As you will have read in our submission, we have highlighted a number of areas identified by Waimakariri data from a Canterbury-wide youth survey. The survey received almost 700 responses, with Waimakariri youth making up around a third of these. This was a great response rate for our district. Considering some of the hiccups we had during the consultation period, such as the fire alarm going off during lunchtime when we were there to have the consultation, we're pretty excited with how many responses we received for this survey, and we can see that Waimakariri young people are very keen to have their voices heard. Our purpose here today is to highlight the key areas and issues for youth. Many young people want a greater focus on mental health and wellbeing, with a number worried about the mental health of our young people today. The cost of living is also important to youth. They likely want a balanced approach to spending and maintaining or improving services in our district. Education and healthcare is a key issue for youth, and while we realise this is not directly delivered by council, we hope to see the council supporting the improvement and development of the sectors. The importance of climate change was seen in the data, with many youth involved in environmental awareness or improvement initiatives. Racism was also important over 30% of youth. The Waimakariri Youth Council would like to see the council exploring and supporting ways to reduce racism in our community. Many more issues are detailed in our submission and the graphs and comments provided. Over all of these, we encourage the council to consider youth perspectives when making decisions. Part of Youth Council's work has also included the promotion and inclusion of people with disabilities, supporting all young people to thrive. One project some of our members have worked on is the installation of a bocce court at Main Power Stadium, which Youth Council would be grateful for the council to consider. We appreciate the Waimakariri District Council's support of Youth Voice, and we hope that this continues into the future. As mentioned earlier, the potential for Youth Voice and youth engagement in our district is huge. Over the last few years, Youth Voice and youth networks have strengthened. Through our survey, we saw the benefits and increase in engagement levels from going into schools in person. We encourage the council to support youth engagement through these channels and further development of Youth Voice and youth networks. Thank you for listening, and we're now open for any questions.
Thank you. Emily, is there anything you want to add?
No, I'm just here to support Ruby today.
Awesome. Thank you, Ruby. Questions? Councillor, Fulton and Cairns, the member.
Thanks, Ruby. Issues important to youth. I noticed that, for instance, while climate change is high profile, racism is actually higher. Was that a surprise to you? And how does that actually configure? How does that play out on the life one for youth?
I would say personally it was quite a surprise for me, but through the comments that we got in our survey data, a lot of the young people identified that they saw the racism in their schools and the communities around them. So yeah, I guess we're just asking for support of any initiatives or projects that are happening in our district to reduce those levels of racism and make people feel more included.
Thank you, Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ruby. Would you be supportive of Green Space team to temporarily mark out bocce courts with tape, just to get an understanding as to the level of support that having markings like this in Main Power Stadium, would you support the temporary marking?
I can't speak for everyone, but personally I think that would be a great first step into the project to just see the numbers of people that use bocce courts and then go from there.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ruby.
Thanks for your submission, Ruby. I'm from a different generation, so could you tell me what a bocce court is, please?
So bocce is a sport designed, for people to be able to play while sitting, so anyone can play, and it's essentially you're throwing a weighted ball towards a marker ball and trying to get as close as you can. Similar to box. Yeah, similar to box.
Right, thank you. It sounds like it could be suitable for me.
Do appreciate it. Sounds like the voice of God, Bruce. I can assure you it's not.
Looks like it.
Anyway, all right. Any further questions?
Clarification, please. Ruben, just page 159, I assume it's yours. Just the second graph, it's got double lines on it. It's location of respondents. You've got double lines. What's the double lines? Is it a year before or is it?
So this is the location of respondents, correct?
Yeah.
I am thinking this may be a condensed version of the locations list. This graph we made on the Google sheet, so I think that there's more locations that are listed along the side, and then we'll explain the graphs in between different locations.
Okay. Any further questions? Right. Thank you both very much. Ruby, just to acknowledge both you and Zach's leadership of the Youth Council. You do I think, a superb job, and you in particular with your student leadership series, which you've put together. I think is something that I've certainly been very proud of you, the work that you've done there, but just to acknowledge that in front of the council today. Appreciate the work that you and Zach and the team do. It certainly keeps us very in touch with youth-related issues, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next we have Rangiora High School. So, is that you, Papa Smith? Oh, I've been waiting a real long time. I'm just warming up. You leading Simon?
Because you're quite tall. Am I going to plug in, or would you rather you got printouts of what I'm going to talk about?
We've got a copy of your submission. Is there a...
No, it's, as long as you've got the appendix.
Page 165. Yeah, we do.
The maps?
Yes. So firstly, you can say welcome to you, Simon, as presiding member, to your principal. It's good to see you, and I guess these are some head students for you here. Students?
We'll introduce them.
Okay. Well, can we hand over to you now? Up to 10 minutes. There'll be a bell from Courtney around 8. And for Bruce, that'll be 2 minutes. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hosting us. I know you probably had a big day and you've got more to come. Called Simon Reid Wingwa, presiding member at Waimakariri High School, for a student to Waipi, principal on the right, one of our students, Lily Wright, and Adam White, one of our students as well.
So what was your gentleman's name?
Adam White.
Thank you.
Alright. So we're going to share the presenting duties, although it's under the auspices of the Board of Trustees making a submission. It's really about our students and the future of our kura that we're really interested in. So we'll all chip in a little bit here. You've read the submission, so I'm not going to waste your time by going through it too much. In essence, we just want you to consider for the annual plan future-proofing the safety of the areas around Waimakariri High School. We're approaching 1,700 students, and you can imagine that at critical times between 8:30 and 9, and then between sort of 3 and 3:30, you've got not only the students, but you've got potentially 200 to 300 adults, vehicles, buses, cars, various means of transport coming on site. There's probably a few occasions within the Waimea district where you've had so many people all in one place every single day, and then they're dispersing out again to the wider district. So we're wanting you to consider the pedestrian traffic flows. We're wanting you to look at the access from Wales Street that kind of does a zigzag or east end through to Ashley Street, and then that we want you to look at the parent pickup drop-off zones, long-term parking. You can see them all listed in my submission. It's a bit much for us to handle, so we wanted to tap into your expertise, and we have done that while putting the submission together. And we looked at the model that you have for Southbrook School, which we like and we believe is starting to be really successful. So although Dan said to us, don't come and ask for money, we'd like to ask for some money towards towards some sort of school travel plan for Waimakariri High School. But we want to speak a bit more depth about things that are concerning us. So I'm going to pass over to my head students to talk about each of those areas, starting off with, was it Adam or Millie that was going to go first with Appendix A? So you go.
So perhaps if you just pass the microphone over.
That was Adam. Okay. So this is the area around the Wales Street.
So as Simon said, Waimakariri, we've got most people in any one place in North Canterbury coming together 5 days a week. And you've got students as well who have just learned to drive in cars as well, combined with parents, combined with people walking to school and transport, like range from walking to cars to humongous. So the first thing we're looking at is the Wales Street, Equal Street, Ashley Street kind of used to be an intersection thing. So you've always got students coming from Wales Street and Equal Street, and they kind of cut that corner and use that as a pedestrian crossing rather than walk on a footpath over the road, another footpath. So we're looking at some kind of control method throughout that to ensure that they're not cutting across the road and presenting dangers as well. And as we're a high school as well, so we've got people coming into the driving world, kind of just getting their licence and learning things. So we'd like to kind of improve those areas, get them a bit safer for our young drivers as well, as they're more experienced ones as well, we can imagine. And as well, we're a huge school, like I said, we've got a huge range of drivers coming in, drivers, buses, people scooting as well, and a significant proportion of our school comes from on bus now. 50% of our school on school buses, so that's a huge amount of buses and traffic getting to buses and buses needed to turn around. with the massive cars already coming to our school as well. So at the moment our bus turning bay is not ideal, it's in our gym car park, as you can see on the thing here. So you've got to have your buses all coming in one way, and that again makes a bit of a logistical nightmare 8 in the morning through the afternoon as well. So we're just looking to get a bit more purpose-built area to keep that under control and easier to navigate.
Thank you.
And it could be while we have using the supporters and funds and your experts some funding to have a bit of a plan to look at it. It's more than we can handle. Lily's going to talk further.
Thank you.
So our school is quite connected with the awesome sporting facilities through main power, whether that be the cricket, hockey, and then the gym, so basketball and all that. So one of the things we're looking at is the footpath, sort of on the east belt, just kind of stops. And so through winter sport and things like that, a lot of the students are cutting through the cricket oval and down there. It kind of just all turns to mud. And I think we looked at it, and I think you guys have already looked at the footpath continuing through to Coldstream Road, but we do know that there's a shortcut behind the cricket oval that students will continue to take, even though the footpath will be there. Just looking at maybe a pathway for that, so that there's a highlighted one around the oval as opposed to through. And then the other one through East Belt, which where the footpath does kind of stop, is that's where a lot of students park. And so we're kind of having to park in sort of the ditches, and it damages the grass, fronts of residents' housing and things like that. As we go through the year more and more, because through year 11, 12, and 13 get irrestricted, the volume of cars just kind of grows. And we're kind of having to venture further out from the school, which ends up not being in a designated spot.
Excellent. Mr. Coon, anything to add?
No.
Wow.
Have a round of applause for that. Awesome. So as requested, all we're asking for is some support, and whether it financially or whether it's giving us the right people to work alongside the school to have some long-term plans. As Nubby said, we know there's a footpath coming in that will take us through to Coldstream, but we also make our students work. They will take the path that is the least amount of physical exertion required, so they will not take that. Yeah, lazy. They will go behind the oval. So yeah, that's what we're asking for. It's just to have a bit of a stock take of the safety of all the transport around our school. We think it's overdue. We'll support where we can, but we look forward to your support as well.
Thank you. I thought Mr. Kearney would talk naughty about his idea for a rainbow cross school.
We will that.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a rainbow.
But thank you for the points you've raised. Just interested, we had a meeting with the Southbrook reference group a month or two back, and it was mentioned there post High Street, so where East Belt comes onto High Street as you go further down. I believe that there was some safety related issues in terms of students crossing further up the road, Northbrook Road. Just asking, is that an area you feel we should also be considering?
Is that towards the warehouse or beyond the warehouse?
Beyond the warehouse, so go right down the end to where the lakes.
Okay, where the
Northbrook Road.
Municipal Society and that kind of
that's correct. Yeah, just crossing that road there apparently from Union Street location was there post the railway crossing was identified. So at the very least, I think we would definitely get our road safety coordinator out in touch with you to talk about these issues, and we'll see where we get to and what support we can give. Road safety is really important and the safety of the school, so thank you for raising these points here. Any questions of colleagues? Councillor Blakey and Councillor Williams.
Thank you, guys. What percentage of your pupils bike to school? You know, and have you any strategies or even incentives to increase that, and obviously decrease the number of the amount of car traffic?
Yeah, I'd say very low. Look at the bike stands, less than a dozen bikes, I'd say.
No, people don't bike to school.
Make them.
It's a democracy.
Good question. The buses going through Wales Street will just clip them and take them out. I wouldn't want my children biking to the button safe, to be honest, at the moment. And what you want to know, you can see.
from a student perspective, again, it's just the volume of cars going in and out. It's actually, I'd say, physically not safe to be biking. I come from a country school, we've got paths down the side of the road all the way to my primary school. So I haven't got much experience personally biking in an urban environment. So I think you probably need the infrastructure, then you need a bit of education about how to do that safely as well.
Yeah, and you've got your Cycle Sense program, which is awesome. But yeah, we're not there yet. Good question.
Yeah, Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. If the council ended up putting the footpath down Eastville, would you not have the power to actually tell your students don't take that shortcut through the mud behind Eastville? Would they listen to you? And if they wouldn't, why not?
Parenting. They're outside of our jurisdiction after
Look,
3
you
blocks.
get in there. Look, the reality is, this is not just teenagers who take it. If you want to know where to put a pathway, you don't put a pathway. And then after 6 months, the pathway is created and then you put the pathway over the top of it. I don't think it would just be teenagers who would be walking down there, and seeing this beautiful shortcut straight across and going, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to go the long way around. What do you think?
Yeah, I say like myself even before
Just click the line, Millie. Just press the one in front of you. Right? Sorry, just for the benefit of voice of God.
yeah, like even myself and the younger ones heading to trainings that start relatively quickly after school, we kind of just want the most amount of time we can have to get ready and warm up and do whatever. There's so many sports that head down here. Coaches, things like that. It's just easiest.
Thank you. Councillor Bryan.
So again, on the same subject, Appendix C, we've got a submission from North Canterbury Cricket with regard to a second pitch going in. Would your suggestion here be upset by another pitch to the south of the current cricket area?
Yeah, no, whether that was underway potentially. Would that grounds be like secured? Was that the idea? Is the second pitch goes in and then it's out of bounds for the public? Because the current I'm guessing the car park would remain between the two pitches.
Well, if we're assisting to build something, it's not out of bounds for the public.
Okay, so our students would go through there then. Yeah.
Well, look, can I just say thank you for the presentation here this afternoon. It's clear what you're asking for, but just to acknowledge you both, Bruce and Simon, for your leadership at the school. I'm hearing nothing but good things. There was a time here we were hearing all manner of feedback, and I think the leadership you're bringing there is very positive for the school. I enjoyed having a look at the forest, as well as the modern learning environment. It's not so, well, it is still modern, but it's got walls in it now. What a sensible solution that was. So thank you for the leadership you'll provide to the head students. Thank you for coming and articulating well today the concerns you've got. We'll be considering the points in the submission in a couple of weeks. We'll be in touch with you after, but at the very least, as mentioned, we'll make sure our road safety coordinator's in touch to talk about some of the immediate things we might be able to do and some of the things that we may need to look at programming and working in partnership with the school on. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. And we'll stick around for the next one because that's also playing for the high school, so some of us will be here.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thanks, Simon. Who's staying at the table for that one?
Who's staying?
Just, you can stay at the table, just pull another seat up if you like.
Oh, excellent.
Works good. I'm not. Great, thank you. Welcome, thank you. Thank you, David and team. So you can talk to us about the farm. So we've got your copy of your submission, so up to 10 minutes with talking all this time when you're engaged if needed, and we'll some questions we appreciate. Thank you for your time.
Hi, so I'm David Hughes from West. I'm the Sustainability Coordinator, self-elected, I guess, volunteered in the role, and with me.
I'm Ramashka Tazovsky.
So we've started down a program at school to sort of maintain the green space that we have, the farm space that we have just across the road. Obviously, there's the development and pressure that's come on from property development right on the back doorstep, and we have an obligation and a sort of a commitment to ensure that the green space that is under our control remains green space for all different purposes. So currently it's run as an agricultural learning facility where we have sheep and beef agricultural lessons run on, and we're fully aware that this is needs to be sort of inclusive of more than just the agricultural learning area. And so I've set aside last year a time to actually look into and evaluate and design and come up with a vision for strategically ensuring the sustainability of this space that is not just for the high school but for this region and the community. And so we've got a commitment for 2 years at least by the board to ensure that more students and more involvement is on this land space, and that we retain this land space for environmental, agricultural and sustainability purposes. In the appendices that we put into the proposal is vision of, especially Appendix A, is the vision for maintaining a sustainable sort of return to its natural environment for learning, for sharing, for well-being, and for, and it sort of ties into the previous submission, a pathway to actually allow, you know, the local residents' population pathway to go through from one end of our land through to the other end, connecting main power to Kittenberger Lane and whatnot, as well as providing an environment for primary schools, local enthusiast groups, students, the whole gamut, basically, to enjoy this piece of land and not be just purely an agricultural setting. So we, putting in a submission, I have asked for money because I think that's probably a fair thing, but more importantly, to have a collaboration between the council, green space and environmental projects long-term strategy, along with the school's strategic long-term strategy, to make sure that this place is sustained, is not lost to development, and is there for an environment for a sustainable future and generations as we go on in the future. So I'm looking at trying to build a, what do we call it, a bio-node, a sustainability hub where learning, enrichment and enjoyment can actually occur within this space. As you can see in the other appendices, it doesn't just stop at native plantings. There is a raft of different opportunities that we could include in this area, which we would love to have the support and the backing of the council in expert help, with financial help because it's a sustainable situation, and also just the backing and support to be able to push this through and actually make this happen for our younger generation and the community.
And I'll just quickly add, we know your funds are tight. We're in a situation where we have this large tract of land which has been recently valued over $20 million. The current board are committed to retaining that land and using it for the benefit of as many people as possible. So it might seem tempting to sell little slices of that and build a new sports gymnasium or a new performing arts centre, but we see this as an amazing opportunity to preserve what we've got, lock it into place and make it something sustainable for the future. Sorry.
No, that's good, that's a board perspective, because that's the reality. The fight is a piece of land that is worth a lot of money versus a piece of land that is actually worth a lot of education and future sustainable.
Do any of the students want anything to the comments that have already been mentioned?
May not have been put on the spot here.
Questions.
I'll take questions though.
I'll take the questions.
Yeah, can I just say firstly, thank you for clearing up a myth that was being spread last week around over the last week or so, around what the intentions may or may not be. It's always, as I said to you, when I came to see last Friday, I always choose to come to the source and find out what's actually going on, not necessarily believing what Facebook might be speculating. So thank you for that, because it's very helpful to know.
Colleagues, Councillor Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, David, and team for presenting. In terms of Appendix 6, I'm going to ask a leading question. Why have you chosen to put in a food forest in the school, please? What are the benefits? What's the rationale? Thank you.
Good question. This was the food forest when I was given the opportunity to envision this strategic future. The food forest was more of a Mahingakai give back to the community. It would be an area that we as a school would ensure was a learning area for the community and also a resource for food security that show our commitment to the community rather than, as it is currently, a locked-in piece of land that is just sold for the school. So it was a kind of a reaching out to share, to mix and to collaborate with multiple facets of the community.
And you'll be aware that there is an existing food forest already on our land at Comcol. They lease a part of our land and they run their grow program part of it as well. So if you want to kind of extend, grow that, excuse the pun, so that it utilises the resources there already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just being an educational piece of land, will you be working with other institutions and groups, whether universities, politics, sharing of that sort of?
Definitely, and so last year when I was taking on the role, I was going around all different institutions and all different companies and industries, and that was the real drive that I think is important thing, is actually mixing education with the current cutting edge industry and learning. It needs to have that mixing pot where we get people in, we actually have people running stuff for our students to learn. So for example, there's a group, Quorum Sense, who are regenerative agriculture, who are super keen to come in and assist the students learning about regenerative pasture and be able to have that as a base for not just the students to take away to the environment, but also to run field days for local farmers and actually have that thing. I've just had a meeting with Otago University who are interested in actually setting up an invasive species hub for learning, for control and for education about identifying invasive species that are a problematic thing. So it's that collaboration with industry and institutions that would enrich student learning, student involvement, but also the community learning.
And we also have the steering committee, which meets once a term, and on that committee are members from Lincoln University, people with connections to Ngāi Tuahiriri, Federated Farmers. We've got quite a list of people that meet and part of that steering committee that advise and form those networks for us.
Councillor Ward.
Good afternoon. A really great worthwhile project, and I'm sure it's very valuable for the students as well. To learn something new and very valuable. I know Simon, you've got a great leader there, and we really appreciate you on board. But my question is, is the education department able to assist, because it is agricultural type learning, or it's sustainable, it's biodiversity learning and training for the students. So surely there must be some government funding that is available for this to assist you.
At the moment, our current funding comes through the Primary Industries Training Ordinance, PITO, and they fund agricultural training. So we run 26 students who are funded through that. But again, the way the school structures it, it means that a lot of the funding goes into their other education packages rather than directly into the land. The land is supported essentially by the board, and whatever profit it can make from its sort of everyday running. So there is very limited, because it's an added extra to the school. The school gets an operations grant for the school, and this farm is an extra bonus that the board has, for want of better words, propped up.
So just a subsequent question would be then, I see that you're involving the universities. Surely they could have some input as well. To support you financially and benefit as well.
That's what I'm looking into, and part of my remit is to have a sustainable fund, because it's wages and maintenance, and so trying to find and secure some kind of ongoing funding is one of my strategic goals that I need to try and maintain. So yes, that is a action in progress.
We just need to get past square one, and then
We've got to get
momentum will hit, and the funding sources will flow. We just need to get past that first stage. Not just about time, it's routine. So, yeah.
Look, thank you, and I guess thank you for sharing the vision with us to start with, because it's important for us to hear that we, you know, as a partner in the community, certainly are very welcoming of hearing that. How we add some value to that, we'll consider in a couple of weeks' time, and I'm sure this will be started an ongoing conversation. So we appreciate the efforts that the school's put in, and coming here today to let us know and update us on the things that are important to you. So thank you. We'll be back in a couple. We'll be considering this in a couple of weeks' time. We'll let you know beyond that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've got a lot on these couple of days, so appreciate your time and all the best for the rest of your submissions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tim. Can I just take a brief 5-minute break for comfort? Stop. That's all right. So we'll reconvene just a little after 5:15. So we'll have a brief agenda. and the submission. So I'll hand over to you now. Thank you.
Well, we're not here to ask for anything. We are just here really to support your strategic plan, and especially in terms of the long-term vision around sustainability and things, and looking after the natural environment. And thank you for the support that we've received recently in the venture and the journey that we've been on at Comcom in Canterbury. So 2021, we ceased the delivery of youth guarantee training, which was a large part of what we were doing in, at Comcom, and we set off on a new venture, basing things on needs, not rules. The reason we walked away from the youth guarantee was that it became very rules-based and wasn't really meeting the needs of the young people in the community, so we stepped away from that. And we found this awesome freedom in just focusing on people's needs. And designing programs that meet the needs of the community, and our motto is, creating better lives for our community. Through suddenly having this extra bandwidth and looking at things, we started moving down the sustainability path and what that sort of looked like for the young people, and we created the concept of a living lab on the land that we leased from Rangiora High School. And so we were looking at, okay, what can we create on the land that we've got? So we've created a biodiversity corridor that has been started, but will continue to be planted out in natives. And obviously with that comes all the predator control stuff that Eru has been working on. So that gives us an opportunity to have young people coming in and learning, that side of things, and thanks to Dolly and the likes in your team that have, just jumped on board supporting leaders, and you, Dan, as well. We've received funding that has allowed us to employ Eru to really get the biodiversity corridor up and running, and get young people working alongside that. We were also, we've got land, what else can we do here? We started growing things. We talked about our young people needing goals and resilience and opportunity and wellbeing, and as Simon alluded to before, our Compol Grow program. And so we had these young people in, they're learning how to plant food, they're learning how to prepare the food to nourish themselves, and in doing that come all the conversations about future directions and strengths, and then they're moving on into further education or employment. And then we had somebody that was interested in chickens, so all of a sudden we've got a chicken coop, and we've got chickens, and then we've got eggs coming out of our ears, which is fantastic. So what are we going to do with that? We've got more opportunity now to be doing something with the food that we're growing and the eggs that we're getting. And so we were able to open our doors to the IHC, and they had started a program with us where they come in twice a week, and we work with them around more independent living style of things and being able to prepare nutritious food for themselves. So they come down, harvest the food in the garden, collect the eggs from chickens, head back up into our kitchen and prepare it. So we've really been able to diversify a little bit, which has been really fantastic. And we're loving the journey that we're on.
Yeah, and I guess my vision is for the biodiversity corridor is to engage youth that have fallen through the gaps, to capture them and to show them a future in one invasive species, just as the previous speaker was talking about invasive species. So I work with Otago University, I'm doing a master's degree in invasive species, and we've seen that when we capture the youth, that sort of gives us a prognosis that they will look after the environment in the future. So creating a space for them to learn about monitoring and trapping, but also how to identify our native species and know how to identify what isn't a native species. So that's part of where I want to take it as well. We're looking at starting with a Green Connect, so getting people into the garden and just being around there for their mental well-being, their mental health and all that. And so that's my vision for it. And it's a great space to have it because we've got a really great piece of land, a really great opportunity to capture these individuals.
On the Connect side, we've also kicked off with in conjunction with Rangiora High School, an Equine Connect, where we're working with their school counsellor and our horses, and use that to help the wellbeing side of things for some students over the road. And then of course we run our own in-house Equine Connect as well. And then on the with our biodiversity corridor as well, we've repurposed a building that we had into a nursery, but it's not just about locally harvesting seeds and growing them on and things. I love Era's description of himself as he's the native, the Oranga Tamariki of natives. So he goes around and uplifts, little saplings and things that would otherwise be sprayed.
So what we do, we'll assign a risk assessment to a tree, a sapling, whether it's going to get sprayed or mowed over, and we will uplift that, get it healthy, and repropagate that back out into the environment. It's just one of the little outreach groups that we will start. So we do it at a really small scale at the Concord campus, but I can see that scaling up because the native trees are there in the environment already at risk. And so, it's something that what I've found with when people do this, they feel a lot of meaning and purpose through doing that. And I'd love to get the youth involved further in that.
Well, Kate and Larry, thank you for sharing. A few months back when Tony invited me down there, I wasn't really quite sure what I was to expect, and I was completely blown away with what you're doing. And you're right, it's not always about funding, but actually coming here and sharing also how we can partner, support and advise. We've got some great staff that you've hooked into. But I actually would like to at some stage arrange an opportunity for councillors, if you're open to that, to come down and see for themselves what you're doing, because I was incredibly inspired.
We'd love to have you guys on site. And again, I think like we say, if we need something from the council, we put our hand up and somebody, has stepped up. With the Equine Connect and the equine growing, we need a little bit more land. We talk to the council, all of a sudden, we get a contract through, we've got some additional land. And we're in a position where we can be nimble and we can act really quickly. So at least comes through, fences in, 6 weeks later we're grazing horses on the property, So it's a really appreciated relationship that we have with you guys.
Thank you. I'll get a governance team to take a notice. Us being in touch to make a time to come down sometime when it suits. Questions of colleagues? Councillor Blackie.
Yeah, thank you. How much, apart from the school obviously supplying with land, how much do you interact with them? Because David before was going down a road of the school setting up Mahanga Kai, biodiversity, blah, 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 and it occurs to me you guys are already doing it. Is there a danger of duplication here?
No, because we can pilot stuff, because we're nimble and we can just, we can make a decision on a day. Do we want to do this? Yep, let's get on and let's get it happen. Whereas in the school system, things take time. They have, layers of authority and things that they can go through. So we just see ourselves, David was obviously very excited when he had his remit and then he heard about what we were doing. But we just see ourselves as we're on the ground, we can start small, we can pilot things on a small scale. And then if it's successful in the high school, can then expand on those, and reach a larger range of young people. We're all for it, we're all for it. And we're certainly there to support the school in their mission as well, what they want to do.
And we are integrating a little bit more as well. So we're discussing the future plans. One of them being invasive species and pest control and monitoring. So we are going to be working together in that sort of field. There is a way that we can help facilitate learning for their students as well. But I guess there's all sorts of legal ramifications around it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to visit down there, because I have to confess I don't know too much about you at all. But I just wondered, you're talking about propagating and growing on species. Is there a internal commercial opportunity for you guys for the likes of Te Kohaka Trust, who are always looking for indigenous species that come from our district with their own strands and all of those, and Silverstream, all of those big ones? there appears to be not enough strands being grown on for our district to plant. Is that something you guys would?
We are a charitable organisation, so there are some restrictions in terms of, becoming a commercial entity for some things, but certainly we always like to, under promise and over deliver. So for us, once we're established and we've met our own needs in terms of the planting, if we find that there is excess and things like that, then we could certainly look to explore other avenues. But at the moment, the number of trees that we want to put on our own, site and things, we'll be going for a wee bit. It'll keep us busy for a wee while.
Thank you.
But definitely. Our ears are open.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the update. We'll get our staff in touch about making the time to come down. But thanks, Kate. It's really nice to meet you here and to hear the work you've got underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is the North Canterbury Neighbourhood Support. Dr. Dallas. Hello. Welcome, both of you. Matching pestle. Almost. Well, is that part of the corporate wardrobe?
That's right.
Nice to have you both with us. So up to 10 minutes and 8 will be a signal of that 8. Right? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dallas Stewart, I'm Manager from Neighbourhood Support, and this is my co-worker Charlotte Thomas. Hi. Firstly, thank you so much for taking the time to read our submission. I know there was a lot of them and with a lot of reading to be done, so thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to quickly speak and to be considered for the long-term plan. I know I've only got 10 minutes, so I'll give you a very quick rundown on neighbourhood support. We are all about helping connect neighbours, making them more resilient, which then in turn makes streets safer, a community that looks out for one another, and neighbourhoods that are prepared in times of emergency. People come to us who have never met their neighbours. They might have waved to them when they passed them in their driveway coming home from work, or while checking the letterbox, but have never actually properly met, let alone know what they all need in an emergency. And that is where we come in. We set a meeting with the whole street and we connect everyone and get them to register on our database called Gets Ready. Gets Ready is a vital tool for North Canterbury Neighbourhood Support. It costs us around $5,000 a year currently, and as we get more households registered, this price does increase. Gets Ready holds all the information individuals enter their skills, needs and resources so that in times of need, we can easily access the information geographically of who has generators, who has horse floats, who has extra beds, who has diabetes, who's in a wheelchair. There really is everything. The street leader also has access to this data for their particular street. We've recently invested in steps to make sure that Gets Ready is always up to date and taking Charlotte on board to make this happen. There is no point having this fantastic database and it being out of date. I believe we do great things in the community. Just recently we formed a street group in Pegasus after the fires there. There was one lady living in the street who was in a wheelchair and not one of her neighbours knew that she was in a wheelchair. They saw her come home from work and drive into her garage and they would wave out to her. She'd wave back to them, but no one knew she was in a wheelchair. She'd been living there for 3 years when those fires happened. And the man across the road was deaf. Again, no one knew. Norm would wave out, he'd give a toot, but no one knew how vulnerable he was and that he couldn't hear. But now, along with our help, everyone in that street knows each other, knows who needs what, is fully connected, and they have everyone's details, and a street leader in place who connects with me. And their street now have plans in place if there is another emergency. To me, that makes what we do so important. Another example of how neighbourhood support works so well is we had some residents come to us from Silverstream and Kaipoi wanting to form a street group. We held a street meeting at the local cafe and formally got the street registered on Gets Ready. While they were entering their skills and needs and resources, we got chatting about how they could further pre-prepared. I got in touch with Brennan and his team at Civil Defence and organised them to come out and present to the street about becoming an emergency hub. The street were absolutely on board with this idea and the street leaders set to work on where the hub kit could be kept. A couple of meetings later, we had established a A couple of meetings later, we'd established Silverstream as an emergency hub location, and the kit is kept at the Silverstream Stirling Retirement Village. We've had a grand opening and a training day, and are set to have the next training day in August. North Canterbury Neighbourhood Support are currently in the process of getting more of our street groups formed with civil defence to make more of these emergency hubs. The benefits from forming these street groups are endless. Connectivity, resilience, less pressure on civil defence and the likes, people looking out for one another, less crime, elderly feeling safer and cared for. The list really does go on. We currently have 2,867 households signed up in the waimakariri district, and this number is steadily climbing. We've just finished our strategic plan and have plans to grow that number by 50% within the next 5 years. We do everything on a tight budget, and it would help us immensely if we were successful at getting $5,000 a year from the Waimakariri District Council to help assist us with the running costs of Gets Ready, our fantastic communication and database tool. Thank you once again for your time. We really appreciate it, and thank you for considering us.
Thank you. Do you want anything to shout?
Kind of just moral support today. But I agree with everything she said, and I do honestly believe that we are, Gets Ready is a fantastic tool for us, and I think we are necessary for our community.
Great. Questions? Councillor Keynes.
I'll throw in a question if I may, Mr. Mead. Charlotte and Dallas, in terms of the growth that you've experienced over the last year, how much growth have you actually had? And also, can you give us a bit of a briefing about, say, Christchurch City Council? What do they provide to neighbourhood support in terms of their funding?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've had around 1,000 members sign up in the last year alone, which is fantastic growth. We've had Arthur Kimberley come on board and sponsor us with a vehicle. So we're very lucky here. The Christchurch City Council actually give Christchurch Neighbourhood Support $50,000, which helps them immensely, obviously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. I think I clicked you got 267 houses in Waimakariri.
2,860.
2,000, right, so there's a bit different. So there's no cost to those houses when they join? They sign up? It's all free? No, it's cool.
Although I know what I see when I go out, and most events I go to, you're there, you both put the time in, so that 1,000 members that you've achieved has been owing to that hard work and enthusiasm that you've put in. I know that a number of our councillors and community boards are particularly involved with you and very passionate about what you're doing, so thank you. We will consider your request in a couple of weeks and we'll let you know, but thank you again. Because I think the work you do is really important, keeping our community connected, particularly in a time of need. So really appreciate what both of you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Well, finish. Sorry, hold on.
You can mention I'm just wondering whether you realise you also could have requests from community boards for funding as well.
I think you're already linked in with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, we are. Thank you very much. That's the next step.
Yes, Councillor Williams.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you both again. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, we're now into Arana Wildlife Trust. Is it Lynn? And we've got a presentation here as well. You can come and sit at the table if you'd like, All right, so who's presenting tonight? Okay, so when you're speaking, if you could just use the microphones for the benefit of the other audience we have with us, so thank you. Lynn, welcome to our meeting and team. Up to 10 minutes, and there'll be a bell around 8 to indicate 2 minutes if required. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to our submission. I'm joined by my colleague, Mayor and two of our board members, Ben Davidson and Ian Coverpatch today in support. Arana Wildlife Park, it's an internationally recognised zoo. It's the only one in the South Island of New Zealand, and we deliver in social, economic and environmental benefits to the community. We're home to 1,000 animals representing 90 different species, many of which are critically endangered, and we're a conservation powerhouse. New Zealand native species conservation, as you'll see from the slide, is core to our heart. We're involved in 6 key Department of Conservation recovery programs for some critically endangered species, particularly Kapuri karaka, Canterbury's own endangered parakeet. It's real conservation work going on in our region.
Might need a page down of everything we need to do.
And it's not just about our work with zoo-based species like breed for release for the Kakariki Karaka around Wildlife Park. Our 185 hectares of land is an important regionally significant habitat for a lot of New Zealand native species. We're in the process of planting an 8.5 hectare native forest along the McLean's Island road frontage. A remnant population of Canterbury spotted skink is cared for on our land that had been thought locally extinct since the 1980s. And over 15 species of natives and another 5 species of endemic native birds live on the park grounds. Too fast now. Many of you know Arana for our exotic species, so we're proud to be involved in 20 conservation breeding programs for endangered species from around the world. This in our community provides the opportunity for our people to see and learn about these incredible animals, noting that many do not have the means to go to the North Island to see a zoo, let alone go and see these animals in their home ranges. Advocacy and education is key. We've got formal education programs for Canterbury schools, which are extremely well supported, but nobody comes to Arana Wildlife Park without going home with take-home conservation action suggestions to ensure that collectively we are following environmentally friendly behaviours in our life. Overall, we're a community-focused facility. We're much loved by young and old. We're also a key Canterbury tourist attraction, driving visitation to our region, 200,000 visitors a year. Our last major survey, 5% of travellers said they specifically came to Christchurch and Canterbury because they wanted to go to Arana Wildlife Park. And we contribute to the LTP outcomes, and particularly environmental and economic. Why am I here? Operating a major zoo is expensive. We care for our animals 24/7. Costs cannot be hibernated. During COVID, we couldn't turn out the lights and go home. We need a specialist team of highly skilled people because our animals have very specific needs, and remembering they are, many of them, critically endangered. We're an animal welfare accredited zoo, and our animals will never have anything less than best practice care. And what does it cost to run Arana? Round figures, our annual budget is $5 million. Our team of 50 full-time equivalent staff costs $3.4 million per annum. Animal food and veterinary care costs another $600, so that's 80% or 4 of the $5 million. The other $1 million covers utilities, insurance, day-to-day maintenance, marketing, absolutely everything else. So cutting costs is simply not an option, and unfortunately our gate-taking income, while keeping the price at a level the community can afford, is not going to cover all the operating costs in this day and age. And those are cash basis figures without depreciation, which we just can't possibly fund within the budget. Over the years, we've raised $25 million to date to build the park to what it is today, including bringing the only gorillas in New Zealand to Christchurch and Canterbury. Our most recent development has also been a $1.8 million white rhino conservation centre. And we'll continue to raise 100% of the funds for improvements, and we're good at it, raising funds. To compare with other major zoos, the other major 3 zoos in New Zealand, Auckland, Hamilton and Wellington, each receive OPEX funding support in the range of 5 to 6 million a year from their councils. So they receive more in operating support than what our whole budget actually is. Their budgets range from 8.5 million at the lowest, that being Hamilton Zoo, through to Auckland Zoo at 18 and Wellington Zoo in the middle at around 10 million. On top of that, they receive 3 to 13.5 million per year funding on a project by project basis towards new capital development. So what do we need? We need a minimum of 1.5 million per annum towards operating costs to cover the shortfall between income and costs. And we propose that Waimakariri, Selwyn and Christchurch City Council each provide funding equivalent to $8 each year or 68 cents each month per ratepayer. We know it's tough, tight fiscal times for everyone, so we're proposing a staged approach with 65,000 in the first year of the new LTP, building up to 190,000 from year 3 onwards. We reached out to the community, and while I recognise the majority of the submissions that were generated in support of Orana have ended up with the Christchurch City Council, there is no doubt that we know the ratepayers of Waimakariri consider Orana to be a really important community asset. Would our children of tomorrow forgive us for not acting now to secure the financial future of the park by pitching in to help us very economically, when compared to other major zoos, provide such an amazing facility? We know you've got a tough job, it's tight fiscal times, but we implore you to vote yes to afford Orana some funding in the LTP, and only $8 each year or 67 cents each month per ratepayer will ensure we can continue to deliver such incredible value to the Canterbury region. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Lynn. No doubt, great passion there, and I know it is very valued when people do that positively, so you're right to observe that. Thank you. Question from colleagues. Councillor Redmond. He's going to sound like the voice of God because he's at home.
I'm up on the roof looking down. Thank you for coming along, Lynn. I've read about your difficulties in the paper. I know you have a visitor survey. Do you have any statistics for how many Waimakariri residents visit Orana Park?
Well, yes, we do. I'm looking at my colleague who
compiled it. Yeah, step across. So of those that we considered from the Christchurch Canterbury region, it was around about 15% from our last survey. We can certainly provide the exact figure. It's somewhere around 15% of those that said they're from Christchurch and Canterbury specifically came from Waimakariri.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Similar question to one earlier, but that outreach and education, like school groups come to you to learn about spotted skin. Is it the year one, for instance? But do you go out as well? Do you go out to Waimakariri? And so what sort of two-way relationship have you got there in education?
in terms of education, our education is mainly on site. We do support all local schools through various resourcing packs and so forth. But we've got such incredible resources. Like, to give you an example, there's probably only about 2 high schools in the Canterbury region that don't come to us for senior biology learning each year, and we've got the resources on site, and to have a really enduring and in-depth educational experience that's about seeing and smelling what's in front of you, and having that experience to really connect and and make it a long-term learning outcome.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your submission. I lived in Redwood as a small child. I know we used to go to Romana quite often as kids, so I have that memory from that time. So it's endured with me all through. So you're right, it is a lifetime that you do carry it. So thank you for your presentation. We'll be making a decision in a couple of weeks. No, Joan, we're going to finish. Sorry, we're going to move on because we've got other submitters. What? Oh, all right. She doesn't know she was. It's got it. At me.
I have a non-association, and
Yes.
we used to cater at Run Park, and they do an amazing job for everyone that comes, particularly the children. I really love it. It's a fabulous thing that you do. I want to say a big thank you.
Thanks, Joan.
David and I.
All right. Again, thank you, and
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. I think it's Southbrook Sport Club for the look of the audience. That's next up. There's a few colours in the audience we recognise. Thank you. So who's we've got
Ross Fine.
Sorry?
Ross Fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Good to see you, Gary.
Hello.
Thank you. So up to 10 minutes. Courtney will give us an indication when you're about 8 if needed.
So say I've mentioned Mr Mayor, I've got to be there anyway at 6:30, so I'm going to be.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned it. So you're going to go shortly, Robbie, or about now? Right. Thank you very much. We welcome your presentation. We've received your submission. Thank you very much. I invite you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening to allow me to present my submission. My name is Rob, and I'm here today on behalf of the Southbrook Community Sports Club. Our submission is for the supporting of the draft LTP and its current proposal to allocate $1.3 million of seed funding towards a third of proposed replacement costs of a new pavilion and changing rooms at Southbrook Park, which was recommended by the Community Facilities Network Plan completed in November 2023. Today I have 3 key points as a part of my submission of proposed that I'd like to highlight. Firstly, I want to point out we have representation of all our members of the Southbrook Community Sports Club behind me today. That includes Saracens Rugby Club, Southbrook Cricket, Southbrook Touch, Southbrook Netball, and the NC Special Olympics. So all of them are represented here today. We also have some of the current users of the facilities here today. We have the NC Sports Trust, who run the primary school rugbies on Friday. That includes Te Matauru School, Southbrook School, New Life School, and Rangiora Borough. We also have Rangiora United Netball represented here today, and we also have Gina McKenzie School of Dance represented here today, which was an example I used in my submission. These teams, group services that are the users obviously have no ties to the SCSC other than users of the facilities, but obviously Southbrook Sports Club plus the users here reflects that this truly is a multi-sports and community bid being represented by us. There's a tremendous amount of support for an improved and financially viable multi-purpose facility being built at Southbrook Park in the south of Rangiora. Second, and I'm new to this Southbrook Sports Club, so forgive me if I'm a little bit out of shape here, but I believe there was a submission as part of the 2021-22 annual plan where the sports club stated several difficulties, both financial and operational, regarding the suitability and sustainability of the current pavilion and changing sheds at Southbrook Park. From this, the WDC, with the agreement of the CSC, engaged independent consultants to conduct a feasibility study into the repair or replacement of the pavilion and changing rooms, which was completed in late 2021. Further to that, WD requested an additional report on all community facilities within the WDC, which was completed in late 2023. I believe that report further explored the provision and condition of the facilities at Southbrook Park. Some of the feedback from that feasibility study included the poor condition of both the changing sheds and the pavilion, the cost to run the facilities there, poor heating, storage, etc. of the pavilion, which actually led to a loss of income through groups like blood drives, etc. It also noted some health and safety hazarding around the changing sheds. I don't know if you've been there, but it has the road directly in front of the changing sheds there. And also it's not suitable for women's changing facilities at the changing sheds at the moment, so we're kind of, not being incumbent yet. Some other feedback we've had from the club since then when I've had my discussions is also the changing facilities aren't really viable for our disabled community. Can't really use those changing sheds there, I don't know if you've seen that, but no wheelchair access, etc. And also the layout of the pavilion, it's obviously 2 stories, so that obviously limits some of the disabled community there as well. Long story short, both independent reports have recommended the replacement of facilities at Southbrook Park due to both the pavilion and changing facilities not being fit for purpose. And it also has the recommendation that the WDC takes a lead role in partnership with the Sports Club, the North Canterbury Sports Trust and other stakeholders to get this across the line. Lastly, obviously the WDC is proposing that its funding is 1/3 of the new build of both the pavilion and the changing sheds, which means it's up to the sports club to secure funding for approximately 2.6 to complete this project. I'm assuming part of the questions is going to be asking around that funding. So where there has been a working party created to support this project. A draft funding plan has been created, which will be presented to the Sports Club Board on confirmation on whether this is going to be added to the LTP or not. Part of the reason for that delay is this project really doesn't have any legs unless we have partnership from the WDC here. This is stop number 1 in terms of our process on getting this off the ground. So that's a big part of why that hasn't actually been proposed to the Sports Club Board yet. Part of our funding plan will obviously include sponsorship from local businesses, trust funding such as the Railta Group, etc. However, fundraising events will need to be held by the affiliates of the sports club. I believe that has been mentioned to the board, and as you can see from the support behind me, I believe they're willing and ready for the challenge. I think a big part of our submission is we're only requesting WDC hold the funds for us until we're actually ready to move forward with the project. I think that minimises risk to the WDC. We're not getting money up front. It's up to us to get our funding all sorted, and then we're proposing you guys release the funds to help us with building these new facilities. We've talked about staging works as part of that working party, depending on how our funding goes, whether it's we start off with the changing room first, we move to both the pavilion and the changing sheds at the same time, but to us it's just whatever options are on the table to get this across the line we're willing to do. And again, we need that partnership from WDC to help get it across the line. Some other things we've also done, we've also made contact with certain organisations, obviously NC Sport behind me. We've also made contact with the Canterbury Rugby Union. They actually provide support for multi-use facilities, and they were also waiting for our this draft LTP to go through. Again, this was our first stop, but we do have, I believe, a meeting time. Hopefully sit with them in the near future to get some support and maybe some funding from CRFU. That's a great example. Just to end it, the sports club, Southbrook Community Sports Club facilities were the vision of a group of community-minded sports for several decades. The facilities provide a base for some 13,500 people each year from a wide range of sports and recreational pursuits. The club board in its many forms over the years have worked hard to maintain an appropriate facility that represents the Waimakariri district. We appreciate the support from the WDC in the different ways over the years to help maintain the sports club. However, as stated in the independent Southbrook Pavilion feasibility study and the community facilities network plan, the facilities at Southbrook Park are in urgent need of a replacement, and The sports club desperately require the WDC's partnership and funding as per the draft LTP of 1.3 million towards the cost of the demolition and new build at Southbrook Park. We believe this is an opportunity to provide a true multi-use community facility for the South of Rangiora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gary, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, not really. It was sort of Rose covered everything. Most of the people here know my history, so.
Very fine history.
It starts again, apparently.
Just a quick question for me before I come to colleagues. Peter Freeman still involved?
Yes, so he's part of the working party. So he's well involved in that. He's away today. But he also thought probably time for a new voice to chair this.
You've done well, Ra. I'd heard rumours Peter wasn't, so I just wondered if that could clear that. I had heard from him that wasn't the case, but just wanted to have it on the record because he's done a lot of work over the years and certainly understands the funding world and how to put projects together. So he's a great asset, I would say.
That's why we won't let him go.
Sorry?
That's why we won't let him go.
Yes. But Councillor Fulton Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of if there was a priority between the change rooms and the pavilion, what's the most urgent need? And like, for instance, is it the changing rooms for rugby and cricket primarily that is not in great shape, are they? What can you live with?
It's something that has to go back to the board. As a working party member, I suggest it's the changing rooms. Like we've had opportunities in the past to have pre-season matches for both, the Canterbury Rugby Union, also to Matatoe, the rugby team. We're looking at maybe some pre-season matches out at when we were there at Southbrook Park. That's a major one. Last year, Saracens hosted the first time it's been done in a while, the Magic Round, I guess it was, when all the clubs were there. Some of the feedback we got from our changing facilities was basically it wasn't going to be held there again until that got approved. So we lose out on revenue like that across the board. Also, I think, stuff to do, like the change rooms are more important for stuff like the primary schools, having, decent facilities there for, the young kids from primary schools is important. And obviously, just some of the other stuff, I think that's probably key. But in saying that, that doesn't diminish, the need for a replacement of the pavilion.
I think we'll just let other colleagues first, I'll come back to you for time. Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Nicholson. I'll see Joan if I've got time.
Thank you. It used to be previously a joint venture between all those groups. Are you looking at bringing that joint venture back again and easier and safer in number with new financial goals and all that rather than just being affiliates? So, it's the more people have control of the building for all year round, and if it's running properly, safety in numbers to a degree.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
There have been discussions about that. I can't represent the rest of some of the affiliates there. It's probably up to them. However, as part of the working party, we've looked at different options in terms of the management of the facilities post, the new ones being built. We've already had discussions with the NC Sports Trust regarding that. Obviously, it's a lot easier to manage a financially viable and fit for purpose facility, and it's kind of hard to get buy-in with the current facilities we have. It's things like the maintenance costs and everything. It's hard to get buy-in for someone to jump in for something like that. In saying that, we do have we have looked at talking with other sports and genres. At this time, they wish to remain anonymous because they've got other things on the table. However, we have made approaches to other sports to see whether they'll be keen in joining us once we've gone through. And we haven't been sitting on hands. Like I said, we've got Junior Kennedy School of Dance represented here. We've also looked at other things outside of the usual stuff of the sports club. I mean, dance, it's not really part of our vocabulary, I guess, but at all things looking to make this a true multi-facility.
Thank you. David Merrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well presented, Ray. I just around timeline, and what does it look like? Where do the plan? I understand you're in a bit of a chicken and egg situation.
Yes.
They money to do things and so on and so on. But what does it actually look like? Because you sound like you're saying bubble here, and don't know what's in that bubble. Apart from the people, and I get that, and I support that, but I just, what's in the bubble? What's in the bubble?
So our draft funding plan, I got a bit of insight into it because I helped create it. Our draft funding plan hopefully has us releasing funds around 2027, 2028. 2.6 million is a lot of money, and you know, we don't know, I guess, I can't look for the word for it now, in front of the detail. Yeah, it's a big task, and we do need a couple of years to get that up and running. I think it'd be, you know, very naive of me to say, hey, look, we need the funding next year, the year after. I think a 4-year period is a you know, a good crack at trying to get that funding done. But again, like I said, we've got different options as well, whether we have to stage that or not. So be it. Yeah, hopefully that answers some of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, just is there any design, really, that's part of the question that I asked.
Was it sort of design?
Was around the design and when you get to see that, because as I say, it's just a bubble.
So actually some of the designs for have already been created as part of, and it was actually in the back of some of the feasibility studies, and it talked about where it was best to have the club room, the changing room and a draft setup. Part of the stuff with Peter Freeman, and we had talked about before, that's got his background as part of his construction experience. I believe he got that design created for some potential short-term project work.
Shovel ready?
Yeah, shovel ready project. So we've already got a draft design already done. However, you know, we've had a few more different things, people and organisations try and jump on board. Some of those designs will have to be, I guess, adjusted accordingly. I know the dance will be, you know, potentially, you know, mirrors will be work for their contribution. So, yeah, so we do have some of that.
It would be helpful, I think, with respect to deliberations if the feasibility study could be sent to us again. Our staff may well have it, but it would be very helpful if it was sent by our governance team. So I'll get them to make sure you've got our contacts after.
Yeah, no problem.
And the date, and the date that you think you might need. Funny, you were saying 4 years away, but it's just useful to have that confirmed in writing from you, so we can consider that. Councillor Ward.
Thank you for your submission. Have you thought about using local contractors and people, like if you've got people in here who are electricians or builders or somebody that can do dismantling that may do it complimentary or at a very good rate, so they could maybe sponsor or subsidise getting the demolition done and then getting supporting the building?
Yes, yes we have. Part of the sports club, we have a very large list of guys and girls in there who are tradies. Myself, I own an electrical company, so part of that will obviously be part of, well, I hope to receive some of the works for this contract. So yes, there has been a considerable amount of thought put into that. However, again, I think the most important part and where most of our energy has been is obviously trying to get the WTC on board as a partner, because it doesn't matter whether it's construction or funding or anything like that. It doesn't really have much legs unless, you know, we've got you guys in partnership. So
thank you. Councillor Meadens.
My colleague kind of asked a question that I was going to ask, but I don't know how familiar you guys are with the structure of Mandeville Sports Club. Have you looked into that? How they are structured with the different clubs under one umbrella? I'll let you answer that first, sorry.
Yeah, no, Nikki, would be just one question.
Okay, well then, basically my question was going to be, you're looking at a long-term thing here, and this is a long race to run. They're looking to do something similar. And it is a long-term thing. I note that you have said that you updated your constitution in 2018, and with the Incorporated Societies Act changes, are you guys on top of that? Because you will cease to exist if you don't get that sorted and rewrite your constitution and re-register.
I'm not actually part of the separate community sports club board. I'm just a member of the work party, so that's probably more of a question for
Yeah,
but
a long-term commitment here, and if you don't exist, that's
yeah,
wrong.
it makes it hard. I do remember being a part of the meeting where they talked about it, and they did update it, but that was when I was part of the working party.
So on the report that comes, it would be useful to have that included as well.
Yep.
If there's a plan around that.
Our community team has got another workshop on how to do all of that stuff. So I would suggest maybe
I'll assist.
somebody get in contact.
Just going back to the first question regarding the man-built sports centre. Yes, we've had a look into that. I do know that the board, including rugby, have had a good look at that. I was actually a former player for the New Brighton Rugby Club, and they had a very similar thing with Eastern Hub on the east side of there. So I've actually had some meetings with certain people over there when they created that. I do know Glenmark Rugby just went through a new change in their facilities over there. We've asked some questions in that part of it. The working party has kind of put the feelers out. That's obviously how we got to the CRFU and finding support for that multi-use facility stuff there. But again, most of our energy has been probably put towards the securing funding of you guys.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so it's what we need back would be the date of the feasibility study, a timetable, and perhaps some information around compliance of changes with the equal societies, and if you need assistance, then we can connect you with our community team that can provide some advice there if you require it. Don't want to tell you how to suck eggs, but if that's of use, that would just be helpful to us for our consideration in a couple of weeks' time. All right, Councillor Fulton, you had
just one actually, just probably expanding on just a question and one of the cover. Do you envisage that the South Sports Club effectively, or the South Rugby Club will continue to own the building and facilities? I know it's great to present a team here, but will anything change there? The manual model where everyone equally owns the building and facilities? That's what my colleague was getting at.
In the feasibility study, which I've seen through, it actually has that the sports club is preferred not to own it. But so be so forth. Again, I can't represent the other clubs as part of the sports club in this in talking to you. It's up to them to make their own mind on that kind of front. I do expect that having an up-to-date facility that's financially viable and fit for purpose will make it easier for us to get buy-in again. And I do believe that is the case with some of these other sports genres and clubs that we are also having a private talks with as well.
So what would be helpful is when it comes back, if there's any updates since the feasibility was done, and I think your submission covers that well to a degree, but Gina McKenzie, in fact, all those other things, if you want to just attach it as an appendix, would be useful. All right, look, I've allowed more time because this is to Chris Brown. Yes, to Chris. Perhaps we'll give Chris his email as well. Thank you. But I've allowed more time because it's an important subject, and given there was such a large number of people here who have come in support, just wanted to make sure there was a good hearing for you and the questions are answered for our consideration in a couple of weeks' time.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney will just give you those contacts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Sefton Hall. Please hear from Sefton Hall Committee. Is Mr. Paul Lockheed here? Yep. Hi, Paul, come forward. Thank you.
Oh, it's out of order, it was way back somewhere.
All right, okay. Okay, so order colleagues, please. Thank you. Right, so we're in our page 7, I think it is. Filing your submission, that's on the earlier in our paper, I think. It was. No, it's not page 7.
Is, but like for today.
It's two page sevens.
Oh, 2 pages.
Today.
Oh, yes. You're right, yes, I've got it now. Thank you.
Today.
Same problem I had.
That's all right. Just making sure we're on the right page. Same page as you. Right, so we're, thank you, Paul, for being here. We've got a copy now of your submission in front of us. So invite you to speak to that for up to 10 minutes and give you an indication around 8 minutes here over time. So if you leave a bit of time for questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to thank the council members for allowing us to talk to our receptive and full committee's application for the LGP, just for the funding. Just basically run through from where we started, back after the earthquakes and the old block halls, basically well past its use by date. So in 2019 we did a feasibility study for the community and for the committee to basically work out in which direction we're going to go. The feasibility come out with that we should build a new hall, and the best place would be to do that in the second domain. There is a small pavilion there which is probably in the same situation as the old hall, so it sort of made sense that we move forward with that. So in March 2023, we signed a contract with the council to lease a block of land up in the domain. So that was roughly 600, just over 600 square metres, and it's where the old pavilion sits. So what we wanted to do is dispose of that old building and build a new one, build a new sort of all-purpose hall there. As soon as we signed the lease, we engaged a company called Splice Design to carry out all the architectural drawings and to guide us through the whole project. So we're pretty well underway there. March this year, we've had several companies working with Splice Design and completing the drawings. Sort of slowly adds up with mechanical guys, civil guys, drainage and everything. So that's pretty well under control now. So we'll just wait for those final drawings to come through before we move forward with the council on that one. With those drawings, we went to a company called Construction Management. We wanted to know what this cost is actually going to cost us, and that just come out in the last few weeks. We originally sort of started around 1.4 million back in 2018, right? And then no surprise that it's come in at just over $3 million.
Oh my goodness.
So it's quite amazing. That values to within 10% of the amount they give us, below and above. So there is quite a few areas that we will be able to change to bring that cost down. So at this stage, that's where we're at. We've actually formed a small subcommittee, which is really tackling how we're going to do the fundraising, rather than we have been just doing raffles over the past few years, a few quiz nights. Now we need this big volume of money. We're going to have to really look at it and go from there. So pretty much that's where we're up to, and that's why we're asking for funding from the LTP.
Thanks, Paul. So how short, just remind me how short would be on a present estimate? So what have you got secured? Does that include and would that somehow include the sale of the existing hall and land?
Yes. So at present, we've got funds, we've got sort of 260,000 in the bank. The sale of the old hall, which is a government valuation of roughly 490,000. We have 200,000 a couple of years ago from the long-term plan. We also have a section with a library on it and Zebra, which is disused and everything, that we would like to sell and bring that into the hall itself. So at this stage, we're just under $1 million we have.
It's a big difference between that and obviously the estimate that you've received. So we'll obviously regardless, making sure our staff are connected with us around next steps. Because who are you liaising with the staff? Is it Chris or Grant? Which one of our staff are you liaising with?
Isabel.
Isabel.
Yeah. Isabel and Wendy. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Questions? Joan?
Thank you. I'm sure this is, what a lot of communities are facing right now. And it's a very good plan, looks great. Have you thought of, with the funding that you've got, do you need assistance maybe to go to lotteries to see if we can get 500,000 or 600,000 from them, because it's a community, it's for a community, and you've got seeded funding which they like, and do you need, if you wish to do that, do you need assistance from our staff to do that?
Yes. So this subcommittee we've set up, we're just running through that plan now. We have talked with the Lotto group and another group, but we really want to sort of have all our ducks in a row, basically, make sure we exactly know what we need and do it once, just go for it.
Does the funding that the amount, the 3 million, does that include the separate tank or is it past the separate tank?
At this stage, no.
Right.
It's something that we've got to talk with the council about.
So Ishmael, and I think it was Shona Powell, William Sefton's representative there, is that correct? Or they got a different rep there now? For the board, is Shona Powell representative or is it still Shona?
Yes, Shona, and Ian Fong's on the committee.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He's been helping us too.
Yes, Fulton?
Just occurs to me that, thank you for the presentation. Some question, peripheral works like car parking, spend a lot of time up there with cricket, parked under the trees, which is lovely, but do you have meetings? Do you envisage that you might need some assistance as well around facilities around the hall? Where would the car parking be? I can't imagine there's a lot of space behind there.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, we're just working through that now with the techs and that, and we want to have car parking for 50 cars, but we sort of got down to 20, but we're going to have to look at back as you come into the domain, there's an area that's lower, so a lot of that area will come into car parking. Over the back of the hall, which you can see from where the trees are, it drops off quite a bit. It does get quite damp in that area. So that'll be all set up in the drawings when we do the application for it.
Ian, just on the look of the building and obviously what you've heard back, is staging the build something you're considering? Looks like there might be a logical break before the piece goes up here, which might be the hall part. Is there an opportunity to do it in 2 stages so you can at least get it underway? Is that something you're considering?
The committee really is committed to getting all the money and doing the project in one package.
it's good to know. It's just because I get a lot of questions about it, obviously. So from the community out there, so it's just good to know. Really. In the library sale, there's something complicated with. I know Councillor Redmond was looking into that at one point. So is there any assistance required further to get that sale complete?
That would be appreciated. It's gone on for 9 years now, so it's
Well, as part of the next steps for the submission, we'll ask our staff what support further is required. Because some of those things, if we can help with, it would be really good to get the project moving from our side and your side. So appreciate all the work that you're all putting into it. It's all voluntary, so fantastic. Councillor Redmond has his hand up.
Thank you. You inquired about the Sefton Library. That's been advertised in the public notice column to enable the trust to be varied, which will enable it to be sold. So there has been good progress, and I don't know whether Paul knows whether the value of the library will have increased during that intervening period. Are you able to comment on that, Paul?
Yeah, the cost, well, the price may have increased, but also the cost of the lawyers' fees probably have increased quite a bit as well.
No. Well, look, thank you for that update. It's been very helpful for us to hear. We'll be considering our submissions in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be back in touch. But we do appreciate the update. We're doing again. Thank you to you and the committee for all that you're doing to realise this vision of a new community hall centre. Thank you. Right, we stand adjourned till the morning. It's been a long